I'm Robert Kraft. Welcome to Gillette Stadium, where for the 18th year, we're proud to host today's Super Bowl games. I want to congratulate the competitors in the Division 8 MIAA football championship game between West Boylston and Randolph. Good luck to both teams. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy this special day.
What's up, Randolph? It's Miles Battle, cornerback for the Patriots. Just want to wish you guys good luck in your state championship game.
What's good, West Boylston? It's Caleb Chase on from the Patriots. I just want to wish y'all good luck in the state championship this weekend and go ball out.
Good morning from Gillette Stadium on this December Saturday. 4 state championship games coming your way. First up, Division 8 state championship game. It's a rematch of last year. We have West Boylston at 9-3, the 3 seed, taking on undefeated the 4 seed Randolph Blue Devils at 11-0. We say hello from the broadcast booth. Brendan Glasheen, Andy Gresh, looking forward to an outstanding day of high school football.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like weather is going to get in the way today. It's one of the first things that I know we think about up here. And if you're playing in, if you're playing in a state title game today, you're definitely keeping an eye on that. So no weather. It's decent. It's not windy. It's not too cold. So we should have us a pretty good day of football. As you see, I hope the Patriots keep that Pat the Patriot logo. Like, as that thing fades, you and I were kind of talking about it yesterday, and there were some people who swung by in the booth, and who I think Pete even, our guy Pete was like, oh yeah, that logo looks pretty good.
Randolph is in white and blue. They won the toss, elected to receive a pooch kick that's fielded at their own 40-yard line. And the Randolph Blue Devils, the 4 seed, and the ball is falls out and picked up on the opening kickoff by West Boylston.
And it looks like, I saw the official, looks like Randolph ended up recovering that fumble there. Holy, wow,
that'll wake you up.
What a way to start on like on a pooch kick, and it's fielded by Santos Santiago, and he ended up recovering his own fumble. Luckily for him. Wow, what a way to start. Cold, hard, slippery football. Welcome to Gillette at 10 a.m.
A rare circumstance that we don't see a 1 seed or a 2 seed in the state title game.
But what we have, Brendan, are 2 teams that are going to, you'd see the tough running there from Mackay White. What we are going to see are 2 teams that really want to run the football. Mackay White, over 1,350 yards this year, 184 receiving yards, 26 touchdowns for the star from Randolph. That is high-level production.
3rd state championship game appearance for Randolph in their 2nd straight year in this game. A rematch of last year. West Boylston going for the 4-peat. Inside give and productive runs, squirming through traffic. That is another first down pickup into West Boylston territory. Let's look at the road to Gillette for the Randolph Blue Devils. Unbeaten, as we mentioned, at 11-0. They topped the number 1 seed in D8, Neshoba Valley Tech, 20-12. And look at some of those crooked numbers. 49 in the round of 8, 45 in the round of 16.
Yeah, well, when you look at the season stats from Randolph, 39.6 points per game to 15.4 points per game allowed. A lot of those numbers fit the narrative of the year.
Mackay White loops to the outside at the 30-yard line. We suspected the double wing schemed offense from both teams.
Yeah, it is as we know, it is a unique offense, tough to prepare for. Allows you to run the football inside and outside. You see Mackay White get the corner there. Nice block on the outside by Armando Oliveira III, trying to tie up a West Boylston defender.
White was last year's Division 8 Boston Globe Player of the Year. Abe Cornett is the quarterback. He escapes, uses blockers in front, inside the 10-yard line. Abe Cornett stood out in this championship setting a year ago, and he's got Randolph in business.
Well, they had a receiver open down the field, and the pressure forced Cornett to kind of pull it down, and then he gets behind number 50 for at least a little bit, and then breaks it outside. I really think if the defender doesn't flash, if the defender for West Boylston doesn't flash, Cornett might have thrown that ball, and there was somebody wide open.
25-yard scamper by the quarterback, senior captain Abe Cornett.
And I apologize for not pointing out the West Boylston defender. We were given a roster based by grade.
And Mekhi White is in for the touchdown.
Well, there you go. You don't need any help in reading the tea leaves on that one. Mekhi White gets it into the end zone. And it feels like he's picked up here at Gillette, right? Picked up right where he left off, right, Brendan? It's just a year in between. Basic up the middle, block down, pull. I'll tell you why the wing tee is so good, because you don't know what kind of offensive lineman you're going to have every year. Believe it or not, I played in a wing tee offense, even though I was like an all-state O-lineman. Normally it's made for if you have smaller linemen, like Navy, for example. They don't have any hulking 300-pounders. They got people who can move and down block and things like that. So it's a very O-line friendly offense, regardless of whether you have talent there or not.
Our smoothest PAT of the weekend.
Yeah.
Alan Nariska.
I'll tell you, we've been keeping track of those over the years, right? PAT, we haven't missed one yesterday where, in fact, I think it was the first game where he had the old missed PAT. Here it is coming into your living room, Mekhi White. See, there you go. Down blocks, pull the guard around. You find a way to get angles when it comes to the wing tee offense. That's why you don't need the biggest or most aggressive offensive lineman. A lot of it is really working angles against D linemen to create seams to run through. And I know you would think, oh, isn't it like that in every offense? No. Some of them are big power, double teams, let's push people at the front level. This is, we're going to knock you sideways.
So on that drive, 3 carries from Mekhi White, including that 25-yard run, a 7-yard rushing score. In the state championship last year, he ran the ball 20 times for 140 plus.
Yeah.
That's, get used. If you like running the football, that's going to be the diet today.
No doubt. This game will feature heavy run, and I know we're about to get us a dose of Dominic Renzoni from West Boylston as well.
He was fun to watch last year.
Man, talk about a huge season for him as well.
Fielded at the 20-yard line by Jack Pitro. Roams to the 40 and shoved out of bounds. West Boylston looks for an answer. 6th state championship appearance in school history, their 4th consecutive trip to Gillette Stadium, aiming for a school 4-peat and a 3rd straight Division VIII title. Some history on the line today.
Yeah, very much so. I was here early when West Boylston came out on the field, probably about 5 minutes after 9 o'clock, and those kids were whooped up and ready to go at 9 a.m.
Renzoni wears number 22. He squirms through for a gain of 4 on first down.
One thing you'll notice about Dominic Renzoni is that he's 5'10", 165, but look at those rushing yards, 2,187. And Brendan, the one thing I love about Renzoni is how hard he runs. He's only a 165-pounder, but it feels like he hits it everything. Even there, that was a hard run, even though it only went for 4 yards.
School record 36 touchdowns entering this state title game. Nearly 2,200 yards rushing, 12 yards a carry. Inside handoff, and Randolph was ready to bring him down. That's Aiden Davis with the stop. 3rd down and 6. The road to Gillette for West Boylston. Top number 2 seed Lee in the semis by 20 points. In fact, they won all 3 of their playoff games by more than 20.
Yeah, averaging, 41 and a half points a game in the playoffs. That's pretty good.
Little double action here. No work, Pitro on 3rd down and not close to a first.
Yeah, just nowhere to go for the West Boylston running back. And there's Mike Ross there, head coach, keeping his hands warm the old-fashioned way, tucking them under his armpits.
he said the key to this game against Randolph, tackling and containing their speed.
Well, look at the flow where Randolph did not get duped on the reverse handoff action, and did a really nice job of playing along the
previous play was inbound. Please start the clock.
And the West Boylston runner, Petro, was inbound, so the clock has to keep moving.
All right, there we go. That's about what we expected in this one.
Punting unit on for West Boylston. Luke Lewis with a strong boot to the 11-yard line. Nice work.
Yeah, and Brendan, we saw this last night. Field position becomes a real big deal. And right now, West Boylston winning that battle of field position. There's John Marshall, Randolph head coach. He's been here a bunch.
It's his 6th season. Really cool story. He launched the Randolph Middle School football program back in 2021. His goal at the time was to create a youth pipeline and boost the varsity team's participation. Looking at it where it is now, he's got seniors in Mackay White and Abe Cornett.
I mean, that's the way to do it, is to make sure your Pee-wee or your youth football programs are kind of aligned with what the high school is doing. Seems like it would happen everywhere, Brendan, but it doesn't. So good job by John Marshall. Take a look at the replay here. Just another, there you go, inside handoff, tough running right up the middle. Luis Valentin, the captain, getting the handoff on that one.
And a pickup of 3 yards for the Randolph Blue Devils. Mackay White responsible for the opening drive touchdown. It's a rematch of last year's title game. West Boylston got the win by 1 score, 22-16. It's a revenge narrative for the Blue Devils. White scans the landscape. He's bouncing. First down, there is a flag thrown from the backfield.
I believe this is coming back. You get a hold on Randolph.
It seemed too easy.
Yeah.
Holding. Offense. 10-yard penalty. Go second down.
All right, our white hat is a gum chewer. It's the first time we've had that in a while. Yeah, there's your hold right there from number 75, the right tackle, Kosi George, ended up, it looked like grabbing one of the defenders right in front of the official. But again, spot foul, 2nd and 13. It's not like you're pushed back up against the goal line.
Cornett remains the quarterback, takes a shotgun snap. Rather, it's White from under center. White jets free. White has ludicrous speed over midfield. Can he go 92 yards? For now, it's a score. There is a flag down. Flag is all the way back at the 9-yard line, the line of scrimmage.
So Randolph shifts there, and the quarterback, Abe Cornett, goes to a wing, and that's a direct snap to White. But I think they might have committed a penalty.
Oh, offense. 5 yard in the backfield.
All right, you're all taking a walk back to where.
And you know what? And I know that people are going to react, but you know that shit. Here you go. Look at this, right? So there goes Cornett. We're gonna flop a tackle on a tight end, but look at the tight end. He doesn't line up on the line of scrimmage. Ends up lining up in the backfield, and I think that's where they got him for the illegal formation. And that feels like, Brendan, one of those kind of, now who knows, maybe Randolph has run this 160 times and we'll hear about it on Twitter, but I'll say this, that felt like a state championship game play. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or you installed it early in the year, and this is one where you, because clearly West Boylston was trying to react to the shift, and if it wasn't for the mistake in lining up, that thing's housed for a touchdown.
Here is the schedule for the weekend. All the action got started here at Gillette on Thursday. Congrats to Cohasset and Fairhaven, Division 7 and Division 6 champions, respectively. Last night we were here. Shawsheen Repeats as Division 5 champs. King Philip bounces back after losing last year in Division 2. They take the reins of Division 3. We've got West Boylston and Randolph now. Up next, Scituate, reigning champs of D4. Tewksbury, good to see them back here at Gillette Stadium. And we've got more repeat, or rather reigning champions. Catholic Memorial in D2. Xaverian looks to protect their title for a three-peat. St. John's Prep. That's a nice rivalry we'll see later tonight.
Yeah, that D1 heavyweight main event for the last game of championship weekend should be quite a slugfest.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we got mascot in the house. How about that?
The Chick-fil-A mascot.
Oh, but there was, I thought there was the Randolph mascot, like the Blue Devil was out there as well.
MIAA football state championships are presented by Chick-fil-A.
Nice. When does he hit the booth?
That's a great question.
About 1:30 maybe? Do you know the land rush of people that are around us in other booths who would literally climb over each other for some free Chick-fil-A?
Oh, yeah.
It's no different than the writers whenever they do that for the Patriots media. Same thing.
We would need extra security.
Crawling all over each other. Oh, Perot loves chicken.
Allen Noriska. They will mix and match. White is the featured back, but on the pitch, Noriska runs for a first down.
So let's take a look at this. Noriska in motion. It's just the toss, kick it to the outside. Nice job of holding on to that football there through contact. Good, hard run by Noriska.
17-yard pickup as we approach 6 minutes to go in the first. Randolph with the football, leading by a touchdown.
False start, I think.
2 flags.
False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Well, Randolph is up 7-0. Could be up 14-0, arguably. And it feels like they're kind of sputtering on offense a little bit, right? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Here's a penalty. Here's a formation issue.
However,
they're producing, but they're not as crisp as they could be.
Sure, they are dictating the energy to the day, though.
No
right?
question. Yeah. Right now, they're controlling the early pace of this game.
1st and 15 from their own 19-yard line, an offense that averages just under 40 points per game. 40+ scored in each of their 3 state playoff games coming into today. Direct snap to Makai White. Takes a second to scan the floor. And 3 West Boylston Lions converge.
Dominic Renzoni, one of the guys on the scene for West Boylston. No surprise there. West Boylston all over this. Another direct snap to Makai White. Tries to get out the back door, doesn't work. Renzoni is there to get him. Nice tackle by Renzoni as well. It's good open field solo tackle.
Cornett puts White in motion, and it's Noriska on the pitch. Tight window run to the 30.
Well, that's another one of those where there's a lot of misdirection in the backfield. So if you're a linebacker for West Boylston, your eye discipline has got to be really good. There's your motion, and then here we go in the toss, and the quarterback's going to lead up in the hole there. A lot of window dressing when it comes to the wing T offense.
Noriska 661 yards rushing on the season. He's another senior in the backfield, 10 touchdowns. It's a nice pickup of 9, 3rd and manageable for Randolph. Cornett under center, pitch to White.
Nowhere to go. Boy, White did a good job to kind of get it back to the original line of scrimmage there, Brendan. Well, like that might have turned into a third down loss there. Well, White does a good job of at least keeping them even to be able to have a realistic shot if they want to go for it on 4th and 4. Not going to, but good effort by White.
Ranzoni and Pitro are back to return a punt from Randolph. Nariska sends it into the Lions territory, and it plops down at the 38-yard line. With 3:21 to go in the opening quarter, West Boylston has the football back, down a score.
We mentioned, even though Randolph not looking completely crisp on offense, still, as you mentioned, Brendan, dictating pace, running the ball pretty well. West Boylston needs to hold on to this football a little bit here and try to establish some offensive momentum for a little pushback against this Randolph group.
Can they get Ranzoni going? Second offensive drive. The quarterback is Kason Orsiani. Handoff through the middle of the defense. Oh my, take the pile with you to Pat Patriot. Big time run by Randolph. They go to the big fella through the middle of the field, Tommy Wyatt.
Yeah, Tommy Wyatt's been lining up as that fullback, the B-back, as a lot of offenses call it when you're running this. You have your two A-backs that are your wings, that are the guys in motion who are doing a lot of the fun running, and then there's the fullback in the middle who does the tough stuff.
It's listed at 5'11", 250 pounds.
Yeah, it's that student body middle right there is really what that is. Good job of Wyatt holding on to the football.
It's lined up behind the quarterback on 2nd and 6. They're going back to the big man. Wyatt may have lost the ball.
I think Randolph has it.
Oh, wow.
I know they were ripping. I know Randolph's defense was ripping at Wyatt on the last run, and there we go. This time they popped that ball out, and Randolph ends up recovering the fumble. Let's take a look at this run right here, and who got to Tommy Wyatt. As you can see, got a couple of defenders on him. One was gripping, one was ripping. It was Alan Noriska, excuse me, who ended up punching that football out. Nice job, number 0 in white, to punch that thing out of there.
Alan Young was also involved. Team effort and good field position from their own 41. White ramming through, and he's brought back by West Boylston.
Well, so much for West Boylston getting any sort of offensive momentum. They start to run it a little bit with Tommy Wyatt, and ultimately the strip, the fumble, and the recovery for Randolph. There's Kenny Rondo,
one of their captains. Under 2 minutes in the first, 7-0. Randolph leads. Bully ball by the Blue Devils, by White.
Yep, this is about what we expected, right? Just hand it off or toss it to somebody and let your quarterback lead up in there. Try to have your old lineman get some down blocks and create just enough of a seam to be able to get through. Good job of holding on to that football by Mekhi White as well. You got to figure the West Boylston's going to be trying to poke at the football even more now, considering it happened to them.
On West Boylston's ground from the 49, fullback handoff for a couple. I'm sure they just learned their lesson too about ball security.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, normally when it happens, it's the whole, hey, let's turn around and try to go get one ourselves. But I think if you're John Marshall and Randolph here, Brendan, you didn't play perfect in the first quarter, but you come away with a 7-0 lead and field position. Now, I know we still have 52 seconds to go in the first quarter, so maybe I jumped the gun a little bit there, but you see John Marshall. Even though they haven't played crisp, they got a 7-0 lead and good field position. He's got to be pretty thrilled, at least right now, with how his group has started this state title game.
On the pitch, White.
There he goes.
Another first down. By the way, before that last play, one of their heavies up front for Randolph, 77, Alejandro Macias, limped off the field. To play at either of these schools, though, you have to have insurance up front, because that's how they want to play.
No, they're going to be big and physical and trying to run people over. I kind of like that. It's the essence of football.
White has the touchdown. He was superb in this game last year against West Boylston. In a loss, though, had 143 rushing yards.
And that's the end of the first quarter.
1 down, 3 to go. And Randolph, in search of its first unbeaten season in school history, aims to get revenge on West Boylston. The Division 8 state championship game. 1 quarter down here at Gillette Stadium.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
Randolph with a 7-0 lead through 1 quarter in this Division 8 state championship game. 4 seed against the 3 seed West Boylston Lions. 99 rushing yards in the first quarter by Randolph. They even forced a turnover. They've dictated the tempo of this game. 2 double wing schemed offenses.
Yeah, it's score, running the ball, and field position have really, I guess, now worked out for Randolph, as they're now, or have been, in West Boylston territory. I feel like there's an explosive play coming from Randolph. Like, I feel like some of these runs, Brendan, are just like one missed tackle away from housing it.
White plows through traffic once again. Sets up 3rd and medium.
And if you're West Boylston, you got to feel a little helpless right now, right, Brendan? Because offensively, pretty much nothing in the first quarter. They've just been out there trying to, you know, it's no fun to play defense all the time for, I think, the average high schooler. They'd rather be on offense out there, but West Boylston's got to find a way to get a stop here on 3rd and 6 against this Randolph team that's now, I think, just called a timeout.
Timeout, Randolph.
A bit curious.
Second timeout out of the half.
On the West Boylston side, first drive offensively, they featured Renzoni, who we suspected. On their second drive, they went to the fullback, Wyatt, and he caught the football up. So just no mojo on the offensive end. So to your point, they need their defense to make a stand here.
Yeah, there's no momentum for West Boylston offensively right now. And again, I just feel like this is Randolph football, right? They lean on you, they give you a little bit of window dressing in terms of motions and things like that. And then boom, White's going up the sideline for a touchdown, right? Like, how many times have we seen that here, it feels like, Brendan?
No doubt. They have mixed and matched, though. Nariska's had some carries. Cornett, the quarterback, is elusive. For Randolph, 11-0. They could cap off their first unbeaten season in school history. 11-0 is a 4 seed. The 1 seed Neshoba Valley Tech they beat in the semis, and West Boylston beat the 2 seed Lee in their semifinal matchup. 3rd down and 6 from the 34. White looks for space, and West Boylston comes up with the momentum shifter. That's the loudest their sideline and fan base has been today.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was Tommy Wyatt on the tackle, and it looks like he grabbed his knee there. Yeah, trying to see if that was, yeah, it is 16. There you go. Tommy Wyatt was the one who was on that spot and then reached down and grabbed his left knee after planting it in the ground. Yeah, they're getting him out of the game to get him checked out. But a heck of a play there by 16.
Trying to make up for the fumble. Let's hope he's all right. Randolph punt team is out there. Nariska awaits the snap. Line drive kick. Floats inside the 15 and down to the 13-yard line.
Yeah, Jack Petro thought better of it and just let that go.
Well, the good side for Randolph with a 7-0 lead, they make the field position difficult for the West Boylston Lions.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to go back to Renzoni 22 as Wyatt is sitting on the bench, got his knee checked out and looked at. Not in the game right now. And you mentioned he was the up back, the B back, the fullback who fumbled a little earlier today.
Renzoni is stuffed. Has not been able to get in a rhythm yet today.
Brendan, my thought is that a part of the reason that you give the ball to Wyatt and give it to the up back is to try to create some running room on the edges. Nowhere really to go at all. Good pressure by Aiden Davis, number 50 for Randolph. Very nice job of getting in the backfield and wreaking some havoc there.
Renzoni on the year. West Boylston's played 12 games. He averages about 200 yards rushing per game. Gained 1. And did Randolph jump?
Yeah, I highlighted Aiden Davis. He's right near the ball, and he ended up encroachment.
Defense, 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Well, that takes you from 2nd and 9 to 2nd and 4. If you're John Marshall, you're probably licking your chops now. There you go. I can hear coaches in my head now. You're right over the ball. Look at that push from West Boylston. Holy cow. Talk about the truest version of student body middle. That's exactly what that was. The O-line was like moving everyone in unison there. Handed it off to number 4, Aiden Williams. And Aiden just gets behind. Look at that. Let's get behind the O-line and keep running. Everybody falls down in the pile, but gets about, what, 6 yards on that play.
Just a handful of first downs for West Boylston offensively. 8.5 to go in the half, down a score. It's not Renzoni.
There we go, same thing. Big pile in the middle. Keep pushing. Get you 6 yards.
And coming up from the bottom, it's Petro. 774 yards on the year, rushing it. We'll see a diet of Renzoni and Petro, and we'll keep an eye on Wyatt. who is still on the sideline.
Yeah, Wyatt's 5'11", 250. Pitro is 5'10", 175 pounds. When you got Pitro as the that B back in the middle, you can just hide him behind that offensive line.
Oh, Renzoni nowhere to go. He is bottled up. Not to mention Wyatt gives them a blocking presence in their offense.
Yeah, very much so. That's a good point, Brendan. Yeah, it's a guy that if you want to throw the ball, he can help shore up the middle. Alan Noriska.
It's a loss of 5 on the play.
All over that play on the play side. You know, whenever you play against some of these wing T teams and their ability to run outside, there's no line from defenders. As wide as the widest and as deep as the deepest.
They've only thrown the ball 20 times this season. A valiant effort, but incomplete.
Yeah, Kaysen Orkani coming into today, if what I read is right, 9 of 20 for 175 yards on the year for West Boylston. This is not a group that's going to throw it very much, but boy, that was almost a heck of a throw and a heck of a catch right there. That ball came out clean. Oh, what a great effort by the receiver.
Yeah, it was Renzoni, the running back, who ran that route, and West Boylston has to punt. Still a one-score game. Makai White is set to return. Had momentum forward, backpedals, retrieves it. Bounces to midfield, stays in bounds into Lions territory.
It's an easy way to get the ball into the hands of one of your best players. Put him back there to return punts. Good vision. Really good vision by White there.
Marked at the 46.
Well, and here we go, Randolph with more good field position, as you mentioned, at the West Boylston 46 to start the drive.
White is the running back, Abe Cornett, quarterback, under center. White gained a few.
Yeah, you could see it with Randolph. I think White is a half a step away from really breaking one. That time, getting through the line of scrimmage pretty seamlessly into that second level. White taking care of the football there, double covering it up upon contact. Hard not to love the way Makai White runs the ball. Good vision, can bounce, can hit the home run.
White inside. West Boylston did come up with a stop on 3rd and long last drive, and they'll have to try and do it again defensively. 3rd and medium for the Randolph offense. Under 6 minutes to go in the half.
Take a look at Renzoni, or excuse me, taking a look at White here, trying to find somewhere to go, and just gets Aiden Williams, the junior, number 4, right there on the spot to make the tackle.
So just 2 yards needed for a first down. White in motion. Cornett, the quarterback, does it himself, enough for the first.
It's all matters. You don't have to hit the home run on every play. Just be consistent. You don't want to say 4 yards in a cloud of dust, because that makes it sound like 1975, but in a lot of ways, that's both these offenses. Abe Cornett, the quarterback, has done a really nice job over the years here for this Randolph team. And as you mentioned, has been with Coach John Marshall for a long, long time.
He has, going back to the foundation of the middle school program in 2021. Cornett last year had 3 touchdowns in the state semis to put them in this game, looking for revenge. White orchestrating this drive on the run inside the 30, near the first down marker. Stays in bounds to move that clock. White is down on his back.
I'm wondering if he landed on the ball whenever he got tackled. Let's see here. Yeah, that was kind of a hard landing. I didn't know if with the way he landed, Brendan, if like the football slid down and, you know, hit him in the, like you land on the ball and it's just a bad feel on your stomach.
We'll go to the crash cans and come back. Let's go to the
Yeah, White is definitely shaken up, still down on the ground. There we go. He just popped up, and John Marshall gave a good sign to his coaching staff, I think it was, on, hey, here we go, we can keep going.
Well, the most difficult thing I can imagine as a young student athlete is when you get banged up or nicked up in a game like this, you don't want to come out.
No,
it's a state championship.
no.
This is your last game of your high school career.
Absolutely correct.
So they'll work in Noriska, his fellow senior tailback, and it creates a 3rd and short. As we approach 4 to go in the half. Randolph leads West Boylston, a rematch of last year's Division 8 state championship game. West Boylston got the win. Randolph in search of its first unbeaten season in school history.
And I wonder, with Mekhi White temporarily out of the game right now, if Abraham Cornett gets more involved in in running the ball in this series.
There you go. Quarterback run, the QB sneak on 3rd and 2. Cornett did pick up a first down moments ago.
Yeah, because that felt like more of a design run. This felt like a ill-fated quarterback sneak from 3rd and 2, not 3rd and 1.
Not to mention when White is out there with the quarterback.
Yeah, very different, no question. Yeah, you have to protect the edges a little differently. If you're West Boylston now, and you don't have to worry as much about that threat, maybe it's a little more focusing on the quarterback. But I'm not a huge fan of the QB sneak on 4th and 2 unless the center is uncovered. Remember when Brady would get up there and, you know, goose the center of the day when it was uncovered, and he would get that free, you know, 3-4 yards on the QB sneak? That's okay. Running some QB run on 4th and 2 where it feels quarterback sneakish versus quarterback design run.
Timeout, Randolph.
Randolph burns its final timeout of the half.
And did you see who just stepped into the huddle right there? Number 7, Mekhi White. So got dinged up, sat out of play, now a timeout. Might be able to get back in the game pretty quickly here, which would be huge for 4th and 1 for Randolph.
And that must make it more okay with John Marshall to bang that timeout, knowing you could get 7 back in there.
Yeah, here's the other thing, too, is that 4th and 1, why not go for it here, right? What's the ball on the 26-yard line? So if you're going to punt it, it's really, you know, you're not going to gain anything net out of it, so why not go for it here on 4th and 1? See, the one thing that the analytics people, and they'll say it's like baked in or whatever, but it doesn't take into account the feel of the game, and I think enough on field position, if you ask me. But this is an easy call for John Marshall.
White in motion again. It's Valentine with the run, and he squirms by for the first down easily.
It wasn't White, but that was a step away from housing that one for Luis Valentine, the captain. And who's leading the way, by the way, Brendan? Number 7, Mekhi White. Not used as a decoy, but more a lead blocker there. He just kind of leans into where the O-line is. I don't expect him to make great blocks.
Gain of 10 to the 16.
Let's go, defense!
Pitch it. Noriska breaks free to the outside and gains 5.
Yeah, it felt like if Noriska maybe pressed that harder to the outside with some speed, might have been able to get around the corner there a little bit. Definitely looked to turn it up inside and then bounced it out.
.145 to go in the half. No timeouts for Randolph. They are in cruise control. White stomping inside the 5-yard line. I think he's all right.
Yeah, he dropped that right shoulder in there at the point of contact, did Mekhi White, the star senior running back for Randolph. There's your toss to the left. Nice block by number 87 there.
And he's awarded the first down. Inside give. White takes a peek.
Sebastian Vasquez with the good block on that last play.
White just takes a tumble. West Boylston doing the best it can up front. Let's keep in mind, they had a key fumble at midfield. The defense has been on the field a ton in the first half.
Right. I mean, I wonder West Boylston, and I want, have they run 10 offensive plays this half? It doesn't feel like it, right?
I take under.
I think I would too.
Cornett under center. White uses blockers in front at the pylon.
Did he get across the goal line? Did not. That is marked at the 1. And the official was right there where White was trying to reach and get it into the end zone. Here comes into your living room here on this early Saturday morning. There's White, dropped the shoulder. Yeah, just short of the first down.
We pushed on total offensive plays for West Boylston. 10 on the dot.
It is 10 on the dot. Great job, Pete. Look at that. 10 offensive plays. Pretty dominant for Randolph here in this first half.
Pete Connell, our statistician. White. They will go inside to Noriska. Leapfrogs. He is in for the touchdown.
I was going to say, I think that's a ton.
It's waiting for the signal.
Yeah, I was too. I thought that was I thought that was right up over the top on the goal line. Pretty easy call. Like what we saw last night. I mean, you land in the end zone.
That last night, by the way.
Yeah, our Whitehead, I think, was the first one to call it, and he was behind the play. Oh yeah, that ball crosses the goal line. How many left-footed kickers will we see today, Brendan?
The man who just scored the touchdown.
Yeah.
Noriska takes it through. Jack of all trades. Blue Devils lead it 14-zip. 1 yard run for Noriska to cap it off.
And have been dominant offensively. You know, it's not big plays, scoring a ton of points or anything like that. It's we're going to wear you down and try to take away your will. It's almost soul-sucking in a way with the way Randolph plays offense and what they have done so far, because you just feel like, how are we going to, it's a 4 yards, 5 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards, no big plays. And after a while, it just kind of wears you down, I think, if you're West Boylston.
Blue Devils, soul-sucking. It's good.
Well, it is. I mean, when you can't stop the run, you feel helpless, right? It's like the old bully in the schoolyard. That's what they try to teach the O-lines. Be the bully, push them around. They have no option.
Randolph has carried the ball 30 times in this half.
Check this out. No T. So we're about to get Sidewinder City here, I do believe, on this kickoff.
See what Noriska has in his bag of tricks. Pretty good.
Got that thing in the air. It's like hitting a gap wedge. Make sure you get down and through it, right? He got down and through it. Kicked that thing pretty good with no T.
Ranzoni, the return to the 40.
Boy, that is, I'll tell you what, that is odd, though, to kick that thing off the ground like that sideways. That is odd.
.44 seconds, 41-yard line for West Boylston. Still 3 timeouts.
I'd love to know what the West Boylston coaches were leaning on that side judge about.
Ranzoni, his best run of the day.
Yep.
For 6. And that's very telling because he averages 12 a carry this season.
And it's interesting, how's West Boylston going to handle this, Brendan? You mentioned they got the full complement of timeouts here with 28 seconds to go and rolling.
Takes the pitch. Dominic Ranzoni tripped up, lunging for the first down. So that'll stop the clock for a moment as they move the chains.
I do believe West Boylston called a timeout there, yeah.
There you go.
Their first of the half.
So now with 20 seconds to go and 2 timeouts, down 14-0, how does West Boylston handle this? They're now in Randolph territory, which has not happened very often for West Boylston offensively today. And as we said before that last run from Renzoni, only 10 offensive plays for West Boylston so far in this one.
4 state championships on this Saturday. We have Scituate and Tewksbury coming up next. Catholic Memorial, reigning champs of D2 at 3:30. And these teams are back together in Division I, St. John's Prep and Xaverian. Congratulations to Cohasset, Fairhaven, Shawsheen Tech, and King Philip finishing the job. Pretty cool escort for King Philip out of the stadium last night.
Oh, I missed
We got behind the scenes footage.
Oh, that's right.
From a mutual friend.
That is true. Zip Zipperman sending some photos from the old after party there, I guess, at King Philip.
They will throw for just the second time today. Renzoni pops out of bounds at the 40-yard line of Randolph. I will say the video quality was all right. It was horizontal. You know, they tell you with the phones now, you got to make sure you hold it vertically.
Oh, really?
For TV, so we can't air it. Sorry.
Wow. I mean, that's kind of a given.
A little static.
I didn't know that. I didn't know you had such opinions and good quality video shooting there, breaking it all down.
Oh, just making the read.
Oh.
So is the quarterback here, Orsiani.
This is the drawback of running this kind of wing T offense, is that
what if you're down 14-0?
Yeah. Then you're hoping to get some play action and maybe slide a tight end out there. It's not made to come back. Now, what's interesting is there is like that double wing T, right? And then there is the option version of the spread offense at the collegiate level, like run by Irk Russell back in the day. My buddy Tim Stowers brought it to URI for a while, where you can make some big plays in the passing game.
Orsiani lofts it into traffic. Picked off by Randolph.
West Boylston sideline working the refs for a DPI call.
It's Makai White with the snag. A lot of white and blue in this area.
That ball's hanging up there. I think their argument was Renzoni ended up getting knocked down on that play, but nevertheless, end of the half.
West Boylston does receive the second half kickoff, down 2 scores. A rematch of last year's Division 8 state championship. West Boylston won it last year. Randolph is in command, looking for revenge, up 14-0.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
Division 8 state championship game. Let's look at the highlights. A 14-0 lead for Randolph and a lot of Mekhi White and this high-powered offense. Abe Cornett, the quarterback, involved as well, Gresh.
Yeah, you mentioned that Abe Cornett and the connection to John Marshall since really middle school. He knows what his quarterback can do. He also knows what his running back can do, does John Marshall. Mekhi White slamming that thing into the end zone once again. And then the defense of Randolph getting it done. Tommy Wyatt on the carry. Stripped, fumble, recovered by Randolph. West Boylston trying to play some defense, and after the fumble, Tommy Wyatt kind of tweaked his knee on a really good defensive play. And as we mentioned, it's been about 15 plays of offense so far for West Boylston, and there is Mekhi White diving over the goal line, getting into the end zone there, and then here comes the interception at the end of the half. Well, that ball was going to be picked anyway. I know the West Boylston coaches were looking for some offensive pass interference. Randolph is up 14-0. 164 total yards for Randolph, all rushing. 9 first downs. West Boylston 61 total yards. 10 have come through the air. 51 on the ground, only 3 first downs, and West Boylston 0 for 1 when it comes to third down. Here's one of the differences in the game. Randolph 6 third downs, West Boylston 1. What it really indicates is we don't have time of possession, but it was overwhelming in the first half towards Randolph.
Game stats presented by Dean College. And of those 164 on the ground, Makai White has 74 of them. Also has the INT. He's got 5 on the season.
That's about right. We expected Makai White to come in here and put up a pretty big run, and it was Noriska who scored the second touchdown. I mentioned White. Better correct that before some uncle starts yelling at me on Twitter or something like that.
It's a redemption spot for Randolph. They lost in this state championship setting last year to these West Boylston Lions. And White, he ran it for 143 yards last year. He is well on pace to eclipse that number after 24 minutes of play.
Yeah, Brendan, if you told me that Dominic Renzoni for West Boylston was only going to have 10 yards rushing at the half, I would not have believed you.
He averages 12 yards a carry this season. 2,200 rushing yards coming into this state championship game. West Boylston won it a year ago, 22-16. They are in search for a school four-peat and a 3rd straight Division VIII title. Let's see what adjustments Mike Ross and the West Boylston Lions made at the half. Ross, only next to Catholic Memorial's John DiBiaso, the only other coach who has won a Super Bowl at 3 different schools.
I love it. Swinging the gator, no gloves on. Acting like it ain't cold outside. Probably tucking that thing. There you go. No gloves. Tuck them under the picks. Keep those hands warm. Love it.
West Boylston ball at their own 31.
Yeah, let's see, Brendan, if they can get a little offensive momentum here to start the second half. West Boylston has really not been able to put together anything sustained offensively. As I mentioned, they've only had to try to convert 1 third down because they've had the ball so infrequently, and that's a good way to start getting it to Renzoni there for a 6-yard gain.
A direct snap.
Direct snap. There you go.
First time we've seen that today.
Well, you know what? Maybe that's going to be some of the changes. That let's get the extra blocker in there and let's just snap it right to Renzoni and let him go do his thing.
Kason Orsiani is the quarterback. Once again, we're going to see Renzoni.
Gee, I wonder if they're going to run to the left.
Direct snap. Renzoni aims for an angle, stiff arm, and plows his way to the 40-yard line, sets up 3rd and short.
Well, that's 2 in a row, just direct snapping it to Renzoni. They go heavy to the left with the crew in the backfield, shifting to that side. And Brendan, it looks like Renzoni is kind of running the offense right now. He just went in and called the play in the huddle, and there's Renzoni letting him get the stiff arm out there on Abe Cornett.
He'll do it again. He's short. Mike Ross, in his 11th season at West Boylston, they will award him the first down.
Yeah, he got it.
Forward progress. They know they need 22 to be electric to have a chance.
Yeah, and I also think that, pretty good adjustment here in terms of just direct snapping it to Renzoni. I like having the extra blocker given the way that Randolph played some defense there in the first half.
Junior quarterback Kason Orsiani is on the sideline.
Oh, no, I think... yeah, there's
Petro will take the direct snap.
I was trying to figure out who was in there.
You see number 2 in black.
Yeah.
Orsiani is on the sideline. There he is. So a change in format offensively for West Boylston to start the second half. Gain of 5 for Petro, 2nd down and 5.
Renzoni is actually in the huddle. I think standing beside the coach was number 2, and Renzoni is 22. He's in the game, I think, about to get the direct snap here. There's your big shift left. Probably indicates a run to the left. And there we go.
Randolph prepared as they watch the wrinkles of the Lions. 3rd and 5.
Well, you know, you direct snapped it to Renzoni a bunch of times here, so now is it time to do something off of it. Maybe you bring the quarterback back in the game.
There he goes. Orsiani re-enters the picture. 3rd down and 3. West Boylston at its own 49. We mentioned it. Just 3 first downs for West Boylston. 0 for 1 on 3rd down.
Boy, that center was uncovered. I'm sure that Orkani was thinking, hey, maybe I can just goose the center and get up the middle here. But nope. They end up running the ball up the middle and getting the first down. Boys, this is really what, and I know West Boylston needs a score, down 14-0. But there's Aiden Williams right there. But I mean, Brendan, in terms of what West Boylston needs to do to try to get back into this game, they needed a bit of a sustained offensive drive. This is the first time all game long they've been able to string some plays together.
Orsiani, the quarterback, in there under center. Pitch, Renzoni, he's free. Takes some Blue Devils with them to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, he almost got by Javier Lopez and Makai White there at the 3rd level, but this is the best run of the day for Renzoni. Nice job by the offensive line. Renzoni kind of bends it back a little bit. Looks like this going outside, bends it back, gets through. A couple of really good Allen Young, number 2 for Randolph. Nice tackle.
16-yard burst. 1st down and 10 from the 31. They work it middle with Aiden Williams again. We mentioned Tommy Wyatt. Their big fullback, who did take a handful of carries in the 1st quarter. He's banged up. He got hurt on the defensive end. Wyatt
is in uniform on the sideline, but it doesn't really look like he can push off his left leg very much. I'm standing here watching him, and yeah, it doesn't. He's still on the sideline dressed, but it doesn't appear as if he is headed back into this game.
And for Randolph, Lewis Valentine, who has one of their 2 touchdowns, is down, being attended to on the Randolph side. Good sign. Slight limp.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to get back in there. Nothing noticeable.
2nd and 7 for West Boylston, looking to get on the board for the first time today. Williams.
I have to say, even though Wyatt has gone out of the game, Brendan, that up back handoff where it's almost like student body middle, everybody's just moving in mass. Even though they lost the size of Wyatt, that play has still been pretty productive for West Boylston. There you see, quick handoff right up the middle. Just keep pushing. Just keep pushing.
Aiden Williams had just 2 touches for 12 yards in the first half of play. So we go under 7 minutes left in the 3rd. Another 3rd down. They converted one earlier. Orsiani from under center. Pitch it. Renzoni. And they believe they have the football again.
Yes.
Randolph has it. Second cause turnover.
I saw the white hat official throw the old beanbag in there. And then you saw Randolph react. Let's see how this ball comes out. There's Renzoni, 22.
They punched the pill out again.
Yeah, you know what? You know what it did, and I'd have to take a look at that again. I think I don't know if anybody knocked that out, Brendan. I think he might have run into his own guy. Yeah, you know what it was? Number 6 in white is being blocked. And as he is being pulled to the ground, yeah, I think Renzoni just bumped into him and the ball came out.
Wow. So it's their third turnover. Mackay White, who had an interception on defense. They've caused 2 fumbles. White had the pick at the end of the first half. All Randolph in this Division 8 state championship. And that was a real productive drive by West Boylston offensively. Abe Cornett, senior quarterback. Mackay White, senior running back. They were a part of the upstart middle school football program headed by John Marshall back in 2021.
Tommy Wyatt back out there, Brendan, the junior. I didn't know if he was going to get back out there. He got out on the field very gingerly. Clearly wanted to get back out. He's the stand-up defensive end of the short side of the field.
Nariska squirms to the 31. They faked the pitch.
Yeah, they ran right by Wyatt. Wyatt was kind of like standing there. He didn't even get his arm out. Watch 16. Boom, boom, block, block. Doesn't get off. Kind of threw the hand in there as Noriska ran right by him.
It's a gain of 7 by Noriska, who has provided a wrinkle to the run game led by White. 3rd down and 2 for Randolph after the caused turnover. Can West Boylston's defense, who was on the field a ton in the first half, come up with a stop? Inside give, White with a screaming run for first down to the 38.
Yeah, good finish to that run on massive misdirection. You can lose the football pretty easy calling a game if you're not paying attention in an offense like this. There it is, quick toss, pull the backside guard, let the quarterback kind of get up in there and maybe sort of be an escort for the running back, but another first down for Randolph.
Cornett, the keeper, runs into trouble.
I always wonder what they call that play.
Why don't we call it the twister?
I think it's more, it feels more like a quarterback pirouette. Maybe we can use a fancy word. The old spinneroonie. QB spinneroonie, there we go. Nowhere to go. Nice job by West Boylston of bottling that up.
No gain on the play. Under 4 to go, 3rd quarter.
This is about the way John Marshall, the head coach of Randolph, drew it up, right, Brendan?
This is what he dreamed about.
14-0, inside 4 minutes to go, 3rd quarter, and your team is just churning first downs.
Noriska jets middle on the pitch. Super productive 2nd down run, 3rd and short.
There you go. Get yourself into a 3rd and short situation. Just keep churning. Noriska's been a real nice compliment today to Mackay White. He's done a good job running the ball.
White gets all the headlines, nearly 1,400 yards rushing on the season. Noriska at 660 coming into today. 3rd and 2.
So you have Noriska, you have White, and you have Cornett, the quarterback, that can all run the ball.
Someone else gets a touch this time. It's enough for the first down. And they hand it to number 14, Zamari Bailey, senior tailback.
Timeout, injury.
That was that felt like one of the things that John Marshall maybe wanted to check off the list. Senior running back, let's get him a touch when we can. Converts the first down. You try to take care of all the seniors in a state championship game, especially here at Gillette, being able to get out on that field.
Let's take a look at the schedule breakdown here at Gillette Stadium. 18th year the Crafts and the Patriots host this state championship event. Started on Thursday. Cohasset takes the Division 7 title. Fairhaven upsets number 1 seed Norwell in Division 6. Last night we saw Shawsheen repeat as D5 champs. King Philip back on top, this time at the Division 3 level. Scituate and Tewksbury up next, and we've got the D2 and D1 title games later tonight. The pitch to Mekhi White. He's got room to run on the outside. Big first down run, a gain of 8.
Yeah, Renzoni was there to make the tackle, but clearly looking to get around that edge is Mekhi White. I thought he was going to get there. Some pretty good blocks on the outside, and then it's one-on-one against Renzoni, and White made it hard on Renzoni to bring him down. How about Mekhi White? 17 carries, 74 yards, and a touchdown in the first half. That's just the first half. He's getting over 100 today.
At 143 in this title game last year. They're going to throw. Potentially for the first time. Cornette. Nope. Turn it up. First down run.
One there. Cornette was like, nope, let me get out of here. Ends up getting the first down.
He's shaking up.
Yeah, he does. He grabbed that right leg. This is not good for Abe Cornette. Let's see what happens here at the end.
Officials timeout for an injury.
Yeah, we didn't see, it didn't look like anything too egregious there in the end. Oh, it could just be a cramp. Where's the pickle juice?
You got a small dose of pickle juice last night.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I wonder if it'll be pickle juice Saturday for some of these teams.
A vendor would do real well.
Is that a new business idea?
Yeah. For the tailgaters.
Glash's Big Pickle. Sell it in the stadium. Sell some jumbo pickles with a side of juice, so that you. I mean, the whole. Please, you know, the only thing I put on a hot dog is pickles. People think that's weird. I know people think it's
very
like ketchup
strange.
weird. It is very strange. Pickles are amazing, though. And the whole pickle juice phenomenon thing, oh my goodness.
Got a lot of questions. You owned a snake at one point in your life, and you put just pickles on your hot dog.
Yeah, there you go. That's about it as we stretching it out here for Abe Cornette, trying to get that cramp to release. Oh, man. You could tell. We were just looking at it. You could tell that Abe Cornette's calves have locked up on him. When they pulled him up, he looked like the Tin Man. He didn't bend at all. It was pretty crazy. And they're getting him off the sideline. I wonder if Randolph has come with loads of pickle juice to be able to handle this situation.
No golf carts handy.
Oh, no. You kidding me?
What is the Bible?
Well, I mean, look at it. The poor kid. You could tell his calves are locked up. He can't. It's hard to bend his legs and, like, get off the field. I mean, I'm only chuckling because I've been there, right? You know what that's like when the bottom part of your legs just kind of lock up on you. And now it looks like Santos Santiago, number 6, is in a quarterback.
He is a junior. White the run through the middle for a gain of 2 on first down at the West Boylston 36. We approach a minute to go in the third, a fast-moving third quarter with Randolph leading by 2 touchdowns. Santos Santiago in at signal caller with the injury to Cornette.
I already like Santiago's rec specs. I wore those at one point in time before getting contacts.
Pitch to White. Finds the gap and spirals down to the 25. That's another first down for Randolph. We said it, they had 9 first downs in the first half.
And I think White might be shaken up again. Let's see if there's anything.
Timeout for an injury.
Very nice block by Luis Valentin on the edge there, number 5. And then White just gets behind Brandon Bellany, number 76, to be able to get close to the first down. So there goes 7. It's going to run behind big 76. And, ooh, that tackle from the side. Yeah, that. All right, now I understand why White is down.
So in 3 plays, the quarterback goes down. White took a carry for 2, and on that drive, on that particular run, he plowed for a productive run, but he's down on the ground.
And if you're Randolph right now, up 14-0, Brendan, it kind of feels like you punch one in here, you're feeling pretty good of winning this state championship game. Very productive offensively. Hasn't been explosive for Randolph, Brendan, but it's been what you would think. Hand it off, 4 yards, churn, lean on you, force you to play defense. And eventually in the fourth quarter, they kind of hope you wilt. But a couple of key injuries to your star running back and your quarterback, who's been with the head coach for a while, could swing the pendulum of momentum pretty quickly.
Well, to your point, the longest play in the first half was a 26-yard run by the quarterback, Cornett. White's longest run was 9. He's at 89 yards, exits the game. Noriska is in the backfield, as well as Valentine. It is Luis Valentine. Motors for a few more. 2nd down and 7. And that should be the final play of the third quarter.
Yeah, and this is normally a spot where you might say, okay, Randolph's run it. You're getting close to the goal line. Maybe here's where you pull the string and do a little play action pass. Tough to call for that when you have the backup quarterback in the game here as we head to the fourth quarter.
3 down, 1 to go in this Division 8 state championship game. Randolph looks for its first unbeaten season in school history, looking to avenge last year's loss to West Boylston, up 2 scores, looking for more. The Blue Devils in the house. Fourth quarter is about to begin here at Gillette Stadium, home of the 6-time world champion New England Patriots. Division 8 state championship rematch from a year ago. Randolph, they lost last year to West Boylston. They're up 14-0. They have 2nd and 7 at the Lions 23.
And their quarterback, Abe Cornett, back in the game.
That's Noriska on the run. He has got one of their 2 touchdowns today. Just shy of the first down marker, 3rd and short. So Cornett's back. We'll keep eye for Makai White, who had to exit the game. He is sitting with 2 staff members.
Yeah, he's sitting he's kind of sitting alone on the end bench. On their side, it'd be like the 35-yard line, and you're right, he's sitting there with what looks like a coach and maybe a team, maybe somebody from the training staff. But you're right, away from everybody else on the bench is White.
Spin move, fumble. Randolph falls falls on it.
Wow.
That was coughed up by Zamari Bailey.
Yeah, if you're Randolph, you're thanking the lucky stars on that one, that ball ended up falling into the hands of Oliveira III. So there's your fumble, and that ball went right towards number 3, who is in the right place at the right time to fall on that ball. Well, a pretty fortunate break there for Randolph. But they did move the chains.
Exactly.
And it's a first down with the ball on the 14. So Randolph, with this, just kind of wreck-em type offense, got a chance to reset the sticks here inside the 5.
Cornette with the pirouette. Coined up here in the booth. A flag comes in from the backfield.
Yeah, this will be interesting because it was just a pig pile in there, but the flag came from our white hat behind the play. Makes me think hold.
Holding. Offense. 10-yard penalty. No first down.
That gives West Boylston some hope.
Let's go, defense! Get us stop!
First down and 20. Randolph has it at the West Boylston 24. Mekhi White is now standing and walking on the far sideline. Helmet stays on the turf. Abe Cornette, senior quarterback. Noriska takes the pitch, rams forward. Almost back to the original line, and there's a look at White, their dynamic senior running back.
Yeah, gingerly kind of walking there. We didn't see any running or any burst or anything. We didn't see any, hey, give me the high knees and let me make sure I'm okay. We didn't see any of that. And yeah, taking the tape off is normally a indicator that you may not be going back in the game. Devastating for Randolph to lose their best running back here in the state title game.
Cornette to throw, lobs it, caught! Down at the 1. Their first completed pass of the day, Armando Oliveira III reels it home.
Well, when Santiago was in at quarterback, when Cornette was out, it was like, okay, maybe you throw the ball here, but your backup was in. Now you got Cornette, great throw to Oliveira. Play action, little rollout to the right, flipped it up on the what looked like a little corner route, and tackled at the 1, which resets the sticks. It is now 1st and goal from the 1 for Randolph.
Abe Cornette's first completed pass of the day for 13 yards. Let's see if he caps it off. He sneaks it, ball's out! West Boylston falls on it.
No, I think number 5 in white, Luis Valentin, jumped on that. It was real close, you're right. And this ball just popped out. Went up and lost the ball, and there's Valentin. Boy, he beat the West Boylston defender to the football. Charlie Metzmaker, number 50, almost fell on it, and Valentin got in there to grab that ball.
Yeah, Valentin lunged for it, whereas the West Boylston player just sort of fell down.
I think he was thinking scoop and score, quite honestly.
Cornette inside, give Noriska, touchdown. His second of the day, 20-0 Randolph. Randolph lost this game a year ago, 22-16 to West Boylston. Noriska is also their kicker. The snap, the hold, the kick. Splits the uprights. 21-0, the Blue Devils of Randolph at 11-0 as the 4th seed in Division 8 with a commanding lead in the 4th.
So with no Mackay White, Noriska has taken over the role of lead back. Pretty easy for him to get in the end zone there for the touchdown. But if it isn't for Luis Valentin jumping on the football on the fumble on the play before, none of that happened. So Valentin with a great fumble recovery. Noriska's done a good job of taking over for Mackay White, who is dinged up. And that guy, John Marshall, is going to be pretty happy in a controlling position now of 21-0 against West Boylston. 8:13 to go in the 4th quarter.
We documented the Lions' road to Gillette. 40-plus points scored in each of their 3 playoff wins. A 0 with 8:13 to go in regulation.
Pretty crazy. West Boylston averaging 31.5 points per game, only allowing 11.8 points per game during the regular season. They just haven't been able to keep the offense on the field long enough. I mean, when we really look at it, it comes down to execution from Randolph, but also a whole bunch of time of possession.
3 turnovers by West Boylston, 2 fumbles and an interception. Defense has been on the field a ton. Squib kick fielded at the 20. And for West Boylston, that's Jack Pitro. Falling out to the 35-yard line.
Yeah, right now West Boylston just doesn't have. Right now they have no answers offensively. Now maybe they can get themselves a quick score. Maybe get a little frisky here in the 4th quarter. They can put some offense together. But to this point, Brendan, West Boylston has not looked like the offense we saw during the regular season.
They demonstrated they could throw the ball a bit at the end of the 1st half. Did not come away with points. Running attack, Pitro to midfield.
Yeah, and if you're Randolph here from their end of things, you're up 21-0. Finish the game. It is likely you're going to win, but finish the game. Let's not make this thing hairy from the Randolph end of things. Keep playing defense.
14-yard gain. On the ground, Pitro, spin move, and driven down at the 44-yard line of Randolph. Player down for the Blue Devils.
Alan Young, number 2. Looked like he was.
For injury.
There we go.
Number 2.
So Young's got to come out of the game. Oliveira, the 3rd, will come in for him. Well, that's about the 3rd skill. What is that? 3rd skill player who's been dinged up here in this 3rd and 4th quarter for Randolph.
Yeah, Cornett, who did re-enter the action. Mackay White, who was removing the tape from his arms. Now Young exits on the defensive end. 7:31 to go, 4th quarter. West Boylston has not threatened much today. They have 2nd down and 3 at the Randolph 44, down 3 scores. Pitro with a steady dose. That's a 1st down. Still 3 timeouts for each team.
Yeah, if you're West Boylston, you got to get in the end zone here to then start to really think about the timeouts and kind of come up with a plan.
Pitro, he looked downfield. He will throw it and complete it for a gain of 5. He found Aiden Williams.
Yeah, that felt like the chunk play throw that might have been in the West Boylston offense.
Just 10 passing yards in the 1st half.
And only like 175, I think, on the season.
Orsiani, the quarterback, pitch it. Renzoni, first touch on the drive. Bottled up. I think the sun is trying to peek out here at Gillette Stadium.
The what? What is that?
I was reminded on our ride to the stadium yesterday, oh yeah, we're starting at 5. The sun's down at this point.
Yeah.
Cloud cover to begin the morning.
Yeah, it's 19 degrees last night. I think it's a balmy 41 today.
Renzoni uses tacklers in front of him. Down to the 33-yard line.
Yeah, it's just right now, clock's the enemy of West Boylston. I mean, you can try to operate with some pace, but you can't get out there and be running around and going too fast.
4th and 2, got to have it.
And they go to the up back, and that play, whether it was Tommy Wyatt in there or handing it off to Renzoni, that up back run has been pretty productive. Again, I know I've called it student body middle, but that's kind of what it is. You're trying to run behind as many of those just offensive linemen who almost like hook their arms together as you can.
Clock moves, under 5:20 to play. Orsiani, the quarterback, fake it to Williams. Renzoni falls forward. 3-yard gain.
Zamari Bailey, number 14 in the area on the tackle. There you see 14 lined up right there. Scrapes over the top, ends up making the tackle.
Orsiani, play action. Ball is tipped, incomplete. 3rd down and 8.
Very nice job by Noriska and crew to get their hands up on that throw. You get the boot action to the backside. Ball gets deflected.
Cross Insurance player of the game on the West Boylston side, Dominic Renzoni. It's not been his best day, but what a season to cap off a terrific career.
Yeah, he's been the most productive offensive player today.
3rd and 8, pitch it, Renzoni. Legs churn. 4th down once again.
The best drive all day for West Boylston. Unfortunately for them, it's come with time winding down in the 4th quarter.
Mike Ross is not using timeouts.
Yeah, and from the Randolph end up 21-0. If you can, bleed 3 or 4 minutes off of this clock, even if West Boylston scores.
Renzoni won't get there. Turnover on downs.
Yeah, well, there you go. No score coming. John Marshall with a big reaction at the 25-yard line to his football team, getting that stop right there.
And Noriska celebrates with the Randolph faithful, both ends of the field.
Yeah.
He's been outstanding. He's our Cross Insurance player of the game. That's no knock on Makai White, but Noriska had to relieve him as lead back. He scored twice and comes up big on defense.
Well, 12 carries, 74 yards, 2 tuds. And look, you and I know that this is important. 3 PATs, all clean.
That's right, he's their kicker too.
You know what, because Brendan, you and I have called a lot of these games, and a missed extra point leads to going for 2 and all kinds of fallout and things like that. So I want to give him credit for a couple of PATs as well. Ball is out.
Oh, geez, just as we called his name.
Noriska ended up recovering that that football.
Randolph's held on a couple.
I was going to say a couple of fortunate bounces for Randolph in terms of the ball hitting the ground. It was Renzoni who ended up ripping it out. Boy, he didn't even try to go for the tackle. He went for the rip right there, did Renzoni, and almost got it. And
Another skilled player is banged up.
Norsika is down. This feels like they're short on pickle juice on that Randolph sideline.
For context, folks, last year we saw a full jar. I'm blanking on which team it was.
I am too. I know the jar made it up here.
It did.
It was like half frozen.
Made it up here for day 2.
A little weird.
On day 1.
Well, it's true. Like the coffee in the booth that got left and not replaced. We've had about 18 people from the other booths come into our booths, like looking for a cup of Joe, and there's like you got yesterday's. You have a nice iced coffee if you want.
We've got just 2 bathrooms.
Apparently not a lot of skill player hydration went on last night in the in Randolph.
Well, this kind of game, a 10 a.m. start emulates your Thanksgiving Day schedule.
10 a.m. start, and the whole, you know, when you get to the colder weather, you know, you may not like realize sort of what you're sweating out, and you got to be very cognizant of replacing that. I kind of look at it as you have the first game, and you've known you had the first game for a while. You've had 2 or 3 days to be able to get your hydration right.
Bailey, the running back this time. He had a ball pop loose on their last scoring drive, and Randolph was fortunate to pick up the loose football. So we approach 3 minutes to go. Randolph leading 21-0.
It's got to be 3 or 4 fumbles for Randolph today.
And they recovered all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas West Boylston fumbled it twice, and Randolph scooped it.
Yep. Great effort by John Marshall's crew today. They've been here before, avenged last year's loss. Everybody contributed, it feels like. This is a really good performance for the Blue Devils.
Ball's out again.
West
Boylston's got it.
Right as I guess we put the Maluki on him maybe or something like that, and saying that, boy, they're fortunate they got all these bounces going their way. We'll take a look on the replay and see who knocked this one out of the hands of Javier Lopez.
Doink.
It didn't look, I was going to say 71 hit him in black, but it didn't look like, the way that ball popped up into the air, Brendan, I thought somebody got him from behind and like punched it up into the air. It looked like a lot like when, I think Renzoni had one, right? Where he just banged into a guy and dropped the ball.
Orsiani lobs it. Contested ball out of bounds. Looking for Luke Lewis, junior receiver at 6 feet.
I'll tell you what, if I'm watching this game and I'm getting ready to warm up, I'm trying to make sure that those balls the footballs are as scuffed and, you know, not as, make sure they're not slick. Because the first thing I think of whenever we see a game with an excessive amount of fumbles or balls popping up into the air is that maybe the pill's a little slick.
From midfield, 2nd and 10 for West Boylston after the turnover. Renzoni loops. He's loose. First down, 35.
Even at the end of the play, it kind of got out of the arm of Renzoni. Did you see that? Right on the tackle, it looked like that ball was getting ready to slide out, but a nice run there from Renzoni around the left side. Good job of securing the edge. Nice job of blocking on the outside by Luke Lewis, number 5. Renzoni's got that ball in the left hand. Yeah, it's interesting. It seemed like on the tackle, the ball started to slide out, and he put the right hand on it as well.
This time on the right side. Legs turn upfield for West Boylston. They went to Petro.
Yeah, they're going to get number 54, Gage Lenkarski, who was blocking either Noriska or Cornett.
10-yard penalty, first down.
So Randolph trying to hold the edge. So there's go lead blocker 54. He's engaged with number 1 Cornett, and watch him. There you go. Kind of dragged him down to the ground and then fell on top of him. Pretty easy call for the officials on the hold right there.
So all the way back to the 43-yard line. Randolph has never gone unbeaten in a season. One state title back in 2021. They defeated Halt 20-14. They lost in the state championship to West Boylston last year. Orsiani, the quarterback, fires downfield. The fourth turnover for Randolph's defense. Javier Lopez comes up with the rock.
Well, I see why West Boylston doesn't throw the ball very much, because I would dare say that the couple of footballs that have come out of the hands of Kaysen or Connie, they're like this, kind of lollipoppy, right? It's been 2 or 3 that have been up in the air. End of the half, same thing. Let's jump up and make the interception. This one here, you're kind of throwing it to an area, but it's really hanging up in the air. So if you're Randolph, you've got the ability to kind of circle around that thing and get the interception. And now the Randolph fans are starting to go nuts as their football team is reacting on the sideline. They only have 10 on the field, does Randolph. There we go. Now we get the 11th on the field there late as Armando Oliveira gets out there. So now it's just really winding down the clock for Randolph here. What has been a really good performance today.
This is cool.
Not perfect.
Mekhi White is going to rejoin his team on the field to finish the game.
This is great.
Nariska, who was also shaken up earlier in the half. So
yeah,
White, number 7, is out there.
There he is. He's got, you could see the,
he's hobbling a bit.
You see the tape on the left ankle there, right? They spatted him up to be able to get him out there to take the knee. Really good job by John Marshall to do that and take care of his guys who have secured him a state title. There you go. I'll take that. That's called a spat when it's on the outside of the shoe. So you get your ankle tape normally. I was an ankle brace guy, so I didn't get the old tape. But the spat on the outside, you know what it is? It used to really look good. Looks way better on skill guys. But they're the ones who are normally going for the spat on the old tape up on the outside, look faster.
One more and he does the job.
Look at Marshall.
Embraces the moment.
Wow. And the emotion.
Randolph wins just its second state title in school history, the first unbeaten season in Blue Devils program history.
And they do it by putting up a 0 on defense, Brendan.
The West Boylston team that scored 40-plus points in each of their 3 state playoff wins before today. Very impressive.
Yeah, very much so. Congratulations to Randolph. They more than earned it. There's Mekhi White, who unfortunately injury probably that injury and the ding to his ankle probably cost him a 100-yard game. I would say almost certainly cost him a 100-yard game.
So we have 3 unbeaten seasons in our coverage since yesterday. Shawsheen in Division 5, 13-0. King Philip, 13-0 in Division 3. And Randolph, 12-0 as the 4 seed in Division 8 captures its second ever state championship. For Andy Gresh, Pete Connell, I'm Brendan Glasheen. Thanks to our entire crew. We're back for the Division 4 state title game at 12:45. Number 1 Scituate at 10-2 takes on unbeaten 2 seed Tewksbury at 12-0. Congratulations again to the Randolph Blue Devils. Undefeated season and Division 8 state champs. So long from Gillette Stadium. We'll be back soon.
game between Scituate and Tewksbury. Good luck to both teams. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy this special day.
What's up, Tewksbury? It's Miles Battle, cornerback for the Patriots. Just want to wish you guys good luck in your state championship game.
What's good, Scituate? It's Xaverian with the Patriots. I just want to wish y'all good luck in the state championship game and ball out this weekend.
Welcome to Gillette Stadium for the Division IV state championship game in high school football. Undefeated 2-seed, the Tewksbury Redmen, back in the state title game for the first time since 2018. In search of their first title since 2013. They take on the reigning champs of Division IV, the 10-2 Scituate Sailors. Take a look at the beautiful white lighthouse here at Gillette Stadium. Here in Foxborough, it's a bit warmer than yesterday, believe it or not. We were in the high teens, low 30s today. Brendan Glasheen, Andy Gresh, great to be with you for another Super Bowl.
And we got a little splash of, I don't know, what was that, like freezing rain? It wasn't snow, but it was a snowy-like substance for about 15 minutes that I think kind of fell here at Gillette Stadium before getting this one started.
It's a light mist now at this stage. You can never be sure here at Gillette Stadium.
Well, it's kind of like if you live in Foxborough and Worcester, you know that if a snowstorm's coming, you're getting whacked hardest.
Tewksbury won the toss, elected to receive, and red and white jetting out to the 30-yard line. Nice showing of Tewksbury fans in the stands here this afternoon. That was Dominic Carreri with the run, the junior defensive back running back. And we'll get a look at the Tewksbury offense. They scored 34 points per game, led by sophomore quarterback Will Harrison, 1,600 passing yards on the year.
Very rare to see a sophomore captaining and getting a team to Gillette Stadium for a state championship game, but we have one here with Tewksbury.
He starts the game under center. Tewksbury at its own 31-yard line. Ben Christopher is the featured running back. They'll start it out here at number 6, Nicky DeSisto, and he jets for a first down run. DeSisto has 5 touchdowns on the year, a 3-time state champion wrestler.
So it put Cam Gunder of Tewksbury, Victor Muyanja, 52 in motion. They bring him all the way across the formation for a kickout block, and there's the captain, Johnny Sullivan, wide receiver, 44 catches, 795 yards on the year, and 8 touchdowns. Quarterback Will Harrison, 74% completion percentage, 21 tuds on the year.
From their own 42, Tewksbury in the flat, toss it. Christopher the catch. Turns the corner strong, tight ropes the sideline. 20, 15, 10, he is plowed. But a huge productive pickup for the Tewksbury Memorial Redmen, first and goal.
Well, it was number 3, Sean Callahan on the outside. Look at him blocking. And then there goes Ben Christopher right around the corner there. But a good block on the outside by Callahan, number 3. A little bit of a hold, that's fine. Get away with it there. But he was engaged pretty early. Nice shot by Christopher to bend that thing around the corner and then get up the sideline.
Hey, Christopher, 50-yard pickup in the opening minute 15. DeSisto scans the landscape, churning his legs. Pyle is moving him closer to the 2. What a start for Tewksbury offensively.
Yeah, very much so. And Emeka Olu is calling for the ball again here around the goal line. Let's take a look at the road to Gillette for the Tewksbury Redmen, the number 2 seed. I mean, they're giving up 7 points a game pretty much and scoring, what, 38, 39 points a game here in the state tournament.
Pretty good.
Nothing but dominance from Tewksbury.
2nd and 2 from the 2. It is Christopher to finish the job. Touchdown, Tewksbury.
Pretty easy for Tewksbury to be able to get down and put this touchdown on the board against the Scituate defense.
Ben Christopher now up to 17 total touchdowns on the year, his 9th rushing score. The Merrimack Valley Conference Division II Co-Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, Ben Christopher with now 9 rushing touchdowns and 7 receiving on the year. Oh, 2-point play. Here we go.
The sophomore quarterback Harrison barks for the ball, looks left side, floater, Sullivan the catch. 2-point conversion, 8-0 Tewksbury.
Nice route there by Johnny Sullivan, who Christo Brown from Scituate there on the coverage. Pretty good throw here by Will Harrison as well. Man-to-man, no safety, no worry. You're not throwing the slant. You're going to the back corner. Nice route, pitch, and catch right there for the 2-point conversion for Tewksbury.
All of their skill players featured on that first drive. The quarterback Harrison, senior running back Christopher, senior running back DeSisto, and the senior receiver Sullivan to cap it off. And it took just 2 minutes, 6 seconds.
Yeah, get a big chunker like get a big chunker the way Tewksbury did, and there you go. All of a sudden, the long field becomes the short field, and then powering it into the end zone.
Scituate is the reigning champion of Division IV. Last year topped Duxbury 29-12. They avenged the loss to the Dragons in 2023. They've won 2 state titles in the last 4 years. Let's see how they respond. A line drive screamer. Fielded at the 10. And Scituate's Grayson Foley popped out of bounds. Player is down for Tewksbury. That's Sean Callahan who went down. He is back to his feet. Bit shaken up on the play. Scituate's offense this year averages 28 points per game. They allow just 19. Offense this season, 3,600 plus yards of total offense on the year.
And number 6, Grayson Foley, 25 touchdowns coming into this game.
The most points scored in Division IV this season. Scituate Sailors football at their own 18. The quarterback is Johnny Donovan. He flips it over the middle, caught first down. We might see an offensive explosion in this D4 game. Cam Sarosi, the senior receiver, with the snag.
Yeah, we know that Johnny Donovan can spin the bean a little bit. Gets that one out to Sarosi. Great pocket, wide open, easy pitch and catch there out of the slot.
30-yard connection. They fake the flip left side. They go right side with Sarosi. Johnny Donovan stands at 6'3" as the quarterback, nearly 2,000 yards passing, and we put emphasis on the 2,000. We talk a lot about the running games here at Gillette Stadium, and Foley's a big part of why you can throw the ball, because you got to watch out for him.
I mean, over 2,300 yards and the 25 touchdowns. One of the most productive, if not maybe the most productive player in the state this year.
Donovan completes 69% of his throws, 2nd and 8 from midfield. Donovan to throw. He is 2 for 2 and finds the senior once again, Sarosi. Scituate at 10-2 this season. 45-minute ride to Gillette Stadium. Here's their road to Gillette. They won in the semis to top their rival Duxbury. They have met the last 2 years in this game, the state title game. Margin, a 6-point margin win over Walpole, and then a 33-10 win in the round of 16. They played Thanksgiving Day, lost 50-0. They sat their starters and injured players, so the bench got some time. So they've had some time off since Turkey Day.
Yeah, that always is the conundrum for certain teams, and Herb DeMine handled it the way I think I probably would, which would be I'm focused on the state championship. You know, that kind of supersedes the Thanksgiving rivalry.
Herb's in his 18th season.
But it's tough decisions to make, it really is.
Donovan, plenty of time. Whistles it deep. He's got a man. Cerusi! Check it. That is Miller Shea. He catches a long ball from the senior Donovan. And a two-point try away from tying it. We'll see what they do.
Boy, this is Miller Shea does a great job of getting open, but Johnny Donovan puts this thing on a dime. There's a 45-yard. He's on the. That's it's almost a 50-yard throw. Dropped it right in there for Shea to be able to make the catch. There it is. Winds it up. That looks like Sunday right there, brother. Woo. Great pitch and catch from Johnny Donovan.
47-yard strike. Miller Shea, 9th touchdown of the season.
He piped that throw. That thing was on the money.
Tyler Stelgis, sophomore kicker, is on. It's a one-point game in the Division IV state title game.
I think especially for us here at Gillette Stadium when we get into these state championship games, Brendan, when you have the quarterback that can throw like Johnny Donovan, it really stands out. And this isn't to denigrate or knock down anybody else, but you know, some quarterbacks are just going to float the ball in the air and you're kind of hoping it gets there. I think for Scituate, you know, you're calling plays where you're getting guys open out of the slot. That's just a deep post route. Nobody there. Pretty easy throw for Donovan. But, yeah, that thing was, what, 48 in the air, I think it was, and on the money.
You love to see the aerial attack, despite the precipitation. And if these 4 minutes were any indication, we could be in for a shootout.
Yeah, yep, definitely. And, yeah, the, what do we, I don't, is this snow or rain?
We still can't figure it out all these years.
Yeah, I want to say it's just like it's schwitzing outside. That's really what it feels like.
Jack Lightfoot catches the pooch kick.
Go back to my love of Seinfeld, where I learned that. All right, so let's see if Tewksbury can answer here. They did go for two, so they do have a 1-point lead. There's Brian Elward, the Tewksbury head coach, giving the instructions there.
His 29th year with the program overall. He started coaching in 1997, 209 career wins. Co-MVC Division II Coach of the Year shared with Lowell's Scott Boyle. From the 31-yard line, Tewksbury. Sophomore quarterback Harrison finds Sullivan in the flat, puts the head down, and hurries up towards the 40, just shy there at the 37.
Nice job of Scituate not really falling for the formation. You had stacked wide receivers and a running back in motion. They come back to the single wide receiver side, and Scituate not fooled at all. They did not like rotate in the secondary to the heavy side of the formation, leaving some people on the backside to be able to make the play there for 2nd and 3.
Christopher, running back, playing at receiver, put in motion. Sullivan, quarterback keeper, first down to the 45.
Yeah, both these offenses are off to hot starts right now. Will Harrison, only a sophomore. Pretty good poise so far here in this state championship game, making sure to cover up that rock. You know, and watching the watching how many times Randolph put it on the ground, I'm sure there were some coaches re-emphasizing to the kids once they got out there, let's make sure to hold on to the thing.
Triggerman under center, handoff to the senior DeSisto. They load up on him just shy of midfield.
Grayson Foley came up and made the tackle and almost ripped the jersey off. Six in white with the ball. Here's 6 in blue. Let's rip the jersey off. There we go. Find a way to tug him down. Nice job by Grayson Foley. Nicky DeSisto getting the touch there.
It's a gain of 2, 2nd down and 8. Tewksbury from its own 48-yard line. Play action. Harrison, floater, caught. Down to the 26-yard line. They find the tight end, Jake Bird. their senior leaders. He's the heart and soul of this Tewksbury team.
Yeah, a captain. This is a pretty good throw here from Will Harrison. Over the shoulder, dropped it right in there. Nice catch by Burns. Here we go. We'll take a front side look at it. Little half roll to the right, plenty of protection. And that roll sort of holds the safeties from coming over to take that throw away from the tight end.
Burns started playing football in the 2nd grade. He started out as an offensive lineman, linebacker, switched to running back. By 5th grade, the coaches said, "You're playing tight end, the rest is history." 3-year starter and a 2-year starter at defensive end. Makes his impact offensively into Scituate territory from the 28 with 6 to go in the first. An 8-7 lead for Tewksbury running the football. They're into the red zone. Strong gain on first down. Pickup of 8 for the senior Nicky DeSisto. Foley with the tackle.
So take a look at the tight end and how he's lined up here for Tewksbury. You mentioned Jake Burns. I do believe 86 was the tight end to the left side. Look at the split. All right, so actually you got center, left guard, left tackle, and then there's number 6 lined up, and then look at number 7 by alignment. Oh no, this is the that was the pass play.
Harrison floats it, caught Christopher. First down for Tewksbury.
Yeah, on the play before this, the tight end by alignment widening the split a little bit and creating a really good run lane for Tewksbury. So we're starting to see, Brendan, different formations, different personnel into the game. Hey, let's widen out that tight end split to run it to the left side. Tewksbury's kind of rolling right now. Feels like they're able to incorporate everyone offensively.
$16-yard line for Will Harrison. 74% completion on the year. Christopher the run. He spins down at the 19. Check at the 16, back to the line of scrimmage.
Pull both guards on that play. Just really not very many places to be able to go. Nice job there by Scituate's number 44, Jesse Stiles, 5'9", 190-pound senior, making the tackle on that play.
Gain of 2, 14-yard line. 8-7 Tewksbury. Each team scored on its first offensive drive. They put number 7 Sullivan in motion. Harrison from under center. DeSisto. Scituate's coming for him. Wow! He just bench pressed one of the sailors. But it's still 3rd and long.
Yeah, just really nowhere to go for DeSisto there. Nice job by the Scituate defense of stringing that thing out, and then DeSisto tried to put the brakes on and slid a little bit. Watch DeSisto slide right there. I don't know if that's because of the precipitation that's been coming down a little bit. Was it just a quick stop and the air brakes all slid on him? But nowhere to go for DeSisto on that carry.
Tewksbury can get to the 6-yard line for a fresh set of downs.
Yeah, Johnny Sullivan, wide receiver, bottom of the screen.
Harrison. Pressure's coming.
Away.
Off the back foot. Oh, incomplete pass.
Yeah, I think Tewksbury was trying to get it to Sullivan on an over route, but he got grabbed by the corner on the outside pretty quickly. You can see that Harrison, I'm pretty sure, was looking for Sullivan, thinking that he was going to get him. I mean, they almost make a heck of a play here. I know, I'm like watching it being like, throw it away, throw it away. I can't believe he actually got it to the hands of a receiver in that moment.
Tewksbury takes a timeout. 2:57 to go, opening quarter. On 4th and 9.
I give Brian Aylward a lot of credit. As a gentleman with no hair on a cold day like today, that's a bold move.
Aylward in his 29th year coaching Tewksbury.
It's got to be cold.
They elected to go for 2 after scoring their first touchdown. We'll see what confidence they have in their kicking game.
Well, in all honesty, Brendan, as we take a look at the schedules here, Cohasset beats Amesbury. There's a Thursday night. D6 Fairhaven over Norwell. Yesterday, Brendan, we had the call of Shawsheen over Foxborough. We also had King Philip over North Attleboro. We had that one last night. Earlier today here on Championship Saturday, Randolph, in a very impressive performance, beat West Boylston 21-0. And does Tewksbury Memorial have a go-to play here on 4th and 9 to at least reset downs?
Leading receiver Sullivan, bottom of the screen. Harrison looking his way. He'll try to take it himself. Did he have enough for the first down?
That's very close. I think they spotted it at the 7. May have needed to get just inside the 7-yard line. Let's take a look right here from Harrison. Where does he go out? That's a pretty good spot. And I think they determined that, did they switch possession? Yeah, they did.
Turnover on downs, Tewksbury.
Wow, what a massive stop for Scituate. And there was the chance to get the first down. If they could get, if Harrison would have been able to get that down to about the 6-yard line, Brendan, I think they would have converted that. He was a good, I think, yard short when it was all said and done.
Johnny Donovan back in at quarterback to lead Scituate. Dump off collected by Grayson Foley. He's got a tackler in front. Foley uses a block. He's approaching midfield. Foley's got a lane. Can he take it 93 yards? It's a foot race on the near sideline. He's out at the 5. Grayson Foley.
And I think Foley gassed out at the end of this thing. This is a heck of a run. First of all, one of the linemen gets a great block right there, taking out the most immediate defender. And then it was number 10, Tyler Stelius, who tried to escort Grayson Foley to the end zone. There you go. Give it to him. He got you down there. Give him the blow and then give it to him on the goal line.
Huffs and puffs back to his feet.
I mean,
it was an 89-yard run after the catch.
And I think if we did one of those, like, you have the dot on him and you like follow how many exact yards it was probably more than that.
Miller Shea caught Scituate's lone touchdown to this point in the first, under 2 minutes to go.
And Johnny Donovan's pushing 200 yards passing here in the first quarter.
Amazing. Awaits the play call. He's got it. Foley's on his hip. Donovan, play action pass over the middle, touchdown.
Tight end pop pass.
Sam Huggins, the 6'5" sophomore, to make it 13-8 Sailors.
All you're doing is looking to freeze the second level defenders with the play action. Instead, they kind of stepped out of the way and easy tight end touchdown there. Yep, get the eyes going the other way. They move 54 in white to the right side to be able to clear out enough space to make an easy touchdown throw.
Steljas on for the extra point. Splits the upright.
Boy, oh boy.
14-8 Scituate. The Sailors have scored 14 unanswered.
I got to be honest, Brendan, in all of the years that I've done the MIAA state championship games, I can't remember many, if any, first quarters like Johnny Donovan has had. And I know it was a flip to the running back and Foley did the rest for 89 yards, but still, you know, Donovan's got what, probably 150 through the air already. And again, you and I have done a lot of games together. I don't remember a lot of first quarters where quarterbacks are coming out and, you know, getting halfway to 300 in the first quarter.
He's 5 of 6 passing in the first frame. We still have 141 to work with.
Yeah, we do.
And even though Tewksbury did not score on its second offensive drive, they came very close. So both teams are moving the ball successfully. Dominance by the Redmen in their 3 playoff games leading into today. The speedster, as the seas part. Excellent running work by Tewksbury's Dominic Carreri. He's a speedster.
He's a little guy, too. He get lost on kick returns.
My hair's just getting cold from seeing Brian Aylward.
I'll tell you, man, that's bolder than the coach who wears shorts on the sideline, I think.
DeSisto angles up to the 45-yard line of Tewksbury. It's been a two-headed monster, Christopher and DeSisto, for the Redmen in this opening quarter.
I mean, Tewksbury is loaded. Johnny Sullivan, a wide receiver. You mentioned DeSisto, Ben Christopher, Emeka Olu. All of these running backs, all productive on some level. And Nicky DeSisto, double tough, a 3-time state champion wrestler.
You got the tight end as well, Jake Burns, who caught a pass. That's Burns in motion. 2nd and 4 from the 45. Not a whole lot going on there. Scituate Sailors converge. That was Olu with the carry.
Yeah, it looks like number 77, Ryland Suzor, a little slow to get up there, as you could see. He got rolled up on from behind. It's the one thing that as an offensive lineman you can't protect yourself. When you get rolled up from behind, you're just going down. It's timber, baby.
3rd and 3. Final seconds trickle off the clock here in the first. Tewksbury will get a play. Sophomore quarterback Harrison uses his line, stretches. It's first down for Tewksbury in Scituate territory. Down 6.
Clearly wanted to throw it there, but a nice job by Harrison to run and get the first down to end the quarter.
Division 4 state championship game. The reigning champs, Scituate, in front, 14 unanswered. Tewksbury's first appearance in this game since 2018. 1 down, 3 to go here at Gillette Stadium.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
Well, the precipitation looks heavier from our camera crew. 32 degrees at Gillette Stadium. Might just be the angle from this
they're
luxurious press box.
Bruh, they're the one out there doing the yeoman's work, standing around in the cold and the rain and all that. Our great crew that we get to work with every year.
Outstanding job as always. First down run for Tewksbury. Emeka Olu, the senior running back, does his job. And the Redmen down 6 after 14 unanswered by Scituate.
Nice job by Olu finding a way to get to that second level there. And if you're Scituate, you got one stop. Maybe this is bend don't break day for them. And we have a offensive tackle lined up at fullback, 52, Victor Munyana.
Olu on 2nd and 1 secures the first down. Move those chains. Redmond inside the 35. Tewksbury ran the ball 13 times in the first quarter. Scituate ran it just once. 5 of 6 passing for quarterback Johnny Donovan. 174 yards.
Wow, what a first quarter.
Now 89 of those was on a dump off to Grayson Foley, and he had to move the legs, that's for sure.
No doubt, hit him on a screen, but yeah, I don't think they'll ever tweak that stat. They want quarterback numbers to be as big as they can.
If you got Johnny Donovan in fantasy, you're happy.
There you go.
Pitch to Sisto. Stuck in mud.
Well, honestly, so close to breaking it.
Yes.
52, again, in motion once again. You got an offensive lineman kicking somebody out, and then it's one of the interior defenders. Look at 52, nice kick. You know, and there comes Chris McGinnon from the inside to be able to make that play. So drawn up well, good kick out block. Nobody took care of the middle backer.
Tewksbury in search of its first state title since 2013. They defeated Plymouth South. They were in this game in 2018 and lost to Springfield Central. From the gun, sophomore quarterback Harrison. One pump fake. He takes off. Harrison's got a first down. A Mahomesian move by Will Harrison.
Yeah, that was got around the corner and ended up getting the first down. Again, this young sophomore has not looked overmatched or kind of overwhelmed at all. Nice poise in the pocket there, and then getting out and take care of that football a little better. That's what I'd say.
Hope Massachusetts football fans don't mind a Mahomes reference here at Gillette Stadium.
Well, I'm sure Twitter will chirp at you. There'll be someone out there who's picking nits. No, you're right.
From the 23.
Well, the old double handoff coming back the other way.
DeSisto weaving and scoring.
Wow, well blocked on the backside as well. So it looks like it was going to be a sweep to the left. And then I do believe it was the running back who had the ball, handed it off to DeSisto to come back around to the right side and get in. There you go. It was handed off to Ben Christopher, who then turns around and hits the inside handoff to DeSisto. Nice blocks on the outside, and he gets in the end zone for the score. Nice job by Jake Burns, pushing a Scituate defender to the ground.
They won't go for 2 this time, and the extra point is good. Jackson Fuedo. Tewksbury 15, Scituate 14. 23-yard run by Nicky DeSisto.
Been a whale of a game so far.
Oh, yeah.
Scituate thrown it all over the lot. Tewksbury has stayed consistent on offense, punched it in twice. You're right. Tewksbury went for 2. Now they turn around and kick the PAT. So there we go again with the odd numbers and the scoring and when to go for 2, when to not go for 2. I did not dislike at all Tewksbury going for 2. It looked like they had a 2-point play designed for that. So if you think you're going to get the matchup and can hit it, why not grab the extra point? As soon as you hit a 2-point conversion, especially early in a game, and then the scoring is off in terms of the 7s, you know, some coaches and teams, it just freaks them out mentally.
We're back. Squib kick off the face mask, but fielded by Scituate. In 5 total drives, we've had 4 scores. Scituate is 2 for 2 in their opportunities. Well, start at their own 36.
Does this Scituate passing game have more in them with Johnny Donovan?
Mentioned his numbers in the first quarter: 5 of 6, 174 yards. His running back Grayson Foley, north of 2,300 all-purpose yards, entering the state championship game. Empty set. Donovan is looking down the right side. There was double coverage and throws it away. Pressure there by the two-way Emeka Olu, who's run the ball a few times for the Redmen, and he put the pressure on Donovan.
Yeah, I think Scituate was trying to set up there. They motion the running back Grayson Foley out wide, and he just stops and turns and looks to the inside when the ball is snapped. And the inside receiver, I think, was running a go route. So you're trying to get maybe a little bit of coverage confusion there. I know that Johnny Donovan pulled that thing down pretty quickly. He knew the deep route wasn't going to be there. There was a defender in the area around Grayson Foley. That play just got kind of skunked from the beginning.
Just a second incompletion for Donovan. Pocket folds. He steps up. That's a rifle down the middle of the field. It's intercepted. Picked off by Johnny Sullivan. The stud wide receiver does it on defense. Brings it back to midfield for the Redmen. This game is swinging back and forth momentum-wise.
Yeah, that one a little airmailed by Johnny Donovan, and it was Johnny Sullivan with the interception. Receiver was open, just overthrew him a little bit. There you're looking at it right in the living room. Had to change his feet around a little bit. So you can see, watch Donovan right here. Nah, it's out of the screen, but here comes your interception by Sullivan, and he knows what to do with it with the ball in his hands. Gets a pretty good return to get it to midfield.
He essentially ran a route like he was on offense to catch that football.
He really just kind of just a bit of an overthrow is all it took for him to get the interception.
Back to work, Tewksbury offensively. Ben Christopher. Gain of 4. Undefeated Tewksbury, 12-0. 9th Super Bowl appearance in program history. 3-5 in this game, all time.
There you go. There's your coaching hardo contrast. There's the one guy with the shorts on. He's got tats all over his legs. And then we have the head coach, Brian Aylward, who is the rare gentleman sans hair without a cover on his head. That is something.
Embracing the elements.
Well, you know, there's always, I think the coaches know by now that, especially if there's one standing on the sidelines in shorts, they're going to get pointed out.
Harrison dumps it, caught by Olu. Olu zigs and zags. Olu inside the 10.
And I'll tell you what, Brendan, this play starts with Olu doing a great job of turning the defender to the inside. So let's take a look at the replay here. Couldn't really tell right there from that angle. Olu ends up catching it But there was a Scituate defender that Olu was contending with, and you got to turn him to the inside. So watch, look at that, turn 71 to the inside, and then it was right there for Olu to be able to make the catch. And they never really threatened the quarterback, and then Olu just kind of pointing out to the blockers after that to get it down inside the 10-yard line.
42-yard catch and run. On the pitch, DeSisto is inside the 5. They bury him there. Emeka Olu, the leading rusher for Tewksbury. It's a two-headed monster, him and Christopher, both north of 750 yards. Coach Aylward says of Olu, he's the kid that has the ability to make explosive plays. We just saw it a moment ago. This time it was DeSisto to set them up inside the 5.
Yeah, tough little runner, that DeSisto. And boy, this has been an offensive slugfest so far. 52 is lined up. Here it comes in motion once again. Called timeout.
Second charge timeout, Tewksbury.
With 6:42 left in this first half, Tewksbury looks for more. Now, they haven't punched it in just yet, but I am curious, if they do score, do you go for 2 to make it a 2-score game?
Yeah, I guess that's what that early 2-point conversion kind of does for you. I think I just kind of kick it right now. And then ultimately leave the decision to Scituate. I kind of look at it as, if you, I know they went for 2 early, but if you can kick the PAT, considering you're up 1, you punch it in the end zone, keep the momentum going, put the point on the board, don't overthink it too much. But see, you know what? Like I just mentioned, the whole you start to get a 2-point conversion, it's 15-14, and then it's like what you just mentioned. I talked, that's what happens on coaching staffs. It's like, hey, do we go for 2 to try to go up 2 scores? It's like, don't overthink it, man. I don't think you got to go for 2 until you have to go for 2. I'm not one to just go for it willy-nilly.
Olu in the middle of this I formation. DeSisto dots it. Play action. And the quarterback, Harrison, jets into the end zone. Touchdown, Tewksbury.
Yeah, Scituate had the man coverage on the tight end trying to get out there. I think it was Jake Burns, 86, that they were trying to get it to. And it's one-on-one, and there was really no one there to be able to handle the quarterback. So great job by Will Harrison. Turn it up and get into the end zone. Hard play fake with an extra fullback as a lineman to the left, and then there you go. Man coverage on the tight end, no one really there to help contain, run it in the end zone.
Extra point, good. And an 8-point lead for Tewksbury.
Maybe that kick is why you go for 2. There's your hard play fake. Look at 44 in blue run after the ball, or after what he thinks is the ball carrier. And then it's just one-on-one to be able to get into the end zone. The safety, I think it was, trying to come over and to be able to handle the quarterback on the bootleg. But that's good recognition by sophomore quarterback Will Harrison. I think we want to emphasize sophomore in this moment, trying to help Tewksbury win a state championship. Gets that thing in the end zone for his 8th rushing touchdown of the year.
Yeah, he plays it with a ton of confidence, that's for sure. Doesn't look like a sophomore out there.
No. He's played very well. And that's one where, you know, you would think maybe you're trying to force feed it to the tight end. No, kept his poise, saw it was there, got in the end zone. Really good stuff.
And it winds up being a good timeout for Brian Aylward to get his offense on the same page to punch it in. It's our 3rd lead change. Tewksbury took an 8-0 lead. Scituate storms back 14 in a row. And Tewksbury with consecutive touchdowns. Squib kick fielded by number 37, Christo Brown. And he winds up coming back near side to the 40.
Ended up running about 30 yards to get 5, I think, on the return based on where he picked it up. Or he picked it up at like the 30 and then kind of ran around all over the place and did get the ball up to the 40-yard line.
That'll warm you up.
Yeah, no doubt.
The rain seems lighter
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of going in and out, just sort of looking at it near the lights. Like if it's raining now, at least to my eyes in the booth, Brendan, it doesn't look like it. But it's definitely been in and out here in this second quarter.
Still a full arsenal of timeouts for Scituate, but a lot of time left. 6:26 in this half.
No question. And they're not playing badly at all. Defensively, they may not be playing great, but offensively, they're, you know, this looks like this may end up being more of the who gets the ball last and score type game.
So it feels like Grayson Foley roams to the outside. Gain of 9 on first down. They'll mark him 2 yards shy, so a gain of 8.
The star running back getting out on the edge. Little hold there from number 60, Parker Shaw. Kind of got away with it. And then tiptoeing up the sidelines.
Grayson Foley, 11 touchdowns in this state tournament run. Ram it forward for the first. Foley again. Junior running back at 6 feet, 205 pounds.
And the dangerous part of this Scituate offense is that you have a quarterback in Johnny Donovan who, in a spot like this, first down midfield, want to take a shot, you can. Second and short, you know, something like that, you want to take a shot down the field, you have the kind of quarterback who's got the arm to be able to do so.
Huggins, the tight end, in motion. He has a touchdown today. Foley, oh my goodness. They wallop him.
Yeah, just push back. Nowhere to go for Foley. That was a tough 2-yard run. You could see just nowhere for Foley to really go.
And a great tackle by Ethan Martins, second leading tackler for Tewksbury Memorial.
Yeah, Lightfoot was in there too, yeah.
For the entire season, Scituate offensively averages 28.3 points per game. You watch this first half and think, that's it?
Yeah, right.
33 plus in all 3 playoff wins.
Yeah, but a quarterback like Donovan, throw it all over the lot. There are not a lot of teams that come in here with a QB like him. Ooh, dancing around in the pocket a little bit. And then trying to jump up in the air just to get the ball out of the pocket. Trying to get it to Miller Shea, number 17. And look at this. Here's Johnny Donovan. Footwork in the pocket. There we go. Going to turn to the left. Going to turn to the right. Don't know where we're going. All right. Turn back. Throw to the back. Throw to the feet. Just getting in completion.
Reminded me of a play Sunday night from Mariota.
Oh, Mariota. Good call.
You said his name right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a big discussion earlier.
Yeah. Well, you know. All the folks on Twitter say everything right, so, you know, they never get anything wrong.
Especially you.
Oh, my goodness. How come you don't know how to say my uncle, my cousin's weird name?
Another pick! Sullivan! He's running routes on defense. Second pick for the senior receiver. He's also lethal in the secondary, Johnny Sullivan.
Wow. And not a great throw there by Johnny Donovan. I know we'll get another look at it, but thrown at, oh yeah, he's sliding to the left. It's man coverage, tries to get it in there. Just an ill-advised throw there from Johnny Donovan. Couldn't really set his feet. You got to try to lead the receiver to make sure that can't get undercut. But a great play from Johnny Sullivan of Tewksbury, intercepting Johnny Donovan of Scituate.
A lot of Johnny talk in the first half. 4:50 left first half. 22-14. Tewksbury was trailing. What was winning, rather, 8-0, then trailed 14-8. This sophomore quarterback played with confidence. Harrison, deep ball! And picked off by Scituate.
Wow!
Chris DeMayo. Let's see what he's got. DeMayo is wrapped up at the 39. Consecutive throws, interceptions.
And the one from Johnny Donovan was ill-advised. This one from Will Harrison ends up getting tipped by a receiver into the hands of the Scituate defender. Hard play action, little rollout, and it's just one-on-one. and Ben Christopher can't bring it in, and Chris DeMeo does for Scituate, and then brings it back about, what, 10 or 15 on the return, if not maybe even a little more.
Coming into this state championship, #1 Scituate in Division 4. 22 turnovers caused on the season. That's their first today. They'll run the ball.
And that's a fortunate bounce that you'll take every time.
Monster push by Grayson Foley into Tewksbury territory.
Well, you know, if there's one thing that we've seen over the years, Brendan, in these MIAA state title games are some bruising running backs. And the junior, Grayson Foley, is in line with those runners that we have seen over the years.
16-yard scamper. They go back to him, and he is brought down with authority. Olu at defensive end. We've called him out at fullback, at running back. He's been tremendous at defensive end. That's why Brian Aylward loves him.
Yeah, he fights through the block of number 88, Sam Huggins, right there. And Olu beats the block, makes the tackle, and then looks at everybody and like, what, are you all surprised?
Ready for the next play. 2nd down and 14. Donovan fires and completes it. Near sideline to Miller Shea, who's got one of the 2 touchdowns.
This is coming back. I believe we have a hold on Scituate. I believe when Johnny Donovan took that step up in the pocket.
10-yard penalty. We play 2nd down.
Yeah, when you watch Donovan, he kind of took that step in the pocket and then backed up and then threw the ball. I think it ended up extending the play a couple of ticks too long and ultimately leading to the hold. Let's take a look at it here. Yeah, there it was. So what? Yeah, so 50 doesn't know. He's engaged. He doesn't know the quarterback steps up in the pocket, and then the defender goes to react when Donovan tries to back out of the pocket and throw the ball. They're leading to the hold. That's a real tough spot for the offensive lineman, because again, you're playing with your back to the ball and the quarterback. You don't exactly know where he is, but can't be tucking the jersey like that from the front.
2nd down, 24. Scituate from its own 42. Donovan was looking left, fires it in the flat to Foley, yards after the catch. They got just 5 there. 3rd and forever.
Yeah, not much to dial up on 3rd and 24. Short slot screen, just trying to get Foley in space.
But we know this: Donovan has the arm strength to make a play and possibly move the chains.
No question. 3rd and 19 now. He's got the ability to make that throw to get a 1st down. Can they get somebody open? Empty set for Scituate.
He's got 5 receivers. Foley's in motion. Donovan. He's got to make a move, and down he goes. Olu does it again. This guy's a beast.
Yeah, Mecca Olu having a heck of a day defensively. The tackle for loss, and now the sack of Johnny Donovan. Holding it. Got to get rid of it. And then there comes Olu in for the sack. Yeah, I think Donovan knew he needed to get rid of that ball. That's why he started to get a little antsy there in the pocket, and then Olu comes in and finishes the play.
The Merrimack Valley Conference Division II MVP Johnny Sullivan, who has 2 interceptions today, caught the 2-point conversion on Tewksbury's first score of the afternoon, is back to return. And Scituate appears to use a timeout. Their first of the half with 1:12 remaining. Exciting first half of football, though. 36 points, lots of energy, exciting offensive plays, and even some defense. We've called out Olu's name at defensive end.
Yeah, this game's had a little bit of everything. 2-point conversion early. That's why there's an 8-point lead for Tewksbury. So eventually, at some point, Scituate's either going to have to kick a field goal to offset along the way or have to go for two themselves. And a very different second quarter for this Tewksbury crew, where they gave up about 180 yards passing in the first quarter. They very much tightened things up here in the second.
It was 8-0 Tewksbury. Then Scituate storms back with 14 unanswered, followed by 14 unanswered by the Tewksbury Redmen. Touchdown scorers for Tewksbury: Ben Christopher, Nicky DeSisto, and the quarterback Will Harrison. For Scituate, Miller Shea and Samuel Higgins.
Wow, that punt went straight up in the air for Scituate. Wow, they ended up getting a roll to the 48-yard line. So Tewksbury's going to get the ball on their own 48 after what was that, about a 20-yard punt when it was all said and done? Yeah, right around there.
You're thinking more here if you're Tewksbury. You got one timeout.
100%.
Minute left.
You got a timeout. You got a minute. You're near midfield. You can make something happen here potentially.
So many weapons. We've called them all out. The quarterback Harrison, Olu, and Christopher, and DeSisto. A three-headed monster in the backfield. Sullivan and Burns as pass catchers. Harrison evades the pressure, fires on the run, incomplete.
Harrison ends up rolling out to the left, and Johnny Sullivan does a good job of trying to come back to the football, but ultimately the throw from Harrison ended up a little short. I mean, you get that, you're near moving the first down sticks, and you're so close to having a good play to start the drive, and instead you find yourself in 2nd and 10.
He's only thrown 3 interceptions on the year. He tossed his 4th in this first half. Donovan's got 2 picks. But 2 quarterbacks that complete around 70% of their passes. They make good decisions. That's why they're in this game. Harrison, this time it's a run. Harrison turns it up to another level to the 35. That's a first down run for sophomore quarterback Will Harrison.
Yeah, they did a big shift. Every skill player other than the quarterback was lined up to the left side on that play to escort the quarterback Will Harrison to that first down.
It's well put. Escorted.
Well, yeah, look at Olu out there, number 5, right? He's looking for somebody to block. And right before that, there was a big flop of personnel to that other side. I know Olu was trying to work the ref that there was a face mask there at the end. Yeah.
Olu is a ball of energy. He just wants to keep hitting someone, whether it's on defense or offense. 38 seconds, still 1 timeout left for Tewksbury.
Stacked receivers in the slot.
Harrison has it. Rolls to his right. On the run. And Christopher did catch it, but he was out of bounds. It was close. I thought he had a foot in possibly.
Yeah, right now this Tewksbury offensive line, if they could just step up their play a little bit, just a little bit, and give Will Harrison the second to throw and set his feet, the route combinations down the field are getting open for Tewksbury. Multiple receivers were open on that one, but when you're a quarterback and you're forced out of the pocket, you can't set your feet. You know, I think you realize that once the quarterback gets out of the pocket, if you're a wide receiver, try to start to work your way back towards the line of scrimmage. Give him someone to throw to.
Empty set, 5 wide, 3 to the near side for Will Harrison. Christopher in motion in the slot. Harrison has time. Caught. Sullivan flips the ball. What a nifty play by Tewksbury's offense. Christopher then hops out of bounds. Sullivan the catch, Travis Kelce style with the flip. And he got out of bounds.
Yeah, I wondered why Will Harrison wasn't looking at Ben Christopher wide open right over the middle. Here, look at one. He's looking at the ball being thrown down the field. He wasn't even looking for the ball. So if we go back and watch that from the game angle and you watch number one, he's just kind of running that route over the middle of the field and has not got his head turned to the quarterback at all, expecting the ball, giving you the little indicator there that it was the old hook and ladder.
From the 15-yard line, play action, pressure's on the way. Sullivan the grab, down at the 1.
Wow,
Do they burn the timeout?
Great catch by Harrison right there. Or excuse me, great catch by Sullivan. And a dicey throw by Harrison. But a great job by Seven and White. That ball's kind of up there, gets to him, good catch, deals with the contact. And Harrison had 2 Scituate defenders right in his face when he made that throw. Impressive stuff for Tewksbury here. You know, we mentioned they had a minute on the clock and a couple of timeouts. Could they get it done? Well, now the ball's spotted inside the 1-yard line.
No timeouts remaining. Johnny Sullivan, both ends, catching the football has been a treat to watch. He came into today with 11 interceptions this year. He's the Tewksbury all-time interceptions leader with now 21 in his career, and makes a contested grab at the 1-yard line. Tewksbury talks it over as it just called timeout. Brian Aylward and company look to draw something up. Can you run it here, or would you? It's got to go in the air.
No,
unless you score it.
You gotta. You either.
If you run it, you got to be quick back to the line.
Well,
if you don't score,
I think if you run it, you got to know that you're punching it in, right? It might be like quarterback over the top related or quarterback run related.
No surprise, the big fella Olu,
I'll tell you,
is behind the quarterback.
Might throw it here first.
Olu.
Nope.
Oh yeah,
right in the touch, right in there, pretty easy.
Emeka Olu, his 13th rushing touchdown of the season.
Nice block, Johnny Sullivan, number 7 on the outside. You look to the play side, does a good job handling that outside corner. Watch number 7 blocking his guy in the end zone and turning him outside so that Olu can run it up in there. That's a great job by Tewksbury. Boy, what a drive.
And a flag.
Now, Situate's number 4, James Trombley. I don't know if he was planning on screaming in there and trying to get the block from the edge. All right, you asked me earlier about going for 2
from the 1. You're going for it
now here's your opportunity to go for 2, because if you don't get it, it's still regular scoring. You get it, you're now up 30-14. Now, it's still touchdown and 2-point conversion, right? But you're putting a lot of extra pressure on Scituate, knowing that they got to convert 2-point plays.
Empty set for Harrison. They fake it. Now the little lob incomplete.
Oh, they tried to get it to
Olu.
I think it was Olu, yeah. It was almost like a shovel, or was it just a poorly handled, ugly ball? Let's take a look here. There's your play action. Oh, so a lot like that little tight end pass. Kind of the same thing, just a different look with a running back lined up as a wing. And number 44, Jesse Stiles, the senior, ends up knocking that one down. Worth the risk. Again, you're still up 2 touchdowns, traditional scoring, but yeah, going for it there was the way to go. And I think like the real sun has come out. I see like blue sky.
Yeah.
What is this?
What a sight.
Yeah, right?
I'm sure we'll hit on this again at the start of the second half, but just tremendous execution by Tewksbury.
Very much so.
With a minute left, 1 timeout.
There we go. Look at that.
And they punch it in.
Look how beautiful it is here at Gillette.
Got to say, the Crafts did a good job at that lighthouse.
I wonder if those people up there in the lighthouse are like really paying attention.
Maybe we'll call the Super Bowls next year from up there.
I'd do that in a heartbeat. That'd be fun.
It'll be cold, but
You know what? Then get us a tent.
I like my space in here with you.
I don't mind it. It's not you and Pete. It's all the others around this level. Coming up.
Yeah, coming up.
Catholic Memorial is going to take on Bishop Feehan. That is next. And then around 6:15 p.m., depending on timing, it is the Division I state championship game between St. John's Prep and Xaverian. Every time I see Bishop Feehan, I think of my old offensive line coach at URI, Foxborough's Jack Peavy, who won 3 championships, I think in like 4 years at Feehan or something like that.
Lot of twists and turns in that first half of football in the Division IV state championship game. 6 total touchdowns. Scituate will receive the second half kickoff, down 2 scores to Tewksbury. Start of the second half upcoming in the Division 4 state championship game. The defending champs, Scituate, down 14 to Tewksbury Memorial. The Redmen have made a statement through 24 minutes. Here at Gillette, let's take a look at first half highlights. A lot of offense to cover, Andy. 6 touchdowns in total.
Yeah, and let's start with Tewksbury here, getting the ball into the hands of Ben Christopher to then ultimately set up his own touchdown run. And then Scituate turns around and answers back. A 47-yard pass from Johnny Donovan to Shea Miller. And then there goes the big play to Grayson Foley right there, leading to a 5-yard touchdown pass from Donovan to Samuel Huggins. And then here comes Tewksbury back, Nicky DeSisto on a 23-yard run. And then another interception, the second one of the day for Johnny Sullivan of Tewksbury. As the quarterback, Will Harrison, runs that one into the end zone for the score. And then here's the second interception of the day for Johnny Sullivan. The ball just airmailed a little bit, and that set up a very efficient drive for Tewksbury at the end of the quarter. But we had back-to-back interceptions. That one picked off by Chris DeMayo of Scituate. And then we get the ball down to the goal line to hand it off to Emeka Olu for the 1-yard touchdown run right at the end of the second quarter.
Halftime stats are presented by Dean College. Look at that number of total yards for Tewksbury. 293 at the half, and that's just as balanced as you wanted. 150 passing, 143 rushing.
Well, here's the other thing, Glash. I think Scituate had about 175 yards passing in the first quarter, pretty close. And you see there at 177 with only 21 rush yards. It was a really good first quarter for Scituate offensively, but in the second quarter kind of flattened out a little bit. And you can see that half of the field is lit up with some kind of orb from the sky. The sun has popped out here at Gillette.
It shines on the Sailors sideline. They start the second half with the football, down 2 scores. They did take a lead in this game, 14-8, after trailing 8-0. And to your point, Donovan through the air, got it going, was 5 of 6 in the first quarter, and then it was Foley on the ground for much of the second quarter.
And then turnovers.
They put it all together.
Yeah,
right.
That's the thing. I mean, Scituate with the couple of turnovers out of the hands of Johnny Donovan. There's Herb Devine, the coach of Scituate, getting ready to see what his offense can do. They start on their own 40-yard line here as we get things rolling third quarter.
Donovan 6 of 11, now he is 7 of 12. Finds Foley, skipping a hop to the 50.
Yeah, they went back to a version of the play that worked earlier with Foley on the big 80-plus yard catch and run on the screen. Grayson Foley came into today with 25 touchdowns on the year. Throws a little low, does a good job of catching it, get forward momentum and a first down.
Miller, Shea, and Samuel Huggins both touchdown grabs. Passes deflected, knocked down, incomplete. Second down and 10 from the 50 on the way.
Yeah, when Scituate has tried to get the ball down the field and let the routes develop a little bit more, the offensive line has not held up. So that one was going to be a quick throw to the outside. So if you're Tewksbury, get those hands up on defense. If you know the throws are going to quicken up, and you're not going to be able to get to Johnny Donovan, get the hands up and cut down those throwing lanes.
5 wide. Foley in motion. Donovan slingshot engaged. That's a first down. Stelgis with the catch.
Yeah, and those are the kind of, I really think, kind of 10-yard throws that could be open. Donovan delivers it. You had a wide receiver on the outside clearing out. Slot receiver running that little out route underneath. Once the outside wide receiver clears, there should be a lot of those throws, I think, for Johnny Donovan here in the second half.
Foley tucks and runs, brings the Redmen with him. A first down run for Foley. And to your point, both of his interceptions were over the middle in a congested area where Sullivan snagged them.
And moving around in the pocket, maybe not setting his feet right.
Sure.
The quick game may end up being there. And then, of course, you throw in a dash of 6'2", 205 Grayson Foley running the ball, and you get yourself a first down.
Out to the Tewksbury 29. Opening drive of the second half. Scituate looks to make this a one-score game. Foley is hit from behind. They drag him from the feet.
Tripped up by DeSisto right there, I do believe. Number 6 tackling number 6. There goes Foley bouncing it out to the left side. And there you go. There's DeSisto. That's that champion wrestler coming out. Scrappy Doo, man. Those wrestlers, especially these little guys.
3-time state champion, Nicky DeSisto. After a gain of 4, back to Foley. 3rd and short.
Another shotgun handoff once again, and just really not a lot of room for Grayson Foley to be able to operate there.
Scituate looks for its 3rd state title in the last 5 years, their 6th appearance overall, while Tewksbury is back in it for a 9th time. Their first since 2018. Foley inches.
Oh, it's just short. Yeah, he's a good yard short, I think, of the first down there. Slide the tight end over in motion. Make sure you get an extra blocker. And just too many hands coming from the backside of that play.
And a flag, false start.
Wow.
4th and inches becomes 4th and 5.
Absolute killers.
False start, offense, 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
I mean, you talk about the real hidden killers in football. Penalties are one thing, right? But penalties on 4th down that put you in 4th and longer than you were. You know, going backwards 5 yards when you're at 4th and 1. Those are the double demerit penalties. Some things are going to happen, and you kind of know that. But when you have a mental error on a 4th and short, those are the things that just absolutely set you back in football games.
Can Scituate overcome it? Does it come back to bite them? 4th and 6.
I'll tell you, with the way those safeties are creeped up, I think I might try to go to the tight end once again. And I think Herb Devine may have just called a timeout here for Scituate.
Timeout of the second half. Scituate.
Sam Huggins is the tight end Gresh is talking about at 6'5". The sophomore has one of the 2 touchdowns today.
Yeah, you can see when they went to timeout and we went to him on camera there, old Herb was thinking, it's like, all right, what are we running here? And you know what? Critical spot of the game. Come out 3rd quarter, get a drive, get yourself down deep into enemy territory. You end up making the mistake. You're now in 4th and 6. If you're Herb Devine, you gotta rethink. 4th and 1, you probably knew what you were going to do. 4th and 6, maybe you stop and think about it and kind of reinforce some things to the kids, because you convert this 4th down and go down and score a touchdown, you are right in this thing. If you're Tewksbury and you're going to stop, that's a big momentum swing for them, up 2 touchdowns.
Even with 6 touchdowns, highlight reel, tackles, sacks, interceptions, this is the pivotal play of this game. with 8 and change to go in the third. 4th down and 6. They need the 19. Play action. Donovan searching, fires, first down, catch. In a tight window, the Scituate Sailors have first down. Excellent catch on the far side by Cam Cerusi.
All right, so I said get it to the tight end, right? And Tewksbury's thinking the same thing. They bang away on Sam Huggins, 88. Look at the bottom of the screen. See 88 get caught up there? If you can see it from the real wide view, it's open, but the quarterback kind of gets flushed a little bit. He stopped looking at the tight end when the contact was made and threw it to the other side.
Grayson Foley has a hole. And he's tripped up. He may have had a house call.
Yeah.
That's such a huge play. On
and you know what?
6.
If Johnny Donovan could have held his feet and not been pressured and had gone back to look at the tight end after the initial contact.
That's 6.
88's wide open. He's standing in the end zone almost. Here we go. We'll take a look at it here from the last play. Watch the tight end on the right side, right down the middle. See? Held up. Look, if he turns and looks, the tight end's wide open, and he had him for the touchdown.
Huggins knew it, too.
Huggins did, he too. But he also knew, and you know who, as he's making the tackle.
Foley stuffed on this play.
Emeka Olu ends up making the tackle there. He's all fired up. Guess who was the guy who stood up the tight end, 88, on that play? It was Olu. Five's having himself a whale of a game. I don't know where he's at statistically, but he's made about, I think, 5 plays that don't show up on a stat sheet, Brendan, that we have highlighted today.
And that might be what petrified the quarterback. I see that guy for Tewksbury.
As soon as he saw it, and it was the tight end's taken away. Let me turn backside.
On 3rd and 5, Foley! They bottom him up. Once again, they go low to trip him up. Another decision for Herb Devine and Scituate, 4th and 9.
Yeah, how about little DeSisto, number 6 for Tewksbury, getting in here. Well, he is not afraid of contact or sticking his nose in there. That's a really nice job from DeSisto. Again, get down around the feet, right? Wrestlers, they grab, claw, scratch. Shows up in his football game, too.
Sailors have already used a timeout on this drive. Empty 5 wide. Donovan looks to the end zone. He'll flip it and drop it off to Foley. First down. 2 4th down conversions on the drive for the Sailors. They have 1st and goal.
Foley is matched up against number 55, Cam Goodner. And you see just a little bit of extra time. And Foley comes open there against 55 in coverage. Nice job by Johnny Donovan, the quarterback, to just get that out there right as the defender was in his face.
Quarterback keeper, he is dragged and falls down at the 1. The deception there, too, he's looking to those old school Patriots letters, and he just flips it to Foley. This time he took it himself, and it's 2nd and 1. The deception was incredible.
Impressive drive here for Scituate and Brendan, as you mentioned. 2 4th down conversions on this drive. Scituate showing championship medal here.
Donovan, same play this time.
Easy.
He scores.
He ran
it's
over.
Foley, excuse me, he runs it in. The Foley, the running back, took the snap and ran it in.
Yeah, Foley ran over his own guy, 44, Jesse Stiles, in terms of getting in the end zone.
And for Grayson Foley, that's touchdown number 26 on the year.
Nice down block by the tackle. Good kick out there by number 11, Cam Cerusi. Easy touchdown for Grayson Foley.
Stelgis, extra point. Had a hard time putting that ball down to kick it, and it's no good.
Oh, my.
So now they have to go for 2 on their next score.
Now you got to.
Unless, of course, they score immediately. There's still a lot of time left in this game. 4:53, 3rd quarter.
You mentioned the holder getting the ball down and having some issues with that, because that thing did look like it just kind of popped up in the air.
A little wobbly.
Yeah. A bad lob wedge.
Still can't get over that, by the way. No T on that kickoff in our Division 8 championship game.
That's pretty wild. digging into that thing and like popping it up in the air. I've seen very few of those before.
We've got ourselves a one-score game yet again. Brian Aylward is far from satisfied.
I was going to say, neither head coach looks incredibly happy right now. Like, Scituate just scored and Herb DeMond's like pacing the sideline. Brian Aylward, I'm still amazed the guy's out there without a hat on.
Well, in the 3 games that we've called that have gone final, they've finished lopsided, multiple score wins. So it kind of seeps in for the opponent. They're not going to win it. This is a back and forth affair where if you don't win this game, it's heartbreak no matter what, but this one is going to be tough to swallow on the losing side.
Yeah,
it's been that electric of a game.
It's been a good offensive fight between these two teams, no question. The occasional big defensive stop.
Yes.
But really it's more about, offensive functionality here in this one.
You said it in the first quarter. It might come down to who has the ball last.
Very well could. And if you're Tewksbury, can you answer here? Scituate converts 2 4th downs on the drive, ends up punching it in the end zone. Then they turn around and miss the extra point. Tewksbury at the end of the second quarter had a minute drive where they ended up getting it 60 yards and punching it in the end zone with 9 seconds to go.
Sophomore quarterback Will Harrison, first offensive drive for Tewksbury in the second half. DeSisto running with his teammates, gains 4 yards on first down. DeSisto, the leading rusher after the first 24 minutes, 56 yards. Harrison right behind him with 54, the quarterback.
Bring him in motion, pull the backside guard, have Emeka Olu as one of the lead blockers and trying to get as many yards as he can there.
Harrison through the air, 7 of 11, 150 yards. There are DeSisto's running numbers. Olu has 6 carries. They've been very multiple with their running backs. Christopher, 3 carries. DeSisto with a pep in his step. First down, Tewksbury.
Yeah, that's one block away from Nicky DeSisto bouncing this thing. They pull both guards. Watch the backside guard, 54. He turns inside, which is what you're taught to do, but if he blocks number 1, DeSisto might be able to split the crease and get in on that thing. When you are the second of the pulling guards, normally the first guard is kicking someone out on the line of scrimmage, and the second one is turning up into the hole, and you're normally told, look inside, because that's where the help's going to come from. But sometimes you just block the play side guy, you can end up creasing one.
Look at Olu go! Holy cow, what a run by Emeka Olu into Scituate territory.
Yeah, Brendan, Olu will not put up the biggest numbers in this game. But for my money right now, he's the leading candidate at Tewksbury for the Cross Insurance Player of the Game. He's been productive. He's made plays that don't show up on a stat sheet. Look at this tough run right here. Yeah, just run it. You know what? Like, you're not.
Where's Berman?
You're not dragging him down at the shoulders. You got to get around the hips and the legs to bring Olu down.
Earned every one of those 16 yards. Christopher makes the grab. Flag comes soaring in from the near side. And what do we have here?
I thought I saw a hand get around the face mask, but I think it's going to end up being a hold on Johnny Sullivan.
Holding. Offense, 10-yard penalty. And play first down.
So they're all tangled up over. Yeah, that's a pretty big hold right there from Johnny Sullivan. That right hand was in full grab of jersey.
Tewksbury leads it by 8. First and 20 from their own 47. Harrison bobbles the snap. It was a direct snap, in fact, to DeSisto. The running back mishandled it, did recover. Second and long.
I was trying to. Okay, so it looked like DeSisto was going to follow Johnny Donovan to the right, even though there was a lot of motion coming back to the left. So a real misdirection play there, and can't handle the football. Sorry, not Johnny Donovan. It was Will Harrison, number 2, who was back there that might have been leading the way.
The quarterback, who is back in the gun on 2nd and 21. Turns, fires, it's picked off by Scituate. Down the right sideline, Cam Cerusi. Inside the 15, Scituate is in business with a chance to tie this game.
The rare mistake from the young sophomore quarterback of Tewksbury, Will Harrison, step into it. This is about the, what, Brendan, probably 4th interception that we've had in the 4 games that we've called, where it's just too much air under the ball. Floated up there too much.
3rd interception for Cam Cerusi this season. All the momentum on the Sailors side.
Yeah, I know he's open, but you gotta throw that thing more on a line, and that's one that Will Harrison will learn. And Scituate back in business. I know they scored and missed the PAT, but here they are inside the 20.
46-yard return by Cerusi. Foley turns it inside. Foley is in! Touchdown, Sailors.
Brendan, I thought for a second Grayson Foley was kind of taking it too wide. He took it wide at first and then exploded through the seam between the defenders, and they couldn't bring him down. A power run into the end zone for the score. Take a look at number 6 in blue. Wide, wide, wide. Boom! Found the seam, hit it up in there. But he really stretched those defenders out. Take a look at it from this side, right? Stretched the defenders out and then turned it upfield. And there was a nice blindside block in there on Olu, number 5, to wipe him out of the play.
Snap to Donovan, hands it Foley. We are tied in the Division 4 state championship game.
Wow. First quarter went to Scituate. Second quarter went to Tewksbury. Third quarter now has been pretty much all Scituate. What a fight between these two. Good blocks at the line of scrimmage. Really nice job by Sam Huggins, number 88, to turn the defender to where he had no chance of being able to get a hold of Grayson Foley. Foley doing the rest and feeling himself, getting it in the end zone. Go for 2 when you got to go for 2, and we are tied.
That's now twice today, and we're still in the 3rd quarter, that Scituate has scored 14 unanswered. They went down 8-0, scored 14 straight to take the lead at the end of 1. Tewksbury won the 2nd quarter 20-0, and then we get 14 unanswered in 10.5 minutes by the Scituate Sailors, the defending champs of D4. What a football game.
Yeah, right. It's been really fun here for the Division 4 championship.
Scituate has won 2 state titles in the last 4 years. They defeated Tewksbury in 2021. They beat them last year, lost in 2023. And as for Tewksbury, it's their first state title game appearance since 2018, and they're looking for their first title since 2013. They pinned their ears back and stopped Jack Lightfoot on the return inside their own 30-yard line.
And you could hear the Scituate crowd responding, and the kids on their sideline absolutely erupted on that tackle. So you got the crowd back into it now. Scituate starting to feel it a little bit. And here are the 2 games coming up later.
Division 2 reigning champs, Catholic Memorial, take on Bishop Feehan. And then later tonight, these 2 common customers on the big stage in Division 1, St. John's Prep and Xaverian. Olu the carry, and he is wrapped up. I want to thank all of you watching on TV 38, as well as Patriots.com, Patriots YouTube, 18th year Gillette Stadium hosts the MIAA Super Bowls. We didn't discuss this too much yesterday, but it's great that the Crafts open up the building. It's a bye week for the Patriots. It kind of times out nicely. Even when the Patriots haven't had bye weeks, Gillette is the home for these state title games. It's awesome. And maybe I just feel like in a better mood when that sun peeks out a bit, you know?
No, I know. Yeah. I mean, makes you feel like we're on Earth.
Truly. Gain of 3 for Olu.
Yeah, and if you're Tewksbury right here, I think it's kind of important to bare minimum move the change. You got to slow this momentum of Scituate.
Harrison rolling out a rocket to Sullivan.
That'll help. That'll help. First down. Get Sullivan back involved in the game. Good throw there for Will Harrison. Easy pitch and catch.
I would say important for the quarterback to feel good about himself again after the pick.
No, I would agree. And just to kind of, you know, settle the whole situation down, rolling out to the right. Pretty much a two-man route to that side. Figure out which one you're going to throw to. It looked like it's the out to the outside or the corner from the slot. Roll him out to the right a little bit and see how your young QB handles it. He did very well in that one.
Sullivan's 4th grab of the game. He has 2 interceptions defensively. Tewksbury run game with DeSisto. He approached midfield, then pushed back by Scituate.
Yep, made it to the 49-yard line and then got pushed back. And I think that's going to end up being the quarter here.
And we've got a tie ball game as we make the turn for home. 4th quarter is on the way at Gillette Stadium. Can Scituate go back-to-back in Division 4? They score 14 unanswered to begin this half. Or can Tewksbury win its first state title in 12 years? Buckle up. We've got a great 4th quarter coming your way here at Gillette Stadium.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots, and by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
Welcome back to Gillette Stadium. Division 4 state championship game enters quarter number 4. Tied 28-28. Tewksbury is hungry for its first title since 2013. The Redmen with the football in a tie ball game.
Something we don't get very often. 4th quarter tie game.
In a shootout. Harrison, the quarterback, fake the give, and he hustles to the far sideline, a yard shy of the first down.
Overall, this sophomore quarterback, Will Harrison, has played very well today for Tewksbury. It hasn't been perfect by any stretch, but given that he's just a sophomore, great poise from number 2 today.
He wishes he had that throw back, but he rolled out at the end of the third, hit Sullivan in the chest, and he is playing with a ton of confidence. There's poise. Can he pick up this 3rd and 2? And for Scituate, outscored Tewksbury 14-0 in that 3rd quarter. On their first scoring drive of the 3rd, they needed 2 4th down pickups. Olu, stutter step, he is off. How can you not love this kid? Emeka Olu moved the chains for Tewksbury.
The center, Rylan Suzor, number 77, among the linemen who get some pretty good blocks in there to allow Olu to do what he needs to do. Look at that seal by 77 right on the nose. Olu runs right off his keister, right up there.
Oh, he timed it beautifully.
Yeah, it's great. Great timing, great play. Nice block.
20-yard run, Tewksbury first down at the Scituate 22. Harrison from under center. And they run the ball for a gain of 1 or 2 with Nicky DeSisto, the 3-time state champion wrestler. You hinted at this. I'll give it to you, Gresh. First quarter, it might be a game whoever has the ball last.
And it could be. DeSisto is still down. Feels like a pickle juice situation. There we go. Another cramp. Stretch it out.
Which, by the way, we solved the riddle early this morning. It was Needham that was responsible for the pickle juice, not King Philip. They were wrongly accused.
Yeah, in fact, we got a, hang on here, because we always get tweets during these games.
Good and bad, which is fine.
Yeah,
Thanks for watching.
Adam Bennett, ATC, at KP Warriors AT. Brendan and Gresh, I'm glad you two forgot whose pickle juice it was last year. I've been getting a hard time from colleagues all week, but it was Needham that left the jar, and my athletes thought it was a good idea to drink from it. There we go.
Straight from the source.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for listening.
Gain of 2 for DeSisto. It's an empty set here for the quarterback, Harrison. Rolling, running for his life. Throws off the back foot. That was dangerous.
That was very dangerous. Absolutely. Yeah, that was Will Harrison got away with one right there. All that ball's got to do is be tipped up into the air for it to turn into an even bigger nightmare.
He was looking for Sullivan. Threw it behind his receiver.
Yeah, I understood what he was trying to do, but there were also a lot of blue shirts there.
Now on 3rd and 8, they're at the 20. We don't know the trust of the kicking game. Maybe you're looking at 2 plays here to pick up 8 yards.
I kind of think so. This feels like 2-down territory if it gets there for Tewksbury.
Olu right behind the quarterback, Harrison. Just a sophomore on the big stage. Play action. He chucks the rock to the end zone. Flags come in. It is ruled a touchdown. Sullivan.
I believe this is going to be against Scituate. Number 11, Cam Cerruti, was on the coverage. We'll see the call we get. I think it's going to be a touchdown.
Holding. Defense. Penalty refused. He's not going to play. Touchdown.
There we go. So it's either going to be a PI or a defensive hold, and a little hands across America there. Let's take a look at number 7, Johnny Sullivan. Gets banged at the line of scrimmage. Free release. He's grabbing. He's grabbing. I didn't see a defensive hold there. Maybe it was on someone else, but I thought they were looking right at that play, given where the official dropped the flag. But nevertheless, it is a touchdown.
Jackson for Odo with the extra point.
One more look at it. Yeah, I'm assuming that I'm going to assume that the official saw 11 reaching as he was running with the receiver, and ultimately that's what drew the flag, but it was all for naught anyway. It's a touchdown for Johnny Sullivan. Another one this year. He came into today, 44 catches, 800 yards, and 7 touchdowns on the year, and Johnny Sullivan is not disappointed today.
And he's got 2 interceptions on defense. Tied 28-28. They get the score to go up 7. 3 lead changes in this football game today.
Right after I say that Emeka Olu might be the leader for the cross insurance player of the game, Johnny Sullivan says, not so fast there, chumps.
Regained by Sarusi. Tangled up at the 25. It's cliche, but this has been a team effort both ways. That's the whole idea, right? You get to this stage and you want it to be hard to figure out who the player of the game is. That's when you know it's a great football game.
Very much so. And you know, the great, you mentioned it's both sides you got candidates from, but you know, in moments like these, I think of like Hank Stram, where he says, to win it all, you got to have it all. And right now, Tewksbury needs a defensive stop from that side of their particular football team to be able to salt this thing away. And there's Brian Elward, the head coach of Tewksbury. They're looking for their first championship since 2013. And they got to lean on their defense here to try to stop this Scituate group.
Keep an eye on Olu on the edge, number 5. He is in search of trying to make the tackle, but he won't catch Grayson Foley. Wow. Out to the 45. First down pickup right away for Scituate.
Foley was maybe one defender away from potentially having another 75-plus yard play on the resume for him today. Almost got through there. You see Olu behind him, number 5, throwing the hands up in the air. Grayson Foley has been fantastic today for Scituate.
Ran in their last score on the direct snap up the middle as the Sailors near Patriot. 9 minutes to go in regulation. Still 2 timeouts for the Scituate Sailors. Tewksbury has all 3. We've got a long way to go in this one.
We do. We really do. 35-28, 8:50 and rolling in the 4th quarter. You're right. And let's remember, Tewksbury had the ball with a minute to go. The end of the 2nd quarter, drove down and punched it in the end zone with 9 seconds left. So
1 timeout.
That's right. They don't need these teams don't need a ton of time to be able to score.
Turnovers, assisted field position for Tewksbury as well. Sullivan, number 7, with a pair of picks. He's 7 in the white and red. The senior quarterback for Scituate, Johnny Donovan. He's got the snap, play action. Donovan takes a chance over the middle. Intended for Stelgis.
Just missed Stelgis there, who had a step on the defender. I think Tewksbury's done a pretty good job of making sure that the tight end can't get over the middle for some easy throws. The tight end to the right side, 88, was in the block, but a really good job there by Stelgis to get a step on Ben Christopher right there. Unfortunately, Johnny Donovan couldn't drop it in the bucket.
Will Herb Devine consider a run with Foley? Potential 2-down territory, 3rd and 8 at midfield. A 4-receiver set. Now Foley joins the left side. Empty for Donovan, the quarterback. Steps into it with authority. Catch, first down. Stelgis has it into Tewksbury territory. Here come the Sailors.
Man coverage, no safeties back. The slot receiver runs the out route underneath. The wide receiver on the outside clears out. They run this before. Open underneath, easy pitch and catch there for Johnny Donovan.
To the Redmond 47. 5 wide again. Donovan, a spear that was kicked off the leg.
Wow. I think it was intended for Selgis again. He just runs a spot route, right? He finds a spot, stops, it goes through his hands, and yeah, it was Miller Shea who ended up, of all things, kicking that thing out of the air. And you saw 10 Selgis turn around and look at Johnny Donovan and be like, yo, that was on me. I should have grabbed that one. Here's where I think, Brendan, if you're going to do anything with Foley, well, they actually put him out into the slot. I'm going to say he was in the backfield. Maybe this is where you get it to him. There you go.
Donovan handed it off to Foley, and he probes for a pickup of 5.
Yep, there you go. That's a perfect way to use him. Nice job of putting him in motion in slot to be able to get a head of steam and then turn that thing upfield and get you into a 3rd and manageable for Scituate. 7:22 and rolling to go here in the 4th quarter.
On the first scoring drive of the second half, Scituate needed 2 4th down conversions. They're down 7, 3rd and 5. Donovan, incomplete. He got pumped. That was number 11, Cam Sarusi, who took the contact. Fourth down and 5. Can the Sailors do it again on 4th down?
Interesting. So the Sailors have pulled the tight end off the field in this situation.
Crowd is loud for Tewksbury. Donovan on the move. Complete. First down and more. Sarusi is in the red zone.
Wow. What a throw by Donovan. And an even better catch by Sarusi. We're going to roll this pocket to the right. Well, 98 protection. And then throws it right up there, and Sarusi plucks it, turns, and gets as many yards as he can. There it is, looking for through the QB's eyes. Not a lot of pressure. Put it up nice and high where Sarusi could go up and get that thing.
On 4th and 5, 18-yard connection. Inside run. Foley. That'll hurt.
Oh,
don't rub it.
Number 52. Shea Tinkman, one of the captains. Foley ran right up his rear end and just smacked him in the back. This is a hard hit for a lineman to deal with. Boom, there he goes. They all got wiped out. Number 6 ends up hitting 52 in the back. Not fun.
A rope over the middle. Sarusi looks end zone. He's there. 19-yard completion for a touchdown. An extra point away for Scituate to tie this Division IV state championship.
Yeah, Sarusi is just running around over the middle. And the defenders really don't stay with him. So that's just a slant route.
Touchdown pass for Johnny Donovan. His 3rd different target in the end zone. They're going to go for 2.
Wow.
With a chance to take the lead. Foley takes the direct snap. Foley angles. He's rolled in. 2-point conversion. Scituate the lead.
Well, that's Herb Devine knowing his football team and knowing that Grayson Foley's going to get in the end zone. You take the quarterback out, you get the extra blocker. Oh, that's in. That's a great effort by Foley to stretch, get into the end zone. Oh, fantastic job by 6 for Scituate. 4-6, or for 2. Feels like 6, up 36-35.
What a call.
Wow. I mean, that's big chutzpah right there from Herb Devine, I can tell you that. That is massive.
Thought for a second maybe one of the knees was down, but he did the old Superman.
Well, and you know what he did was offhand to be able to post himself up and reach while keeping the knees off the ground. That's true, knees and elbow off the ground. It's a good point from the truck.
And a 1-point lead for Scituate, our 4th lead change of this Division IV state title game.
What a game this has been.
Tewksbury on the return. Out to the 27-yard line.
Little Tom Career, look at him running off the field. I mean, but I'll tell you what though, that's the kind of little nugget that you want returning kicks to get lost along the way.
Can stay hidden.
No question.
5:48 left. 3 timeouts for Tewksbury. Gresh mentioned it a moment ago. We saw them score at the end of the first half with a minute left and 1 timeout from midfield. Sophomore quarterback Will Harrison in the gun. Play action. He wants to chuck it on first down. He hits Burns, the tight end. Just a minimal gain of 2. For Jake Burns, just his 2nd grab of the contest.
Nowhere for Harrison to really go for the ball. Johnny Sullivan would have had to have stopped his route and then come back to be a viable receiver instead of dumping it off to the tight end there. But we've seen Tewksbury have pretty good success with rolling the quarterback to the right. Now we got an O-lineman lined up at fullback again.
Olu dots the I. It is Olu. Barrels forward. 3rd down and 6.
Victor Muyanja, 52, the fullback. Boom! Squares up a linebacker, turns him to the inside. Olu can run right off his rear end. Pretty efficient stuff there for Tewksbury.
And Foley, who scored the touchdown and scored the 2-pointer, I should say. He scored the 2-pointer to take the lead. He made the finishing tackle on Olu. 3rd and 4. Tewksbury down 1 with under 5 to go. Harrison chucks it, caught. Ben Christopher, 1st down. Pushed out of bounds by Scituate's Christo Brown.
Scituate playing off coverage. Will Harrison recognizes it. Gets the ball to Ben Christopher on the outside. Take a look at it right here. Knew where he was going with that ball. That thing came out real quick.
Plenty of time for the Redmen. Once again, the running back hands to another, and it's Christopher who rumbles near midfield.
Yeah, they ran that play earlier in the game, going the other direction, and they did it around the goal line.
Yes.
This time they try to come back, run it the other way from the boundary to the field, and Scituate had plenty of defenders there to be able to handle it. Although a 6-yard gain on 1st down, nothing to sneeze at.
Productive, for sure.
Stay in these 2nd and 4, 3rd and 3s.
Uyanja lined up as the fullback. They run it with Olu. Reads the formation well and just takes a journey with the tacklers in front. 1st down, Tewksbury.
So here's the real conundrum for Scituate as we see the replay. Boy, Olu had a lot of space to be able to operate there. 3:26 to go. If you are Herb Devine, the Scituate head coach, are you taking some chances on defense? Because the clock is ticking with 3:16. The way this is going, you're gonna have to try to make something happen here. So defensively, do you get after it? Blitz, sell out, that kind of stuff.
Olu on the pitch.
I mean,
Bowling ball.
right now Tewksbury's moving it, and Olu has been fantastic today.
To take your point to another level, when do you consider banging some timeouts?
Well, there would be the thought of trying to save them offensively, because let's say,
Yep, I hear you.
let's say you get the ball back with 50 seconds to go, let's say, and you got 2 timeouts if you end up giving it up. But I'm wondering if to try to cut this off, because I think Tewksbury's pretty comfortable letting this clock just kind of wind down here. I think if you're Scituate, you know, they played him pretty straight up. At what point do you start shooting gaps and bringing pressure?
Olu through the middle, the spin move. And the spin cycle engaged for a first down run. He is short by a half yard.
Boy, Olu has been fantastic today.
I'll add also to Scituate, you've got Johnny Rockets Donovan as your quarterback.
No, that's true. There's your cross-insurance player of the game for Scituate, Grayson Foley. 19 carries, 69 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he may not be done yet.
Olu churns his legs. That's a first down run. 1:49 remaining. Tewksbury takes timeout.
First timeout, Tewksbury.
We saw superb clock management by Brian Aylward at the end of the first half. Took a timeout at the 1 yard line, and they punched the ball in, as you said, with 9 seconds to go. And here's another clock management situation. Our cross-insurance player of the game on the Tewksbury side is wide receiver, defensive back, Johnny Sullivan. The 2 picks, so he's up to 21 in his high school career. That is the program's all-time record for career interceptions, and he's got 13 for the year. And oh yeah, he's been pretty good at receiver.
Yeah, and I never do the whole honorable mention or anything like that, but Emeka Olu made this pretty hard. If Sullivan didn't have those 2 interceptions, Olu might have been our player of the game. The guy's been fantastic. He's been full of energy. He's run the ball hard. He's made some plays on defense that won't show up on the stat sheet. Number 5's had himself a whale of a day along with Johnny Sullivan.
We must bear in mind, Scituate is still winning this football game.
Correct.
Up 1. No guarantees. Will Harrison, the sophomore, from under center, pitches the football. Christopher turns upfield, uses a block. He's in! Touchdown, Redmond!
Ben Christopher gets it in the end zone, but we just got done talking about Emeka Olu. He gets the key block on this play. Watch number 5. Boom, right there. Able to cut up underneath the block of Olu, where Ben Christopher is able to get it into the end zone. Watch 5. Kick out, guy on the ground. There goes number 1 into the end zone.
Now up by 5.
Go for 2.
They will go for 2.
Yep.
These obscure numbers.
Well, it's dicey because you miss this. Scituate comes back. All they got to do is get in the end zone for the win.
Harrison to throw. And it's picked off in the end zone by Foley.
Harrison was never really able to get any mustard on that ball. Let's take a look at the replay and see what goes on here in the pocket. Yeah, they just shoot the backside corner. And I believe it's number 4, James Trombley, who hits Harrison as he's trying to release that ball. So that is the danger of going for 2. You go for 2, you get it, you're up 7. Now you're down 5. And if you're Scituate, 142 and 2 timeouts, and all you got to do is get pay dirt. You don't have to worry about that PAT, really.
Hope those of you watching took the over. 77 total points in this Division 4 state title game. Wow. And you've got 142, as you said. 2 timeouts for the Sailors, and a potent passing game led by Johnny Donovan. And Foley, who can make the big play. Scituate is the defending champion of Division 4. Tewksbury in search of its first state title in 12 years. Line drive kick that out of bounds.
Yeah, that's the danger of the old putting it on the ground in the sidewinder, is that thing could end up going out of bounds on it.
Free kick out of bounds on the kicking team. The ball be placed at the 35-yard line. First down, Scituate.
So they got to go 65 yards in 1:42. Coming up next here at Gillette Stadium, the Division II state championship game. Catholic Memorial against Bishop Feehan, but there is unfinished business in the Division 4 title game. Johnny Donovan in the gun. Give to Foley. Makes his read. Foley is met. What a hit by Ethan Martins.
Yeah, that was
Ben Christopher's
Ben Christopher coming up and getting it done against Grayson Foley. No shock that Emeka Olu is in the area.
Was a gain of 2 for Foley. Clock winding, 1:10. Donovan looks to the right side, flicks the wrist. Oh my gosh, what a grab! A one-handed snag by Tyler Stelgis.
You've got to be kidding me. Where is the replay on that? That's like some hamburger helper giant glove stuff.
Donovan throws again, out of reach. That was a 27-yard strike. Stelgis once again the target. We got to see this again.
Yeah, here is the play before. Stelgis on this one-handed catch. Wow, what a play, what a catch. Man, that is big time. That is a big time play right there. Oh, just pulled that thing in. I don't know if we're going to see a better catch this weekend than what Tyler Stelgis just rolled out.
4 wide, Donovan a spear. Stelgis this time he reels it in on second down. Clock continues to move. Still 2 timeouts for Scituate, and the Sailors bang one right now.
And I think Tyler Stelgis is, Stelgis is still like recovering from the not only the heck of a catch and the hard fall at that, but then the very next play, it looked like he was kind of shaking up, laying on the ground a little bit. But there's Stelgis right there. And there's Herb Devine talking to his Scituate team, who is on the move.
Well, to your point, 3 consecutive targets to Stelgis. A one-handed grab, incomplete on first down, and in that play, he gained 4 on that grab. 3rd and 6. They're at the 29.
I know that Tewksbury took away the tight end a couple different times from Scituate, but I wonder if this might be a time to go back. And they've kept really 3 wide receivers and Grayson Foley on the field, so it's looked like 4 or 5 wide. But no tight end on the field. 5 wide, empty set.
Grayson Foley put in motion by Donovan. He's got it from the 29 on 3rd and 6. He loads up and heaves it to the end zone. Flag! 2 flags. The ball was intended for Miller Shea.
Shea was open. Johnny Donovan was a touch late with that throw.
Defense, half the distance to the goal. First down.
There we go. Watch 17. If it's thrown right there, it's a touchdown. Ball's late, he's waiting for it. There's your pass interference. So the pass interference was really because of the underthrown ball. If that ball is out a second earlier, Scituate is celebrating.
Sailors down 5. 6 gives them the lead. Looking to repeat as Division IV state champs from the 15. Foley lined up next to senior quarterback Johnny Donovan. It's Foley running the football. He is stuffed. They've got one timeout left.
Third and final timeout, Scituate.
And they use it now. What do you make of that call?
I don't hate it. I really don't. I almost ended up staying. I think this is the time to, you know, try to slide Foley through with a run, get him a little bit of a head of steam. You had the timeout. Field goal isn't an option here, so, you know, your running backs had a heck of a game, and you had the timeout to be able to run that. I don't hate it at all. Foley's been great today. I feel like in watching this drive, I wonder if Herb Devine and crew have a play where a slot receiver can get open, whether it's a slot corner or something like that. I feel like these Scituate wide receivers who've been lined up on the inside, meaning the slot guys, have been the ones who have been able to get open and find a way to get the football to.
No timeouts remaining for Scituate. Tewksbury has 2. The Redmen in search of their first title in 12 years. They've got to make 3 more plays. Scituate looks to repeat. Empty for Johnny Donovan. He's got it. Looking to the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown, Miller Shea. Scituate leads in the Division IV state championship game.
Guess where Miller Shea was lined up? In the slot. Let's take a look at this. There's what it looks like for Johnny Donovan at field level. Now we'll take a look at the pattern develop. They had 2 guys in the slot. Number 6 ends up kind of running a drag. 17 works his way into the end zone with a wide receiver to the outside. And there you go for Scituate. Now you go for 2.
Go for 2 to make it a 4-point game.
This might be Grayson Foley time.
You're correct. Direct snap. Foley looking. Back up forward. No good.
Just short. But boy, he made that a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, Brendan. I thought Foley was dead to rights. There were 3 Tewksbury defenders there on the outside to try to handle him and almost got it near the goal line. Here's your 2-point play. Look at all of those defenders around. And Foley just, I mean, what are we looking at? A half-yard short. There, him getting in the end zone for that two-point conversion.
And he got the 2 earlier in the 4th quarter to give Scituate the lead, 36-35.
Yeah, that was a big blood and guts run by Foley earlier to get that 2-point conversion.
Don't count the Redmen out just yet. 16 seconds, 2 timeouts. This kickoff is imperative.
I was going to say, as we have learned over the years, these kickoffs can be their own adventure. And with 16 seconds to go, if you're Herb Devine, you don't want to go on Mr. Toad's Magic Ride. You don't want an adventure right now. You want that ball kicked as deep as you can, and make sure you don't give up the big return.
And you've complimented the short speedster Dom Carreri.
Oh yeah, he's a little one that can get lost.
Top left of your screen.
There you go. Pound that thing in the end zone.
No chance for a return.
Boy, Scituate's got to love that. And by the way, that's something that we will rarely see here at Gillette Stadium on championship weekend, is somebody kicking a kickoff where it gets in the end zone. We had one team laying the ball on the turf yesterday and kicking it off. So, you know, I
think that was today, this morning.
Well, was it this morning?
We're at that point. We're at that point in the weekend. at the same time, if you're Tewksbury, you get to keep all 16 seconds.
No question. And, you know, they do have 2 timeouts to work with.
And the clock on a first down, they have to move the chains and then resume the clock. Let's
so
see what they
here
got.
we go. Yeah, trickeration. You got, who is that lined up back there?
It's Ben Christopher. Harrison fires, incomplete.
I felt
5
like
seconds trickle off the clock.
I felt like they were going to try to set up some kind of lateral situation where throw the ball out there and then Ben Christopher starts booking it and you kind of toss it to him from behind.
They did pull off earlier in the game.
They did.
Sullivan made the catch and then flipped it to Ben Christopher.
Yeah, this is where you're going to your magic plays. And if you're Scituate, you know, they used to talk about Mark Kelso from Buffalo playing like 40 yards off the line of scrimmage. I think if I'm Herb Devine, I might take one guy and put him back around Pat the Patriot at the 50.
They're down 1. You need a field goal. Harrison rolls out to his right. Clock moves. Caught. And out of bounds with 5 seconds to go at the 40, Johnny Sullivan. Okay now. 60 yards away from the end zone.
Well, here's the thing with 5 seconds to go. I don't think, having seen Will Harrison play today, I don't know if he could get that thing into the end zone for a Hail Mary. So I think if you're Tewksbury, maybe you're on a different kind of special play than just like loading up with a rocket or a laser and sending 3 wide receivers down the field and chucking it as far as you can. But maybe that's what Tewksbury's going to do.
Could they pick up 10 and bang a quick timeout?
Maybe. Tough to do with 5 seconds.
Harrison 5 wide, looks left, roaming. Harrison, he's got to heave it. Incomplete, it's over. The Scituate Sailors defend the seas. They are Division 4 state champions once again.
What a battle. What a battle between these 2 teams. Holy smokes. And you know what? It almost came down to who had it last wins. Almost. Well, game of the weekend so far.
No doubt.
That was a lot of fun. Congratulations to Herb Devine and Scituate. But congratulations also go out to Tewksbury. Man, that was a battle all the way to the end.
Pure class by Scituate to head over and shake some of the hands prior to the handshake line. Scituate wins its 4th state championship in their 3rd in the last 5 years. 11-2 finish. Tewksbury's unbeaten season is no more. They fall to 12-1. Thanks for watching the Division 4 state championship game here at Gillette Stadium. Coming up next, Catholic Memorial looks to defend the Division 2 crown. They take on Bishop Feehan. For Pete Connell, our statistician, Andy Gresh, Brendan Glasheen, and our entire crew, we'll see you again soon for Division 2 state championship football at Gillette Stadium.
I'm Robert Kraft. Welcome to Gillette Stadium, where for the 18th year we're proud to host today's Super Bowl games. I want to congratulate the competitors in the Division II MIAA football championship game between Catholic Memorial and Bishop Feehan. Good luck to both teams. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy this special day.
What's up, Bishop Feehan? This is Kobe Minor, DB Patriots. Just want to wish you guys good luck.
What's up, Catholic Memorial's Kyle Williams here, receiver New England Patriots. Just want to give you guys a shout out and wish you guys good luck for this upcoming state championship game.
Welcome to Gillette Stadium for the Division II MIAA State Championship. The Bishop Feehan Shamrocks in their 11th ever Super Bowl. Their first state title game since 2012. They take on the reigning champs, a powerhouse in D2, #1 seed, the Catholic Memorial Knights. Brendan Glasheen with Andy Gresh. It's great to have you joining us. Our third state championship football game of the day. And we will lead off with the Catholic Memorial Knights, their 9th Super Bowl appearance, the school's 4th in 5 years. John DiBiaso just keeps finding a way there, Gresh, in West Roxbury to churn out the talent, and they're back in the big game.
Yeah, very much so, and it looks like just kind of taking an eyeball on the roster, there is no question. It looks like they are loaded, they've got size, and they've got athletes.
We'll see their junior quarterback, Heis Flannery. He's one of the captains. Does an outstanding job. Pardon me, the senior Flannery this year. He was a junior last year in this game. Second-year starting quarterback at CM. He transferred in from Boston College High School. And keep an eye out for the big offensive lineman at 6'8", 300 pounds. Marcelino Antunes, who is heading to Boston College. As for Bishop Feehan, led by Brian Pinnabell, his 33rd season, 17th year as the head coach, in Massachusetts, his 7th at Bishop Feehan, 27 seniors hungry for this stage.
You see the crowd starting to filter in. It's like the Bishop Feehan side is well represented there. It's a pretty good student turnout, it looks like.
And we still have a blue sky, some stratus clouds.
Oh, look at those, look at the green laces on that football. That's kind of awesome.
And away we go. Bishop Feehan to receive the opening kickoff of the D2 state championship game. The Knights come together to put the Shamrocks down. That was Andrew Orfanos, who you will see a ton at running back. Braden Goodwin is a receiver, the senior who plays at receiver and safety. He's the heart and soul of Bishop Feehan this year. 13 grabs for a couple of touchdowns. He gets it done defensively. 8 tackles for loss on the year. And we are set. Ball at the 23 for Bishop Feehan. Owen Mortis is the quarterback. Inside give to the running back Orfanos, and he is spun down at the 26. The road to Gillette for Bishop Feehan. A bye in the round of 16. They topped #10 Chelmsford by 20+ in the round of 8, and they just squeaked by Bridgewater Raynham 31-27 in the semifinals.
Putting up some points in the state tournament is Feehan. Over 30 in both games.
Averaging 30 points per game. Defense allows 18. They picked up 3 on first down. They run the ball once again. Creates a 3rd and short. Once again, it is senior running back Andrew Orfanos. 6 yards a carry on the year. 521 total. He has 2 100-yard rushing games. Mentioned his name a moment ago, Brian Pinnabell, the head coach. He's got 9 Feehan alumni on the staff, 7 coaches in his building throughout the year. He said about this game, if we can limit Catholic Memorial to 6 possessions in this game, we've got a chance. 6.
Offensive coordinator, special teams coordinator, and defensive coordinator, all alums of Feehan.
Orfanos to the outside, Feehan sideline. Closest to us, the crowd on the far side. Applause. First down for the Shamrocks.
Let's take a peek at this Orfanos run. Nice job there by Braden Goodwin trying to kick some people out of the way for Orfanos to be able to turn that thing upfield. But a chain-moving start for Bishop Feehan.
They have played up the underdog mentality this week. One day they talked about the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team. They talked about the 01 Patriots. That's the test in Catholic Memorial. They are feeding 27 out of the gate. Orfanos for a positive gain on first down.
Yeah, and I think for Bishop Feehan, as you mentioned, a lot of people are leaning to the Catholic Memorial side of this game, but you come out, you establish the run and some physicality, and announce to Catholic Memorial that you're here if you're Feehan, and they've started to do that here in this drive.
Gain of 5 for Orfanos. Second down from their own 42. Keep giving it to him. Why don't you? Third and short.
Yeah, Orfanos did a really nice job of kind of like creeping up to the hole and then sort of working his way through. Let's see. Didn't hit it up in there, right? Kind of get some push, get some push.
And he's awarded the first down.
Yeah, he didn't tiptoe it up in there by any stretch of the imagination, but didn't need to be the most explosive run when your offensive lineman's moving people.
If I'm not mistaken, last year CM played King Philip in the D2 title game, and the Warriors got out to an early lead, which tested the Knights. From their own 47, the Shamrocks running the football once more. Big heavies up front for the Knights. Converge, and it's another handoff to Orfanos.
Yeah, they have not run the ball towards the side of left tackle Kane Mankins. You may have heard that last name before. Number 70. I guess they did. That was more of a middle run than anything else, but I've been watching number 70, 6'5", 250, and he's got that aggressiveness. I just wonder when they start running it to his side a little bit, because 70 can move some people.
The son of former Patriot Logan Mankins out of the gun. Orfanos to run the football. He is stuffed. Our first third and long on the Bishop Feehan side. Quarterback heads to the sideline to get the call. Speaks with Steve Germain, offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach. Class of 2011 at Bishop Feehan.
There you go.
Some life from the CM fan base on the left side. 3rd and 9 from the 48. Mortis to throw. He steps up and scampers. Spins. Down he goes at the 50. Look at that madman in the middle of the defense. David Ramsdell at 6 feet, 260 pounds.
Well, had a throw down the right side, but the defender flashed to the quarterback in the pocket, so tucks it down and runs. It was Mac Fitzgerald, a 6'5", 275-pound tight end D-end who ended up flashing in front of Owen Mortis. If he had some time in the pocket, the safety had run over to the 3 wide receiver side, so the wide receiver up the sideline might have been open.
Orfanos is also the punter for Bishop Feehan. A good kick. Flutters inside the 10. Field position. That was another note from the head coach. You've got to be able to flip field position. The kick coverage team is going to be very vital in this game.
Yeah, that's it's always vitally important. I think it's among the things that just average fans and folks don't talk about enough is managing field position. And here is the Catholic Memorial quarterback, Kais Flannery. 1702 through the air, almost 900 on the ground.
In the semifinals against Winchester, 3 rushing scores. And Bishop Feehan gets to the quarterback out of the chute. John DiBiaso is the head coach in his 43rd season overall. Here's the road.
Give up a point, will you?
Whole lot of points. I'll do math on the air. You did it last night. That's 96-0 in 2 games.
Pretty good by you.
Just carry that one. John DiBiaso, 3 state titles at Catholic Memorial, and they get out to a big run thanks to senior running back Isaiah Simmons. He is heading to Brown University.
Isaiah Simmons is going to play for my former teammate at URI, Willie Edwards, who is the running backs coach at Brown. Big Willie recruiting him a good one. I liked Isaiah Simmons over the years.
Flannery to throw, steps into this one, chucks it, and here comes a flag.
Oh my.
Multiple flags.
Got all kinds of tangled up.
Ramar Thomas was the intended receiver.
All right, let's take a look at this as Thomas is working his way down the field. Kais Flannery uncorks one. Oh yeah, that's a
Pass interference. Defense. 15 yards from the previous spot. That results in a first down.
Oh, I found my ref of the day. I love it. I love it. And that accent too. After distance to the goal, first down.
That's a technical foul.
That's what you want. That's right. I'll tee you up, buddy. Oh,
what happened
just
there?
The best. I don't. It seemed like a false start.
Prior to the snap. False start. Offense. 5 yards from the previous spot. First down.
The way he says spot gets me every time. Love it.
First and 15 for CM.
And another whistle. What do we got? Another false. What do we have? Another false start.
Prior to the snap. False start. Offense. 5 yards from the previous spot. First down.
Coach DiBiaso is beside himself.
Yeah. He is sick of going backwards.
Bishop Feehan chewed up a lot of clock. 5:39 to go in the first. Just a handful of plays to this point for Catholic Memorial on their first offensive drive. Flannery back to throw, line drive to nowhere. 2nd and 20.
Boy, those last 3 plays are just, if you're Catholic Memorial, you junk them. 2 offsides. That play didn't look like it had much of a chance as the ball came out of Kais Flannery's hands.
We mentioned Isaiah Simmons. His younger brother is number 25, sophomore running back Christian Simmons. And Flannery will spread it out. This is Thomas to the outside, back to the original line, and maybe a yard more. 3rd and long.
Boy, it looked like for a second there, Thomas was going to hit the corner and then maybe turn that thing. The sophomore wide receiver gets it on the handoff. Looked like he was going to get there, but couldn't secure the block. And a very nice tackle there from 27, Andrew Orfanos.
Well protected. Flannery, a dart near side. And they wrap up the senior receiver, Caleb Garrity. We called his name quite a bit last year in the D2 state title game.
First down.
It is enough for a first down. Yes.
That's right.
Was waiting on the call.
Yeah, it was right on the line. I was kind of with you. I'm like, are we going to get a measurement, or are they going to move it forward? And moving it forward here is Catholic Memorial. So went backwards 10 yards, made it up to be able to at least move the chains for a first down.
Knight's offense averages 43 points per game. They allow just 17 per game. Flannery at 6'2", 215 pounds. He settles in the pocket. Rolls out. A whistler down the left side. Incomplete. In coverage for Bishop Feehan. Andrew Orfanos, the running back on offense.
I don't know if Orfanos got his hand on this one or not. The way the crowd reacted, kind of sounded like he might have knocked it down. So good job just trying to run to get open. And then I think Orfanos kind of got in the way of him. No, that very much could have been a catch right there. That's a heck of a throw from Flannery.
Got the hand in the cookie jar. Once again, a procedure penalty.
We got another one. Spot.
You're getting your wish here, by the way.
I know.
In the first quarter.
Prior to the snap, encroachment, offense, 5 yards from the previous spot, second down.
Yeah, John DiBiase was not happy, nor should he be.
Meeting of the minds at the 45. With 4:23 to go in this first quarter.
All right, apparently everything is hunky-dory. There we go, wind that clock, let's play.
Christian Simmons on the hip of Flannery, has 4 receivers deep. Flannery runs for his life. He fires on the run and finds Christian Simmons. Bolts into Feehan territory. First down, Knights.
Well, this was a slick little move here from the younger Simmons, Christian. He ends up sliding out into an area where there's no one there to cover him. I think initially Simmons is covered. Now watch as the quarter, see, just drifted, throws his hands up, and he gives the quarterback a place to throw him the football. That's a really good job by a sophomore of finding the hole.
Takes the pitch, dives forward for a handful. Christian Simmons verbally committed to Boston College. The Simmons duo has combined for 809 rushing yards and close to 1,800 all-purpose yards this year.
Well, you know what we always hear about when Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce, when they get into trouble, they can kind of improvise a little bit, right? That was that last play right there, or the play with Simmons where he made the catch. He had the route and just kind of drifted to an area that was easy.
Whoa, there goes Flannery. Shoots out of a cannon. The quarterback scores. The first touchdown of the Division II state championship.
Wow. Talk about a sudden burst. Where did that come from?
No flags there.
Nope. Boy, zone read and just takes it right up the middle for the touchdown. There it is, ball fake, tuck it, untouched. Great read right there by Kais Flannery to know that he was going to be able to rip that thing right up the middle. And I guess part of the reason it caught me off guard, Brendan, is normally when we had seen the motions and you were getting a ball fake, a lot of times it was getting handed off to that guy in the games that we've seen so far. I think it's the first true zone read.
Left-footed kicker Michael Hanley Jr. knocks it through, 7-zip, Catholic Memorial. Kais Flannery took it to the house, a 31-yard run. Said enough of this, I'll just do it myself.
And 2 games in a row with a lefty kicker. How about that? A rare year this year for MIAA state championship games from that end. Well, if you're Feehan, you put up the good fight so far in the first quarter. You moved the ball a little bit on offense. I know they ultimately gave up the touchdown there on the run from the zone read from Kais Flannery. But I feel like Feehan has been competitive and acquitted themselves very well here in the first quarter.
Yeah, the head coach, Brian Pinnenbell, just to elaborate, he said if we can limit them to 6 possessions in the game, it gives us a fighting chance. 3 per half. We've got to hang on to the ball. We're going to do it in various ways. We've got to block, flip the field position, and our kick coverage team is vital. So 1 possession in for both teams, and CM has a touchdown. Kick out of bounds.
free kick out of bounds. Kicking team, Bishop Feehan has elected to take the ball at the 35-yard line, first down.
I think the kick out of bounds would be by the kicking team.
I love the sniffle mid-announcement. It's great.
They don't get cough buttons on those, to be fair. We get the cough buttons.
No, they turn off, though.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, exactly.
That's asking too much. No gain on first down.
Plus, we're getting to the point in the day, 3:48 in the afternoon. We know the cold is coming for the last game, and you get a little sniffly as it gets cold out there.
First touch for Xavier Baker on the ground, junior running back who's excelled this season for Feehan. Had some solid carries in last year's playoff run. First Super Bowl for Bishop Feehan since 2012. Almost bobbled. Mortis sticks with it and creates a minimal gain. Senior captain Owen Mortis committed to play football at Bates. Speaking of the cold.
Bobble, bobble. There you go. That snaps a little high, so I could understand the bobble there. Gotta get that thing down if you're Bishop Feehan. Now they've taken Mankins and flipped him to the right side, number 70.
A potential double pass. No room to throw. So Brody Cargis takes it near the first down marker on the far hash.
Yeah, I thought something was up when they flipped number 70, Kane Mankins, to the right side, and yeah, they were trying to set up some level of trickeration, but ultimately just had to tuck that thing and go. Did Brody Cargis?
It creates a 4th and 1 though, and Catholic Memorial takes a timeout.
Timeout. Catholic Memorial. That is their first charge timeout of the first half.
Coach DiBiaso wants his defensive staff to talk it over. With 1:38 to go in the first quarter. If you're Bishop Feehan, knowing how explosive CM is offensively, you'd think they're going for this. Let's look at our schedule over these last few days. Thursday, Cohasset and Fairhaven, state champs. Yesterday, Shawsheen repeats in Division 5. They defeat Foxborough. King Philip back on top after falling short last year to these CM Knights in D2. Randolph got revenge on West Boylston, and Scituate is back-to-back champions of Division 4. We've got St. John's Prep and Xaverian later tonight. 4th down and 1 for the Bishop Feehan Shamrocks. On the pitch. Can they score enough for the first? I don't think so.
Didn't get it, no. Didn't get it.
Orfanos is short. And they officially award possession to Catholic Memorial.
Yeah, let's take a look at this Orfanos run. They go to the left side. They run the toss. Now, I know he lost his, I know he got kind of knocked off balance a little bit, but Catholic Memorial wasn't having anything of it. Interesting to go to the toss play to that side on a 4th and 1. A little slow developing. You're taking it outside. You're giving the defender time to read and react.
Feehan comes up with a stop on first down. Catholic Memorial runs the football with Jaden Martinez, senior running back. Look at Joseph Mills, one of the standout defenders. He has interest from several NEPSAC schools. 109 total tackles on the year to lead Bishop Feehan. Gain of 2 for CM, 2nd and 8 from the Bishop Feehan 42. Flannery a dart. Christian Simmons, he had it, then fumbled the football. And Bishop Feehan has got the rock. Shamrocks football.
Kane Mankins ended up recovering that fumble, and we're going to have to take a look and see. Christian Simmons, 25, who made the good play earlier. Flannery delivers him the football. He's got it. It's a catch. That pops right out. That's a fantastic tackle by number 4, Dylan Crossman. Good tackle. And you know what he did? He brought him to the ground and he kind of laid on him a little bit to make sure that Simmons couldn't wiggle out and try to get that ball.
Right back where they were. Mortis the throw and run after the catch. First down, Bishop Feehan. Caggiano with the catch and run. First down for Bishop Feehan.
Almost picked off in the flat here. Look at the defender out of reach. And the defender doesn't make the play, and it turns into a first down on the catch. Just out of the outstretched hand of Jaden Johnson for Catholic Memorial. Nice pitch and catch for Feehan as they now move into Catholic Memorial territory.
Owen Mortis will spread it out in the passing game. Caggiano with his 10th grab of the year. They run the football. Spin cycle used by Xavier Baker. And they're at the 35 of CM. Baker on the year, 720 rushing yards. He has 2 100-yard games this year. Close to 1,200 all-purpose yards. He can catch it out of the backfield as well. What a turn of events. If you're Bishop Feehan, this
has really been something, hasn't it?
Senior quarterback Mortis. Play action. Fires. Hits the turf, incomplete. With 2 seconds left in the first quarter.
Little inside slant here. There's your play action. Boy, that ball was headed down to the ground right away. As soon as it came out of Owen Mortis's hands, it looked like that thing was heading to the ground.
3rd down and 4. Mortis the handoff. Baker the run. Squirts forward. Once again, it's close. We'll see if it's a first down or a 4th and short for Bishop Feehan. Catholic Memorial leads this Division II state championship 7-0.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
Start of the second quarter, offense remains on the field for Bishop Feehan on 4th down and 1. First down and then some. The Shamrocks are in business. They aim to tie this game. Xavier Baker with a rampage. Happy holidays indeed to the Bishop Feehan fan base.
Xavier Baker got to the edge here and then was able to run through some contact right there. Did a good job of keeping his feet. Turned it into a big gain. Nice job at the point of attack as well.
21-yard run. Our lone touchdown belongs to quarterback of Catholic Memorial. Can Baker respond? Not that time. He is stuffed at the 7. Kais Flannery, a 31-yard scamper. That is the game's lone score. Catholic Memorial with 68 rushing yards in the first quarter. Bishop Feehan 38. And despite being doubled in total yards, then again, Feehan may have just answered that thanks to the Baker run. They've got an opportunity to tie this football game.
Pretty amazing when you think about it, considering all the noise that has been made about Catholic Memorial and how good they are.
Mortis, the quarterback, steps in a flip. And
wow.
Yes, a touchdown for Andrew Orfanos.
What a play by Orfanos with the defender all over him. He drags the defender into the end zone to finish that play for the touchdown. First of all, there's a lot of activity in the pocket, and it forces Owen Mortis to have to improvise. And then the final 3 yards after the catch of Orfanos, he is dragging a Catholic Memorial defender with him to the end zone. He fights through the tackle of Orion Fernandez, and Bishop Feehan ties in, well, PAT pending, ties this game. There we go. Now
the point is good. Gavin Mooney delivers. Would you look at that? On a 4th and short at midfield, Bishop Feehan did not deliver, but then it was the sophomore Christian Simmons of Catholic Memorial. Catch, fumble, right back in the spot they were before, midfield, and they finished the job and scored a touchdown at the start of the second quarter.
Yep. Feehan has really been live from the jump in this game, Brendan. I know a lot of people thought that this would end up being all Catholic Memorial when it's all said and done, but Feehan has acquitted themselves quite nicely here through a quarter and a minute.
Not to mention some of the procedure penalties. Shaking the cobwebs off. Catholic Memorial is used to this spot in the state championship game for the 4th time in 5 years. They're 9th overall, and here comes Christian Simmons on the return. Approaches midfield, he's out of bounds.
There's the younger Simmons making up for the fumble earlier. That's a real good return to be able to get it into Feehan territory, given the firepower of this Catholic Memorial offense. Here's Simmons right into your living room. Nice block there on the outside by 21 Liam Kraby, the junior.
Big man Thomas for a gain of 5. He's listed as a wide receiver. Ramar Thomas at 6'3", just a sophomore. Pardon me, he's actually listed as a quarterback on the roster. And most of his damage done as a receiver this season.
I mean, we know how those things go.
I know.
We'll just we'll take numbers being right.
You're right. Again,
I'm not picky.
No, 2nd and 5, and we've got 3rd down upcoming. Feehan is alive for sure.
Very much so.
Game.
Scrappy, playing tough defense, out there grinding. Heck of a play to get in the end zone by Andrew Orfanos.
Throughout the week, Brian Pinnabell, he showed his team footage of the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team. They talked about the 01 Patriots playing the greatest show on turf. And he said, we know we are the underdog, and we understand that. They've embraced it. Bunch formation, Christian Simmons, can he wrap it around? He does! First down, Catholic Memorial to the 40.
Yeah, this is really Christian Simmons just getting to the corner and using his speed on the jet sweep there.
Fresh set of downs for the Knights. Third offensive drive for Flannery and company. Lobs it and completes it. Down the left side. Beautiful ball to Isaiah Simmons, the older Simmons. Nice ball by Kais Flannery.
Yeah, it feels like Simmons can do, Isaiah Simmons can do a little bit of anything. He can catch it, they'll hand it to him, he'll run it. Do a little bit of everything with the football.
23-yard connection. Flannery scored from 31 yards out in the first quarter. He is jumbled up at the 11. Kais committed to Harvard. He transferred into CM 2 years ago from BC High.
Kais cutting off of the block of number 74.
On
right
the attack
there.
again, and third and short. As we approach 9 minutes to go in the first half.
Catholic Memorial just being methodical here. Again, there we go. Zone read once again, where the quarterback ends up taking it up the middle there, Kais Flannery. With the size that Catholic Memorial has up front, that zone read and the run up the middle, I think it's going to be pretty difficult to defend.
And the Kais tush works.
There you go.
Could come up with something better.
No, I know. It's all right. It's late.
A few years ago, you wouldn't have had my back like that, I don't think.
No. I totally would have thrown you under the bus.
Yeah, but it's a first down.
Yeah.
First and goal for Catholic Memorial.
I didn't know if we had a timeout. Like, I know we're showing Coach DiBiaso there, but both teams almost came to the sideline. Like, couldn't figure that one out.
Oh, Flannery is now on the sideline. They have to go to the backup quarterback.
Okay, so maybe that's why there was a little bit of a kerfuffle or confusion.
And the running back is in for the score. It's Christian Simmons.
Freshman quarterback. Or sorry, it was number 17 sophomore quarterback. Was it Declan Farley that came into the game? I couldn't tell if it was 16 or 17. I might have missed that.
16.
It was 16. So they did go with the freshman quarterback, K-Ruse, yeah, who just really turns around and flips it to Simmons and lets the big guys do their work, and he gets it in the end zone.
Hanley Jr. adds the extra point. 14-7 Catholic Memorial.
Take another look at the touchdown here. There's Simmons in motion. He's just following behind his big offensive lineman. Look at that, pancaking some people into the end zone, paving the way for the younger Simmons to punch it in, and give Catholic Memorial a 14-7 lead.
He was the drive igniter with the return to midfield, and you said it at the time, he really makes up for the fumble now, getting those points back.
Big return, then the points at the end.
We will keep tabs on Kais Flannery. That might have just been one play. We saw that last night when Brody Zolak checked into the game for King Philip to hand the ball off.
And that one snuck up on us because we were eyeing an injury that went on at the...
To the other team, to North Attleboro.
Yeah, exactly.
And tripped up on the return. Feehan's Caden Baltzar.
There's big Logan Mankins there, the offensive line coach at Bishop Feehan. I admit, I have done a lot of watching of his son out there, and you can tell why he's a high-level prospect. Number one, he's got size. You can go 3 hots in a cot. He's only like 250. You could put 40 pounds on him. He's got good feet, and he's aggressive. He's shoving people around out there. I love it. Oh, we got a fumble.
Caggiano lost the football. The officials rule Catholic Memorial football. Caggiano lost it.
And you talked about Brian Pinnabell talking about the things that Feehan needs to do to be able to win this game. One of them is take care of the football. And in essence, number 18, John Caggiano, does a good job of switching hands with the ball, right? But I think when he did, it ended up getting it moving, and then here comes the contact, and that ball comes out.
Number 4, Jordan Barros initiated the pressure. Flannery is back out there at quarterback. In the gun, Catholic Memorial at the Bishop Feehan 37.
And this is where Catholic Memorial is really dangerous with all of the offensive weapons that they have, their ability to score. You have that turnover in your own end. Now you're giving them great field position. This is where Catholic Memorial can really sink their teeth into teams. You give them the big mistake, they've got the kind of talent to punch it in the end zone.
After a gain of 7, Simmons did get out of bounds. Christian Simmons, that's his brother Isaiah, in motion. And wow, there goes Flannery. Spin move, that was nasty. Touchdown, Catholic Memorial. Second touchdown on the ground for Kais Flannery.
Glass, you ever played PlayStation?
Oh yeah.
When I played PlayStation, R1 was the spin button, right? Whoop! There it is right there. R1 spin move into the end zone. Big contact at the goal line. But this is pretty right here. I mean, if you do that on the video game, it feels pretty good. You do it in real life, it's something else.
You're hitting R1 and you're jamming the X button as well for the speed.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a heck of a move there by Kais Flannery. Out of the game, comes back in, big run.
And a 2-score lead for the Catholic Memorial Knights. A 31-yard run for a touchdown to start our night, and then he ran one in for 30 yards.
What was that, 3 plays after the fumble and 3-play drive to get it in after the fumble. Good job, Pete, thank you.
Pete Connell, our statistician. It's been great.
Well, it's something. I felt like Feehan was in it. You know, you felt like you're the big underdog and you're in the fight, and it felt like you were standing there going toe to toe. And that was the first time where it felt like, man, Catholic Memorial was pretty good. Yeah, they kind of flexed a little bit, and it was like, yeah, we're gonna show you who we are. I think it's imperative for Feehan to bounce back with a touchdown here. Don't let this thing get tilted. Don't let Catholic Memorial get the momentum. And if you're Bishop Feehan, you got to stay within striking distance to talk yourself into thinking that you know you have a chance to win this game.
Well, Fados, the return man, he's also their running back. We will see a steady diet of carries from him. Ball security also important, like any game. Here's Coach Pinnabell. 7th year at Bishop Feehan, a record of 51-20. Mentioned Logan Mankins on the staff. Kane Mankins, as of right now, committed to Ole Miss, but there's a lot going on there for those of you keeping up with college football coaching circles.
But you know what? The lineage, the genes, yeah, you can tell 70 is a high-level prospect.
Owen Mortis, the quarterback, finds his man. That is Max Penellatore. And he's spun down at the 34. 2nd down and medium. Said this earlier, Mortis spreads it out to his targets. Mortis nearly 2,000 yards passing, 15 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. They get it to the far side, weaving into traffic and plowing forward for a first down for Feehan. This time it's the junior receiver, Nolan Bryant.
Yeah, Feehan's got some big linemen who can move. So you get a couple of those guys out there on a screen like that, and you've got a chance to crease one.
Up to the 38. 6.5 to go, second quarter. Division II state championship game. Catholic Memorial, the defending champs. John DiBiaso goes for his 17th title overall. Xavier Baker, who set up a touchdown for Arfanos, the lone score for Bishop Feehan.
Feehan made some plays where they had some juice. Now it feels like the juice is kind of gone from them offensively right now. They need somebody to make a big play. I wonder if getting the quarterback more involved in the run game might give you the possibility to open up the tailback run game even more. Might be something to consider.
Mortis fires on the run, connects for a first down grab. Was bobbled for a moment and then gathered in the belly by Caden Baltzar.
Well, it helps that one of the Catholic Memorial defenders just runs right down the line of scrimmage and makes it pretty easy for Mortis to be able to get out on the right side and then throw that football.
10 yards for Baltazar. Sounds like a villain or a monster.
Ooh,
comes up with the grab. Baker wiggles through and jets to the 40.
There you go.
This is a great drive right now for Bishop Feehan.
Yeah, that's a little more of what Feehan needed right there. They also got to find somebody to make a play, to make a big play for them. Ball just inside Catholic Memorial territory. Nice run over the left side by Xavier Baker. Good job of getting skinny to get through the hole.
Second down and short. This drive started at their own 18-yard line. Mortis, pump fake, lets it loose.
Oh, that's
picked off. There is a flag.
Yeah, it's coming back. That's a defensive hold. When the Catholic Memorial defender realized that the wide receiver was going to run right by him, just reached out and grabbed the jersey.
Another flag is down by midfield.
Oh, so that might be so that's an after the interception play. Is that going to end up turning into maybe a personal foul possibly? But a clear defensive hold on Catholic Memorial. Is Caggiano, I do believe, on the outside, who beat the defender, and then right as he ran by him, the defender didn't see the number, reaches out and grabs Caggiano quickly, and that's how the ball gets picked. Take a look at 18. Look at that. Oh, they beat him, and there's your grab right there.
Defense, 10 yards from the previous spot. That results in a Bishop Feehan first down.
Number 12, Brian Green, 6'2", 185 junior, wide receiver defensive back, is the one who committed the hold. That's a heck of a play call by Feehan. They pump fake the wide receiver screen. Slot receiver runs that go route. Boy, almost hit that thing for a big play.
Can Bishop Feehan take advantage? Baker tripped up. Oh, more flags come in. Oh, boy.
Oh, we got scrumming going on.
No pleasantries in the state championship game.
And that is Kane Mankins getting into it right there. You know what I love about Kane Mankins? Just what he finishes every play. Like, even if it's on the backside, he's trying to throw somebody on the ground. That's the kind of aggressiveness you want.
He had a good mentor. This is on Catholic Memorial. I appreciate the signal, and then they talk it over, and then the mic comes on.
Yeah.
After the play, personal foul, defense. It's going to be half the distance from the end of the run. That results in a Bishop Feehan first down.
It looked like number 14, Mac Fitzgerald, the 6'5", 275-pound senior tight end defensive end, was kind of getting into it with the left side of the offensive line. I know Mankins was hanging around there, but it was Blaze Hochstein. Hey, we know that name too. Those guys on the left side of the Bishop Feehan offensive line, and they were the ones who were having the beef with Mac Fitzgerald on that play.
And Catholic Memorial has invited Bishop Feehan to get right back in this game. Baker, the run, tumbles to the 10. Gain of 5 on first down to the 9.
Yep, left side, run behind your two big dudes on the left side, Mankins and Hochstein. Oh, Hochstein, 71, just devastated somebody off the line of scrimmage.
Baker lines up behind the senior quarterback, Owen Mortis. 4 receivers wide, 2 left, 2 right, and he fumbled it on the play-action bend. It's recovered by Catholic Memorial.
Wow.
Knights football.
Twice now. 2 turnovers from Bishop Feehan. Absolute killers for them. Let's take a look at that. Snap's a little low. Yeah, the quarterback ends up bumping the ball right into the running back. So Mortis ends up hitting the leg of Xavier Baker. Ball pops out. Number 93, Kennedy Hurte Jones, a freshman, comes up with the fumble recovery for Catholic Memorial. Absolute devastation clash for Bishop Feehan right now.
This is the 3rd procedure call against Catholic Memorial. It's a false start on Flannery in the offense.
Try to snap. False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
White hat doing a stellar job with authority. We've only had one play for the games that we've done where you would really quibble with an official's call.
Flannery, deep shot, and he overshot his man, intended for Caleb Garrity at midfield by Pat Patriot.
Yeah, Garrity was open there, no question. I think we've only had really one real egregious call. Would have been the one on the touchdown last night in Foxborough. That was the one where maybe they didn't get him. But otherwise, we've had great officiating in these games. Great officiating.
I would agree. With 3:11 to go in the half, Division II state title game. Catholic Memorial,
wow, that
the 1 seed at 9-2.
That was a long play call there that Johnny Biasso was giving Kais Flannery.
I didn't know Coach DiBiaso had that many words in him.
You know what? Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe he was, maybe he was telling him, hey, watch the safety in the middle of the field or something like that. Running back in motion, and another false start.
Look at the left tackle.
No, but I love number.
False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
They're up to 5 false starts in this first half.
For Catholic Memorial, Quinn Adams, number 66, the left guard, was apparently the one who got called because he turned around and looked at the official and he went, me? What? Like he slapped his hands on his chest like, what are you talking about?
Second down 20, CM at their own 6. Running back is Isaiah Simmons. He's got room, but he's out of bounds. Just shy of first down yardage.
Yeah, I don't know whether to, is Isaiah Simmons a wide receiver? Is he a running back? It's just find a way to get the ball in his hands. They get him on the sweep, and he almost gets around the corner. Nice blocking on the outside from the wide receivers at Catholic Memorial.
creates a 3rd and 4 for Flannery in the offense. We'll go to Thomas, tripped up.
Nice job by Andrew Orfanos there. Found a way to get through, get around the legs, and get the runner down.
Orfanos has been everywhere.
Catholic Memorial, a little pace here.
They went for it on 4th and 1. Did they get it? Far side official.
Yeah, we got
pointing.
Our white hat's gone first down.
Okay.
Stuffed, spin.
Oh, it's close.
Stuffed,
yeah, he leans
reaching.
in for it.
Yeah. It was that like 4th effort of getting across the line that gives them the first down. They got Isaiah Simmons lined up in the slot to the bottom of the screen.
Flannery rolls, hops out of bounds. It's odd to say this. CM is up 14. They've scored 21 points. You got to be thinking, like, let's just get to the half and regroup with all these false starts. Just they seem out of sorts. They're not clicking on all cylinders.
Yeah, and I think with Feehan, Bishop Feehan has done a good job of moving the ball. The problem is the 2 turnovers.
Yes.
And the one deep in the end here where you thought you had a chance to maybe put it in the end zone. You just can't win that way against Catholic Memorial.
They sweep it with Isaiah Simmons. Older brother of Christian, down goes Isaiah.
I thought he stayed up there for a second, and then they finally hit him with the whistle. But as you mentioned, Isaiah Simmons headed to Brown.
And his younger brother Christian verbally committed to Boston College.
He's a sophomore, the younger Simmons. Oh, the elbow went down there, okay. Because I was like, he stayed on his feet, but it was elbow down.
3rd and 2. Plopped for a first down run. Number 24, Jaden Martinez. Or pardon me, that is Ibram Kaba with the first down run.
I feel like Catholic Memorial is about to throw this thing halfway down the field here in the final minute.
Flannery has the arm strength. Hits Thomas, dragged from behind. Clock's moving, we'll go inside a minute. Still 2 timeouts for CM.
Yeah, for a moment there, I thought that might have been a little bit of a trickeration, the way Thomas caught that thing, and I thought he was trying to get it in both hands.
He posed.
Yeah, right? Like, maybe he just duped us.
Flannery dumps it off to Isaiah Simmons. Motors upfield to the 45 and then hopped out of bounds to create another short yardage situation.
Yeah, Flannery gave that a peek, I think, on the backside of maybe trying to get it down the field, but good job of being smart with the football. Tice Flannery as well had that one play where he ran out of bounds instead of forcing it down the field. Like, that's senior quarterback leadership right there.
He's got 2 of their touchdowns tonight, both on the ground. Clap of the hands. He's back to throw. Pocket is folded. Flannery stays upright and jogs out of bounds in Bishop Feehan territory. Out at the 43-yard line.
I really like Flannery as a runner. I mean, I know he's a quarterback, but when you turn him into a runner right here, looks like somebody who could eventually line up in the eye.
Yeoman's work by the quarterback. He continues to jog to the sideline and get the call, and then back to the center of the field.
Plus steps.
Back to throw from the 44.
Great pursuit. Fantastic job. Dylan Crossman also in there as well, number 4, trying to hawk Tice Flannery down there from behind.
Catholic Memorial, that is their second charge timeout of the half.
Timeout CM, 24 seconds remain in the half. And the Knights have 1 remaining. So they must be particular in their play selection if they want to tack on another score.
Catholic Memorial's up 21-7, but man, it doesn't feel like it heading into halftime.
That's my point.
Yeah, it's.
Can they get to the recess and maybe take it to another level?
Well, I think with these 24 seconds to go. Uh-oh. Ref left the mic on. If there was one I would have bet on, it would have been this white hat. It would have left the mic on. You never know what you're going to hear these refs down there. You know what I mean? Oh, I got a little indigestion. I got the sour belches there, Joe. Oh, sorry, Pete. It happens once a year, doesn't it, Glash? And it tickles me every time.
I know it does.
I love it. It's
I'm
great.
immune to it now. You get used to it. It's our third state championship game of the day. Got the Division I game next in St. John's Prep and Xaverian. 24 seconds.
3 wides to the right. I was going to say, I think Flannery tucked it and ran.
Makes his move. He's out of bounds at the 31.
I was going to say, it felt like they were setting up with 3 wide receivers to the right. There's going to be 3 go routes and chuck that thing down there. But now Flannery makes the play to run out of the pocket. That ball's down near the 30-yard line. This is convertible to get it into the end zone here for Catholic Memorial.
He's using all the buttons on the PlayStation controller.
Oh, no question.
1 timeout left. 1st and 10 from the Bishop Feehan 31. They put pressure on him, that's for sure. Crossman there again to hunt the quarterback, and he wisely throws it away.
Yeah, Crossman
and Makins have been there.
Yeah, they have been, and Crossman's very much getting across the line of scrimmage and has been an athletic force trying to chase people down. And there's big number 70, Kane Mankins. Again, when Feehan gets back on offense, if you can and you just want to watch something, watch 70 at left tackle. And the finish on every play, trying to shove somebody, that aggressiveness is there. He's also got great feet for an O-lineman.
We know Flannery can use his legs, but he must be wise with 12 seconds. Searching in the pocket, Flannery with 6 seconds, and he takes a sack at midfield, and there's that man again.
Mankins gets him.
Mankins.
And there's your quarter. Well, actually, there's your half. Sorry.
So no points.
That is the end of the first half play.
For Catholic Memorial. The Knights receive the second half kickoff. And our score at halftime of this Division II MIAA State Championship game. Number 1 seed Catholic Memorial looking to repeat, up 21-7.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
The reigning champions of Division II, Catholic Memorial, out to a 21-7 lead. Kais Flannery, using his legs, has been the difference. 2 rushing scores for the quarterback. This was a look from 31 yards out, Gresh.
Yeah, Kais Flannery getting it into the end zone a couple of times. There's the fumble. Bishop Feehan grabs the fumble. They drive down the field, and then there we go. A tough work there from Andrew Orfanos for the touchdown. Great job of getting it in the end zone. Now, mind you, Catholic Memorial all playoffs long did not give up a point, and Bishop Feehan puts the touchdown up on them. There's the other fumble that ended up really hurting Bishop Feehan, and then there's Kais Flannery on another touchdown run. Rolls into spin move here. Yep, there it is. Leaves a couple of defenders on the ground. Catholic Memorial went up 21-7 on that one.
And our first half stats are presented by Dean College. CM with 258 total yards. Each team's done a pretty good job picking up first downs with that third down differential. You called that out at halftime of our last game, which was a shootout. That will tell you quite the story. That's why it's a 2-score lead for the Knights.
Turnovers are the great equalizer as well, but Bishop Feehan 1 for 4 on third down. Catholic Memorial 4 for 6. Rushing yards 189. I think it's only a matter of time before Catholic Memorial ends up hitting a pass play down the field. But I got to tell you, Bishop Feehan's been hanging around, Brendan. And you know what? Catholic Memorial right now is kind of allowing Bishop Feehan to hang around. And again, nobody scored in the playoffs on Catholic Memorial. Feehan's at least put up 1.
And we're about set to start the second half here at Gillette Stadium, home of the 6-time world champion New England Patriots.
Well, I'll tell you, that sunny orb in the sky that we saw earlier is long gone, and the temperatures are now starting to drop at Gillette. Maybe not quite to where it was yesterday, but the cold is slowly rolling in.
Jacket is in use.
Oh,
blankets out.
Yep.
This event, while performance is important in the broadcast booth, it is about survival.
Yeah, I mean,
not that anybody should,
I have
we're not mining coal, as Bill Belichick once said.
I may not be as smart as some people, but I have an MBA in staying warm when it comes to doing these games.
How about this return by Isaiah Simmons, staying on his feet, multiple spin moves. That time, he was using the Y button.
There you go. Nice job on the old Y button on the PS2. But it is the brothers Simmons hitting it up in there. And there's Isaiah getting a good run. You know why he is headed to Brown University to play in that James Perry offense. Former Brown quarterback, now the head coach. And Simmons plays wide receiver. He plays running back. I don't know exactly what they'll do with him there at Brown, but
quarterback keeper Kais Flannery.
Simmons has seems like he performs well every year in these spots. Flannery getting thrown to the bench there on the Feehan sideline. Flannery's done a nice job of running the ball today and showing off his moves in terms of running it. We're going to get a penalty here against Feehan.
It was a late hit out of bounds.
Oh, so it was when the shove to Flannery sat him on the bench. There's your personal foul. So there he is right there. Shove. There it was. Yeah.
15 yards from the out of bounds spot. First down.
At least he found a seat.
Braden Goodwin was the offender in shoving the quarterback Kais Flannery onto the bench on the Feehan sideline.
Goodwin Senior captain, he is the heart and soul of the team. He plays with a lot of energy. Turning the corner, Isaiah Simmons. Explosive.
What vision. What a great job of using his blockers as he got to the outside. You know, a lot of guys, Brendan, it's just, oh, I can hit the edge, let me get there. No, Simmons maintains his run integrity, works off the block of his brother, looking inside, then bounces outside. Fantastic vision there from number one, and then stopped on the dime. That was awesome, too.
22-yard scamper. And Catholic Memorial is in business from the 16.
Look at this, a little double wing, right?
And
in for the score.
Simmons is in. Touchdown, CM.
That penalty did not help. And we know that a lot of people were thinking that Catholic Memorial was going to have a chance to dominate tonight. That was just too easy. Too easy for Catholic Memorial right there, right up the middle. I don't think anybody touched the younger Simmons there, Christian Simmons, on that touchdown run.
Michael Hanley Jr. on for the extra point. Almost blocked by Cade Mankins.
Yeah, right.
But he's a perfect 4 for 4.
Mankins beating himself up there because I don't think he had his hands together. And what do I mean by that? When you go to, when you try to block the kick, if you're trying to pick it off of the foot, you're trying to pick that thing off the foot of the kicker. So as Mankins got through, Brendan, if he sold out to where his hands were going to be right where the ball was on the kick, it's probably blocked. So you'll see a lot of times on punt blocks, guys try to pick it right off of the foot of the punter and then slide right under them. That was one of those with Mankins where he got through, and it's either throw your big body in front of it or throw your hands in the air with your hands together, right? Try to get it to where your arms are as close as possible, where your hands are reaching it, and if not, it at least hit your arms and maybe you can still block that thing. I think it's why Mankins kind of hit himself on the helmet. He probably could have picked that thing right off the tee.
Return out to the 30 by a busy man tonight, Andrew Orfanos, the senior special teamer, running back, cornerback for Bishop Feehan. And it's a 21-point lead for Catholic Memorial. They won in the state title game last year against King Philip, which reclassified to Division III. And they captured a title last night.
Well, if you're Feehan, you can't make the big mistake via penalty and can't turn it over anymore.
Solid gain on first down by Max Penelatore.
Get those seniors involved, get them a catch, get them in there somehow. That ball comes out quick. Well defended by Catholic Memorial.
After a gain of 5. Mortis, the quarterback, floats one and broken up by Orion Fernandez, the senior defensive back.
Xavier Smith is the guy running up oh no, sorry, that's the wrong side. That's Nicholas Bryant. It was running up the sideline, and I think Mortis thought I could kind of lay that out there. I think if he threw it out a little further, might have been able to run under and catch that thing because he was open on the wheel route up the sideline.
Expanding the pocket right, and then
look at that pressure from Catholic Memorial. Just nowhere for Owen Mortis to go with the football, and that's a 3-and-out.
Which we have not said a lot in these last 2 days.
No, that's a good point. We've not had just many 3-and-outs and complete busts. Now this is where if you're Feehan, you know, don't let Simmons back there sort of wreck the rest of your day with a big punt return. Coach Pinnabell talked about special teams, and that's about, that punt went backwards relative to the line of scrimmage.
That's like me driving the ball.
I do believe the ball was spotted on the 36-yard line, and it's now on the 34. Knew it right away.
Yep, he did. Andrew Orfanos, who is asked to do so much for this Shamrocks football program. And the mental hurdle you have to clear, knowing the score.
I think that's it too. Yeah,
we're punting, or not punting again necessarily, but we have to punt back to these guys.
They come out and score quick. We go out and 3 and out quick.
Double pass. Oh wow! Complete to the 10. A snag by Caleb Garrity.
You know, we had said earlier they were trying to set up Lamar Thomas, number 8, with a throw. Like, Brendan, I think we saw Thomas try to get in position to be able to get the throw a couple of times tonight, and now they finally end up hitting the play. Thomas threw the ball, they got knocked on his keister, and a heck of a catch there from Caleb Garrity, number 2.
So a handoff that leads to a throw.
And now we're packing it in again to hand it to the younger Simmons.
Christian Simmons keeps those legs moving down to the 7.
This is where the helpless feeling, I think, starts to settle in for Feehan a little bit.
Marked at the 5. Flannery has 2 rushing scores. Simmons has punched one in, and they hand it to the older brother this time. He gets it turning on the act. Isaiah Simmons, touchdown. And there's Laundry.
Yeah, extracurricular. I mean, the jaw jacking turned into physicality. Here's your replay coming right in your living room. There's Isaiah Simmons just waltzing in behind Quinn Adams, his offensive lineman. Pretty easy one. We have a flag down. Looks like it's going against Catholic Memorial here.
Our crew tells us there were some punches thrown in the trenches.
Yeah, it's been nasty in there all night. Looks fun.
A united crew that now comes apart.
Here we go. We gonna get our call? We got something?
The result of the play is a touchdown. After the play, we have the personal foul on the offense. Number 78 has been disqualified.
Wow!
Jonas Smith for Catholic Memorial, the 6'3", 270-pound junior.
There were some kids on the Feehan sideline who were waving bye-bye, and a bunch of the Catholic Memorial folks saw it and just pointed to the scoreboard. So there's Jonas Smith on the bench right there.
The 15 yards will be enforced on the
kickoff. Here we go.
Shot.
Michael Hanley Jr. making a perfect 5 for 5 on PATs. Or does Mankins get a redemption?
Oh, that's true. They got him lined up over the, where they got him? Oh, lined up in the A gap right by the center.
Not this time.
That's all you can do. Just smack the snot out of those offensive linemen and try to push those guys back to disrupt the kick. Oh, we have another flag down. So it was 15 on the kick. Now what happens with this flag?
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, Catholic Memorial. We will enforce that after the enforcement of the original 15 yards.
Enforcement of the enforcement.
Enforcement of the, yeah, right. So Bishop Feehan and their coach, Brian Pinnabell, is pulling everybody together to remind them they're not here to fight, they're here to play a football game. I'm sure, and Catholic Memorial on their sideline, it's the same thing. So reminding everyone why they're here, what they're here to do, and telling them to knock it off. Good, hard, tough football is what you want. Shouldn't be punching dudes. All right.
And that adds up, so Catholic Memorial used the timeout.
How about that? So Catholic Memorial used the timeout, I think, to kind of, you know, gather everybody around and be like, all right, we've done enough.
Enough is enough, right?
Yeah, we're up 35-7. Let's not be stupid. Let's manage it and win a state title and get the heck out of here. But I'll tell you right now, this is, if you're Feehan, I'm just trying to see here. So Catholic Memorial scored, so they're gonna, I mean, if you're Feehan, you got to get some big field position here. We got the officials addressing Catholic Memorial. I feel that might be more communicating, kind of, you know, where it's going to be lined up and all that.
So in total, there should be 30 yards thanks to penalties?
I think so. And I was going to see the Catholic Memorial kicker had laid the ball on the tee, but laid it sideways. Now standing it up like normal. But I'll tell you, if you're Feehan, you should be starting in Catholic Memorial
territory
there. Yeah, no, nothing. Right now, I feel like Feehan is, Bishop Feehan is trying to find an answer, and they just don't have one right now against this Catholic Memorial powerhouse.
It's the 9th Super Bowl appearance for CM, the school's 4th in the last 5 years. They're 6-2 in this game. They're looking to win their 4th championship in the past 5 years. They've won the last 3 they've played in. Last year, 2022, and 2021.
And this game is kind of grinded to a halt here. It feels like for about 10 minutes we've had like 9 on the clock. 9:20 to go, third quarter.
Xavier Baker plows for a couple. Second down.
If you're Feehan just chipping away. Again, you got one earlier, and Catholic Memorial had not given up a score. Not even a field goal.
The
Safety,
entire playoff
nothing.
run, right?
Skunked everybody in the playoff run. So if you're Feehan, you can do it.
$49-0 win over Winchester, 47-0 over Wellesley. That's a dart tossed near side. Ended up in the hands of Catholic Memorial's Jordan Barrows, but he was out of bounds. 3rd and 8.
Take a look at this from the Bishop Feehan end of things. Quarterback can't set his feet. Can't look down the field. Coaches on the sidelines just shaking their heads.
Deep shot by Mortis. Pass protect by CM.
And another 3 and out.
That is the result of both of their drives in the second half. We've only had 3.5 minutes come off the clock in the third quarter.
And the ever-dangerous Isaiah Simmons back to return this kick. Pretty good punt.
Fielded at the 14.
Got enough air under it. Simmons had to call for the fair catch combined with some good coverage. Much better execution than last time. So Catholic Memorial up 35-7, showing all of the athleticism they have on the roster, from the Simmons brothers to Kais Flannery's ability to run the ball. I feel like there are others to still get involved here for Catholic Memorial. 8:25 to go in the third quarter. Both coaches had to stop down to kind of address everybody and be like, all right, enough fighting, let's go, let's just play.
Isaiah Simmons hits the brakes after not finding a hole. This was a 7-7 game. 1 minute into quarter number 2. CM caused a turnover and scored moments later to take a 14-7 lead. It really turned into a rampage, and they have scored 28 unanswered. Some different names to get involved here offensively. Caleb Garrity on the sweep.
And in all honesty, Garrity was probably a secured block or two away on the outside from being able to turn that into a big gain. There's Garrity with the ball. And those block, boy, just hold a couple of those on the outside. It might be able to turn that corner. Uh-oh.
Isaiah Simmons bouncing and pouncing into Bishop Feehan territory.
He does such a great job of waiting to bounce outside. Another one of these where it's, you don't want to call it an end around. It's really a jet sweep, and then look at that. Stays inside, then makes the defender miss. He's not one of these dudes that just tries to get to the sideline on you. Simmons has very good vision.
18-yard rush. Flannery steps up in the pocket. An awkward slide at midfield.
Brayton Goodwin, a part of that. He's been coaching people up on the Feehan defense all day long.
He is the heart and soul of this football team. One of 27 seniors for this Bishop Feehan football team. Their first state title game appearance since 2012. Now, Bishop Feehan, they've been to 11 state title games. They're 8-2 in school history. They don't lose when they get here.
No. Again, my man, Coach Peavy, 3 out of 4 went like 44-4-2 or something like that.
Gang-busting quarterback.
There we go.
You like to see them compete despite the lopsided score.
No, absolutely. Yeah, if you're, if you're Feehan and you're going to get back here next year, I know you're going to graduate a lot of talented kids and some pretty good linemen, but yeah, the battle for spots next year in trying to get back begins tonight. Who are the juniors that are going to step up and show you that they are ready to play in a game like this year and next year?
We've discussed Xavier Baker. He's a junior. Nolan Bryant, receiver, defensive back. Flannery fakes the handoff on the ball fake, explodes into Feehan territory.
Flannery, a very good runner off of that zone read. He's ripped him up the middle a couple times.
So he'll be able to go up against his classmate Simmons in the Ivy League. Flannery's going to Harvard and Isaiah Simmons to Brown.
I think if this score is a little different on, well, no, I thought it was 4th and 1. I was reading the wrong side of the sticks there. It's 4th and 11, so you got to put
after the sack.
Yeah.
Flag comes flying in near the return.
Feels like holder, like an illegal use of hands or something like that. I did see one member of the kick team for Catholic Memorial kind of readjusting their helmet. Don't know if somebody got a hands to the face. Typical hold. There we go.
The mic doesn't run out of batteries.
No. I want a good New England. Oh, he did. Uh-oh.
On the receiving team,
All right.
10 yards from the end of the kick, first down.
You know what I was hoping for? The New England drop the G. Holding. Holding. Offense instead of holding. He's very good at finishing the ING, which is anti-New England in a way. I think we had the guy last year who was really good at dropping the G's. Holden, offense, loved it. Boy, right now,
misdirection play here.
I mean,
Pinella Torre.
What a! I mean, you got to give Pinella Torre an A for effort there. I don't know if he ended up getting a yard when it was all said and done, but that's what we're talking about. Who are the people that are going to be there who are going to want to play or try to step up right now? And 6 is one of them. Look at that. I mean, that's great effort for no gain when it was all said and done. That's a heck of an effort to know that Feehan is not just accepting their fate.
And Pinella Torre, their leading receiver in terms of yardage, 459 on the year. No gain, 2nd and 10. Under 4 minutes to go. 3rd quarter, Division II state championship. It's all Catholic Memorial. Gut-busting run.
There you go.
By Orfanos.
There's a little something from Feehan right there. Keep running over the left side. He got some real talented dudes on the left side of that Feehan offensive line. Yeah, Mankins with a big down block. A little bit of a combo with Blaze Hochstein. But good job of sealing off of the interior defensive lineman to get that first down.
Play action. Mortis, the quarterback, just gets rid of it in time. And back to the line of scrimmage.
Oh, and we got another flag after the play. Well, you see our white hat turn around and tell one of the Feehan kids that basically shut up, that's enough.
After the play, personal foul, offense. We're going half the distance from the out of bounds spot.
Let's take a look at the end of this play here where the foul occurs. And as you mentioned, Mortis gets rid of the ball.
Correction. 2nd down.
How much was really there?
I thought I think it was Mankins for pancaking the guy on the sideline.
Yep.
That did not look incredibly egregious to me.
Well, the stare down doesn't help either. Fired on the run and bobbled out of the hands incomplete.
No, but I'll tell you, if you go back and you watch a lot of the blocks tonight of Kane Mankins, there's shoving at the end of it every time, and
he's an enforcer.
I love it, but that's what you want your offensive linemen blocking and engaged until the whistle all the time. I don't think the tenor and the tone of the way the game is played this third quarter helped that call in terms of, I think everybody's got a little heightened sense of awareness now. So that goes on around the sideline, you're going to get the flag. They want to make sure it doesn't get out of control.
After the catch, run by Orfanos.
Yeah, 3rd and 20. To me, Feehan doesn't, they just don't have that in their game in terms of stretching the ball down the field at all. Is this now a 3rd straight 3-and-out for Bishop Feehan? I believe so.
Their enthusiasm is deflated.
Yeah, the sideline is, you know, flatter than 4 o'clock right now.
Isaiah Simmons tracks it at the 40-yard line. Jukes with his head, motors past the 50 and into Shamrock's territory.
Yeah, they're going
to go in the 3rd.
They're going to love him on Smith Hill down in Providence, this Isaiah Simmons. I mean, you got a guy in James Perry who played quarterback in the league. He is their offensive coordinator, knows what to do with talent, and Isaiah Simmons is going to be, they're going to love that skill set and the ability to make people miss next year in the Ivy.
Attack it on the ground inside the 25. Super productive. Ibrahim Kaba.
Kaba's got a huge hole to run through. No one touches him until he gets to the 2nd level. And then no one even close in the secondary. And then catching to make the tackle there. Feehan's got to continue to keep the fight.
Christian Simmons has space on the outside. He's met by the 1st down marker.
You can sense the frustration on the Feehan defense because they're doing a lot of complaining to the officials. It's a lot of the, hey, this guy's holding me, this guy grabbed this. Right there on that play, the tight end, I think it was 89, Elias Mansour, was engaged in a block, and you saw the defender turn around, look right at the ref, and be like, come on, man, he was holding me.
On the pitch play.
They packed it in a couple of times and have been pretty successful here in the goal-to-go area. Has Catholic Memorial packing it in and getting you a little bit of that kind of double wing T stuff.
Some different pieces getting touches. Jaden Martinez that time. From the 10.
They run that play 3 times. It's coming in the end zone every time.
He's in once again.
Or at least it feels like it anyway. There's another one for Catholic Memorial. One of the Catholic Memorial offensive linemen is down.
3rd touchdown for Christian Simmons tonight.
Yeah, they packed it in, pulled that backside guard, and run that play a bunch. And Feehan has just not been able to deal with it. Number 60, Michael Holland, is the player who's down. You saw him there in the middle. Looked like somebody kind of fell on that leg. But Christian Simmons in the end zone again for Catholic Memorial. Yeah, there he is, big number, big 60, Michael Holland. He was the right guard on that play, and it turned into a big kind of pig pile and fell on that right leg. Good to see him walking off the field, no limp or anything like that. I'm a big advocate of linemen, especially at the high school level, wearing knee braces. In fact, I kind of brought it up when Will Campbell had his injury. They can make him to where it like fits your body now. I don't think there's any excuse for O-linemen not to wear them nowadays because the technology is so good. Protect your knees from those kind of plays of people falling on you. You have the knee brace on, it just, topples you over like a tree versus having that knee bend and then falling in a weird direction.
Yeah, at that point, might as well.
Yeah. Plus, a lot of teams at the pro level and even high school, they'll tell the kids wear the knee braces in practice. I just wore them all the time. I like my knees. I didn't want them messed up any worse than I knew they were going to be being a large-o running around. Boy, I'll tell you, that was almost blocked again by Kane Mankins, because he literally just took somebody and drove them back to the kicker. So it wasn't try to block it. Let's just try to push somebody into him. And there's Mankins right there working against 62 from Catholic Memorial, Ernest Hughes IV. And Mankins just tried to forklift him to the spot where the kicker was. Not a bad way to go.
6 touchdowns on the night for Catholic Memorial, leading at 41-7. A third quarter that refuses to end.
Right. Yep. A long one. Turnovers, penalties, chippiness, things of that nature. If you're Feehan, you have to have the will to continue to fight. It's only 1:40. There's still a whole fourth quarter to be played and a little bit of a third quarter here. Can't just pack it in.
3 different touchdown scorers on the night for Catholic Memorial. On the return, Orfanos. To get you caught up to speed, Kais Flannery, the quarterback, he's heading to Harvard next year. 81 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. Christian Simmons has 3 scores, 70 yards rushing. And you add in the older brother, Isaiah Simmons. He has a touchdown tonight.
Isaiah Simmons also called punt returns thrown in there, some catches, carries, doing a little bit of everything is that number 1 for Catholic Memorial.
Leading receiver with 30 yards in the ball game. It's Flannery's legs that generated a lot of their productivity.
And if you're Feehan right now, you got to try to find a spark. There's no real life on the sideline whatsoever. There's no, I get it, you're down big, but still, there's no chirping, there's no rallying going on, none of that. They got to find their will to continue to fight.
Play action, pass over the middle. Just shy of the marker, good looking throw to Caden Baltazar.
Quick play action look and then get the ball out quickly. Pretty simple there for Feehan.
Baltazar has offers from several schools, including Endicott, 2-way starter. Has team high 4 interceptions on the year. 3rd down and 2, they are up towards their own 40. Catch, run afterwards. Pinella Torre into CM territory. That's a spark.
There you go. There's a little something there. Not only a connection in the passing game, but then some yak there from Pinella Torre.
16 yards.
That is the end of the third quarter.
Third quarter comes to an end. Got 1 to go, and Catholic Memorial feeling themselves a bit, looking for their 4th title in the past 5 years. 12 minutes from getting there. Fourth quarter is about to begin here at Gillette Stadium, Division II MIAA State Championship football game. Catholic Memorial dominance once again at 41-7. Brendan Glasheen, Andy Gresh. 1st and 10 from the 43, and they're coming after the quarterback. Owen Mortis rolls out, flings it, and nearly picked. There's a flag at the end of the play.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel bad for Mortis here because, I mean, those Catholic Memorial defenders are literally getting run-throughs right now. And then hitting him as he's delivering the ball. I think it's going to be a late hit. Yep, roughing the passer. There we go. And Mortis is down on the sideline there.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense, 15 yards from the previous spot. First down.
Take a look at the end of this play here in particular, where Mortis throws the ball up in the air, and yeah, he is not a runner. If he were a runner, you'd be able to get away with that maybe. As a thrower, that's no bueno.
Braden Nasani is in at quarterback. 6'3" from North Attleboro, the senior. Handed it off to Xavier Baker. And back comes Owen Mortis.
There we go.
Into the breather.
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, he was up in the air in a weird position. I know his feet were down, but that's a tough fall to take on, getting shoved from that position.
Flick of the wrist in the flat. Folks, as a reminder, we do have another state championship game after this. Should be a bit closer than this one. We've got St. John's Prep, the #1 seed in Division I, taking on the 2-time defending champion, Xaverian, the 3 seed, looking for a three-peat. And St. John's Prep is motivated. They were not in this game last year. Mortis, pocket folds, nightfall coming.
Oh, somebody's got to get open.
Going the wrong way.
Yep, and then, yeah, just ultimately throws it away. It's not advisable when a quarterback continues to run backwards. But Mortis has taken a bit of a beating today. Had to run away from a lot of defenders who have flashed quickly. A lot of run-throughs for Catholic Memorial at times, especially in defending the pass.
There is no foul on the play.
Now, given this score, the clock does run. There's a 30-point lead in the fourth. Clock moves. Mortis fires. There's an angle.
I did not see a flag there.
Wanted the flag. No,
yeah, no. Yeah, the Feehan kids have been squawking to the officials kind of about everything.
If anything, the flag could have been on the offense.
No, you know what? There was a little hold in there, but both guys got their hands on each other.
I hear you, man.
You know, I know that it's sneaky in terms of the way that the corner got away with it. It's Orion Fernandez.
You know, Gresh, it's
inside hand on that inside shoulder, tugging on that jersey.
You know, it's like half and half. It's like taking a cookie, cutting it in half, and just having one half of it.
Oh, my gosh. So, folks, if you have watched or listened to these high school state championship games for many years, especially with Brendan and I, you know that we will occasionally talk about, like, staying warm up here. And there's also the food situation, right? And we have all these people in from different, you know, broadcasts, and they're given towns or whatever. I don't know if they get out of the town limits very often. But let me tell you, when there's free food around here, I mean, people just flock to this booth, and someone came in and they broke a cookie in half.
True story.
So they took took this big old like hubcap cookie and broke it in half and left the other half. What are you doing? There's a food party fouls going on.
Exactly.
Take
our producer,
the whole
Pete Soros,
thing.
notes, just take the whole thing.
Let me tell you, Pete Soros would never take half a cookie. I'll tell you that right now. I love Pete, but he's like me. I'm not taking half of a chocolate chunk cookie and then walking down to go sit by Sarge.
No one wants their hands or your paws on the half of another cookie.
It's disgusting. No, please. What happened to all these lessons we allegedly learned about COVID? Like, don't touch stuff and leave it behind. Wash your hands all the time. How do I know that all that's going on?
Right, you wouldn't drink half a bottle of
There you go. You wouldn't
water.
drink half a water and leave it there.
You wouldn't take half a bag of chips.
No, you wouldn't. Andrew Orfanos is the Bishop Feehan Cross Insurance Player of the game. 9 carries, 36 yards, 1 touchdown.
Catholic Memorial mixing in different personnel. Here in this fourth quarter, they turn it over to Xavier Smith out of the backfield. Are you glad you got that off your chest?
Oh, it's been bothering me for 2 games now.
Happy for you. 4th and short.
Well, you baited me. You led me there. You knew that if you...
It kind of worked, though, right?
Well, kind of.
A little holding from both sides.
We got another Cross Insurance Player of the game coming up pretty quickly, I'm sure.
Catholic Memorial punts it away. Sophomore running back. He's verbally committed to Boston College. Christian Simmons. 3 scores tonight. Half of their touchdowns in this game.
8 carries, 70 yards, 3 tuds. Can't argue with that at all. You could have given it to Isaiah Simmons, but the younger brother, Christian Simmons, gets it in the player of the game.
And Kais Flannery, honorable mention, 17 carries, 81 yards, 2 scores. Flannery in the semifinals had 3 rushing scores against Winchester.
Catholic Memorial, their first charge timeout in the second half.
Now, Brendan, as you mentioned, even though there is the timeout, because it's a 30-point lead or more, the clock will continue to roll here. And you know what? Catholic Memorial's number 29 has been dying to get on TV. Did you see him go over there and stand by the younger Simmons to get on the big board and get on the telly? Let's give Nick DeBoule, a senior wide receiver, number 29. Let's mention his name and give him a little love, because he's been not mean mugging to try to get into some of these camera shots. There you go. Yeah. Flash it up, kid. Yeah, I'm on the big board. The big guy in the jacket's talking about me. There it is. Yeah, he's telling everybody, hey, man, look at that. I was up on the big board. It's a good shot. It's some Zolak level mugging right there. He finds a way to get into a lot of shots. So we are down to 3:45 and rolling here, with Catholic Memorial having a sizable lead. Comfortable, to say the least.
Mortis just dumps it off.
And you know what? Bishop Feehan put up a touchdown. And I know that it's like 41-7. It's like, why do you keep mentioning it? Well, to show the dominance of Catholic Memorial, they given up no points. They gave up no points through the state tournament, and at least Bishop Feehan was able to put one up on the board and kind of hang around in this first half. It got tilted pretty quickly in the third quarter, as a lot of people expected.
Baker, the back. He'll be back next year. Junior running back who has excelled this season. He will elevate himself into a lead back role with Orfanos on the way out. Wanted to make mention in our previous game, the Division IV state championship, a shootout win by Scituate. Their senior quarterback, Johnny Donovan, with the 4th most passing yards in MIAA state championship history. 336 passing yards on 17 of 27 passing. That's incredible.
Wow. I just want to check out that list. Oh, he was, how about this? 2 yards away from Chris Dunsky.
Wow.
Fourier's tried to work the word Dunsky into popular American nomenclature for a while. But I looked this up the other day. Newton North, Chris Dunsky, 338, all the way back in 1999. Wow. We have not had a performance like we saw from John Donovan today, really since like 2004. It's been a long, long, long time since we saw that kind of passing performance.
Entertaining football game.
Very much so.
Almost a half a dozen lead changes.
One of the best that you and I have ever called here on Championship Saturday.
Catch and run for Feehan. Pinella Torre launches himself to the 35. Final minute.
Yeah, great job by the MIAA on the 30-point running clock rule. Because the kids at Feehan, they have not given up, but just overmatched today against Catholic Memorial.
Send it to the end zone. And a catch for a touchdown.
There we go. The second TUD against this Catholic Memorial defense in the playoffs.
Baltazar reels it in.
Heck of a throw and catch there. And other than a PAT, I think this, with the running clock, this game might be over.
37 yards.
Yeah,
That's a cool moment.
Great job by the Feehan kids not packing in, and yeah, scored a touchdown in Gillette Stadium. That's pretty dope.
We'll bang it through, and that's going to do it. Catholic Memorial wins yet another Division II state championship. The 7th in school history, and the Knights' 4th in the past 5 years. John DiBiaso wins his 4th at CM and his 17th of his 43-year career.
Crazy.
He owns the most Super Bowl appearances in the state's history, the most Super Bowl wins, and the most Super Bowl wins at 3 different schools: Weston, Everett, and his 4th at CM. That concludes our coverage of this Division II state championship game. Congratulations to Catholic Memorial, champions of Division II in back-to-back years. Stick with us for our final state title game here at Gillette Stadium. We will see #1 seed St. John's Prep back in the title game, take on #3 seed, the 2-time defending champion, Xaverian brothers. Pete Connell is our statistician. For Andy Gresh, I'm Brendan Glasheen. Thanks to our entire crew. We'll be back at Gillette to wrap up the night with the D1 state title game.
At the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I'm Robert Kraft. Welcome to Gillette Stadium, where for the 18th year, we're proud to host tonight's Super Bowl games. I want to congratulate the competitors in the Division I MIAA football championship game between St. John's Prep and Xaverian Brothers. Good luck to both teams. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy this special day.
What's up, Xaverian? This is Kobe Minor with the Patriots. Just wishing you guys a good luck at your playoff game.
What's up, St. John's Prep, Kyle Williams, New England Patriots here. Just giving y'all a good shout out, good luck in the state championship. Hopefully you guys pull out with the win.
The nightcap here at Gillette Stadium, home of the New England Patriots. The MIAA state championships have reached the final stage. It's the Division I state title game. Back-to-back champs, the Xaverian Brothers Hawks at 10-2, the 3 seed this year in D1. They take on a foe that's familiar with this pinnacle stage, #1 seed, the St. John's Prep Eagles, looking to bounce back after falling short last year. They fell to Xaverian back in 2023. Hi everybody, my name is Brendan Glasheen, joined by Andy Gresh. Game 4 of 4 for us today and 6th overall. This should be a good one.
And we got two teams that are pretty familiar with each other, to say the least, Brendan.
They played each other 10 days ago on Thanksgiving. It was Xaverian that won 21-18 to capture the Catholic Conference title. So more revenge on the minds of St. John's Prep, and this is the box score, notables from what occurred in that game 10 days ago between these two teams. Xaverian survived a near collapse after Prep scored twice off fumbles in the final 4 minutes. It was Xaverian's Jackson Holmes who broke up a halfback pass in the end zone from the 5-yard line as time expired. St. John's Prep to kick it away, and Xaverian, wearing white, to receive the opening kickoff. Off we go, D1 state title game at Gillette on this Saturday night. It's returned out to the 24-yard line by the Hawks. And the returner is shaken up. That is Sergeant Chismadia. We're going to look at the Hawks offense averaging 33 points per game on the season. Senior receiver Christian McIntyre. He's the captain. He had 5 grabs on Turkey Day for 177 yards.
Hang on. 56 catches, 21 touchdowns.
Nuts.
That is, yes.
Will Wood is the quarterback. An I formation to get our night started from scrimmage, and St. John's Prep stout up front. The road to Gillette for Xaverian. Just a 15-minute drive south to Gillette Stadium, a 10-mile drive. Take a look. They met on Turkey Day, as we talked about. Back in the semis, they beat number 2 seed Springfield Central by 14 points. Topped Andover in the round of 8, and a shutout victory over 14 seed Brockton in the round of 16.
Yeah, Xaverian usually impressive this time of year, and beating Springfield Central, no small task for Xaverian to get here for the state championship.
17th state title game appearance. They've won 10 championships in Westwood, Massachusetts. They curl it to the outside and nowhere to go. St. John's Prep, that front is ready to go. McIntyre is stuffed.
Yeah, the St. John's Prep defense is flying around. There is a Xaverian head coach, Al Fornaro, continuing the championship tradition at Xaverian. But you mentioned the St. John's Prep defense. Look at this group of guys in blue flying around. Multiple players on the other side of the line of scrimmage. Davian Sullivan, the one making the tackle there, number 0, the junior wide receiver defensive back.
Fornaro is in his 9th season as head coach. He spent the previous 37 years as a defensive assistant at Xaverian. He's 6-4 in his career against St. John's Prep. Will Wood, the junior quarterback, sits in the pocket momentarily, has to escape. Down he goes. Multiple suitors to pursuit, including Jackson Holmes. Rather, check it. That is Bo Minagu, the senior linebacker, to get to him.
Yeah, the guy who forces the quarterback out of the pocket is 94 Riley Deely, the senior defensive lineman, who just beats the man across from him, ends up getting big pressure on Will Wood, forcing Wood to have to kind of step up in the pocket there. Nice job, 94 on the pass rush, flashed quickly in the pocket.
So Xaverian a 3-and-out. This will be superb field position for St. John's Prep. Offensively, it'll start at the 45-yard line of Xaverian.
I know that we have had instances of this before, but what do you make of the rematch so close? And I know that you mentioned it was a 21-18 win for Xaverian, but
it was also for a conference championship.
Yeah, but you know, so do you sell out to win on Turkey Day in the conference championship? Does that really matter? Because you know you're going to states, right? They already knew they were coming here for the state title, so that'd be a tough spot to kind of manage there.
John Bedreau, or pardon me, that's Chris Vargas at a quarterback. He has returned, but he throws an interception.
Wow.
Vargas, who is getting the start today at QB.
Sophomore QB, 6'5", 185-pounder. And boy, just throws it right to the Xaverian defense. Standing tall in the pocket, slides up a little bit. There you go. Right, I mean, right to the hands of Xaverian's Jonathan Etienne.
So Vargas, who did not play on Thanksgiving, he was injured in the round of 16, makes his second postseason start, and his first throw is picked off.
So I guess that's where things are a little different. There was starting quarterback in there.
Incomplete pass on the near sideline, intended for number 1, Dave Shivagato, who was banged up during the regular season. He did not play, returned for the playoffs. The UMass commit intended there. Let's look at St. John's Prep and their road to Gillette Stadium. 49-7 over 5-seed Central Catholic, 42-zip over Leominster, and 38-zip over Framingham to get the thing started. Dominance by Brian St. Pierre's team. With Vargas back, They had excellent field position. He throws a pick on their first offensive play of the night with 9:17 to go in the first. The quarterback is Will Wood, and he roams free momentarily to the 35 to set up second down and medium.
There is Will Wood with the big old knee brace on the left side there.
Third down and medium, rather. There's Will Wood, who's fielding offers from Stanford, Syracuse, Harvard, Coastal Carolina, UConn, Wake Forest, and UMass. A lot of options, and he still has another year in Westwood. This game kind of hit us in the face. 3 and out, interception.
Yeah, a little bit.
Timeout. Xaverian. What's the first timeout?
And Xaverian banks a timeout.
Yeah, Xaverian also, I'm trying to figure out, they have a 97 that is lining up at tight end. I don't think that fella will be catching many footballs, and the problem is, do you have a 97? I don't either. There we go. So hopefully that guy don't catch no touchdown passes. Mom and dad would be mad. Be like, we don't know who you are. Mr. X catches for the touchdown. But it is interesting that, because to me, that's having essentially an extra offensive lineman on the field, and not just the number 97 kind of telling you. That is that's like having an extra largo out there, I think, for Xaverian. Even though 97 is down the sideline and not going out for this particular play here on third down.
Brian St. Pierre, 12th season as head coach at St. John's Prep. He's won 3 state titles. The Prep has made 5 of the last 7 D1 state championship games under his guidance. It's Xaverian football on third down and 5. Pressure is on the way. Wood steps into the throw, looking for his right-hand man, McIntyre! Wow! Touchdown, Xaverian! A 65-yard score.
You mentioned Will Wood's got a lot of schools taking a look at him. Well, there you go. And there's Christian McIntyre, the star wide receiver, making a big play. Good pocket for Wood. Big extent. Now, that was a ball that was not overthrown or underthrown. That was about as perfect as we have seen today. And a great job by Christian McIntyre of avoiding the tackle and getting that thing in the end zone. Great separation there from McIntyre.
Extra point bid by Xaverian. Xander Gavostes takes care of business, 7-0. Just how they drew it up. A 3-and-out, interception, and a 65-yard strike.
Yeah, pretty crazy start for Xaverian when you think about it there. That first series, St. John's Prep looked like they were flying around on defense, and then just took a little bit of time for Xaverian and Will Wood to kind of settle in. Good throw and strike right there. Big time stuff for Xaverian to get on the board.
So outside of the Thanksgiving Day matchup, Xaverian won 21-18. Vargas did not play. Their dominance in the state tournament, now they find themselves trailing 7-0. St. John's Prep on the return. This is Jordan Taribo. We'll call his name a lot out of the backfield, as well as Maxwell Parent, a pair of juniors in the backfield. Good showing by both fan bases at Gillette Stadium.
So Vargas is back as the starting quarterback for St. John's Prep. Went out immediately through an interception. Now, how does Brian St. Pierre manage his young quarterback here?
And for Vargas, that was just his second pick all season. 21 touchdowns, 1 INT entering this game. A 4-star recruit hands the rock to Taribo. And a gain of 3 yards.
Well, and much to our surprise, like there was some question as to whether Vargas was going to be out there, but you know, we had heard nothing from anybody on the St. John's Prep side that this was going to be the way they were going to go.
John Boudreau had filled in masterfully in the playoff run. 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, close to 500 passing yards, completing 64% of his passes. On the year, Vargas completes 70% of his throws. They'll run it again on 2nd down and 6. Extra oomph on that carry, and might be enough for a first. Yes, indeed, for Jordan Torbio.
Taribo not going down easy. There you go. Gets to a tackle, slips a little bit, kept fighting to be able to get every tiny little bit of extra yards there from Taribo. Does a nice job getting the first down.
Vargas to throw and complete his first completed pass of the night. Finds sophomore receiver Riley Selve, approaching 70 catches on the year, 1,400 yards and 13 touchdowns. We've got Selve for St. John's Prep, and then McIntyre for Xaverian, 2 of the best receivers in the state.
Selve only a sophomore, as is Chris Vargas, the quarterback.
Again in the backfield, it's a junior combo of Maxwell Parent and Jordan Toribio. This is Parent lined up to dot the I. 2nd down and 8 from their own 43. Parent the run. Parent uses blockers. Parent moves his legs and then leaps forward. First down.
Yeah, that's a great use of blocker and running behind people. They pull some offensive linemen from the backside to lead them up in there, and Maxwell Parent does a good job of reading the bigs, following it right up in there, following his guys, seeing where the defender was going to attack, and then cutting inside to then go back out and get the first down.
St. John's Prep has entered enemy territory inside 6 minutes to go in the first, down 7-0. Vargas back to throw. Laser beam broken up.
Nice coverage there by 22 Jackson Holmes on the outside. He was working, that's a 1. Pearson Scala on the outside. But really good effort there by Jackson Holmes to knock that down.
St. John's Prep, as the common folks call them, the Prep. 12th state title game appearance, 6-5 record in the big game. They fell short last year. They look to avenge the loss in 2023. That is complete. Down the left sideline. Off they go. Riley Selve. St. John's Prep answers, an extra point away from tying this Division I state championship up at 7.
We'll see what happened to the coverage on the middle of the field there. I know this ball goes outside. Boy, that's a heck of a throw from outside the far hash to the wide side of the field to get it to Riley Selve. Good pocket by the O-line. Selve just turns and runs away from Ryan Dickow, number 6. Pretty easy pitch and catch for a touchdown there for St. John's Prep.
Liam Cullen is on for the extra point. Oh, he jumped. There was movement by Jackson Holmes on the defense.
Coach, on the defense, not the distance to the goal. They try.
So the offense takes a peek to the sideline.
And they're like, hey, we still kicking this? Yep, I think they're still kicking. You can hear a couple of coaches yelling, watch the fake, because they moved it closer to the goal line.
And we are tied at 7. We expected some fireworks.
And there's Brian St. Pierre, and given his, pro experience, where he played, I'm a little surprised and maybe they have, that a college hasn't come knocking in terms of whether being a head coach or a coordinator. St. Pierre's a really talented guy and a really good play caller. And I'll tell you what else I like too. That guy not wearing a headset. You see that? He's the only, I think, head coach that we've, well, DiBiase didn't wear one, but the fact that St. Pierre is like the play caller too.
12th year in Danvers. Typically, when we get to the Division I state title game, these two schools are very much in the mix. High floating kick that is fair called for at the 29-yard line. Here's our schedule and essentially a recap of the weekend. Back on Thursday, Cohasset and Fairhaven victorious in D7 and D6 respectively. Yesterday, 2 games. Shawsheen Tech repeat winners of Division 5. King Philip with a title for the first time in 2 years, new to Division 3. Earlier today, Randolph got revenge on West Boylston from last year. Scituate in a nail-biting, high-scoring affair, 83 combined points. The Sailors repeat as D4 champions. Catholic Memorial repeat D2 champs. Can Xaverian repeat? Time will tell. And only one game really got tilted in terms of state championship weekend. This prep front is dialed in. Yeah, the St. John's prep defense definitely came to play. They are mobile, agile, and hostile. And there is number 40, Connor Quigley, the junior linebacker, 5'8", 200 pounds. Part of that St. John's prep defense that, hey, on the line of scrimmage so far, they're off to a hot start, no question. Yeah, really outside of the 65-yard bomb to McIntyre, they've played a solid first quarter. Loss of 2, second down and 12. Xaverian from its own 23. Wood gives it. 3rd and long. Just nowhere to run the ball for Xaverian right now. Well, the quarterback Wood has 36 total touchdowns on the year, just 1 interception on Thanksgiving Day against the prep. 236 passing yards, 2 touchdowns. And I'd imagine he'd be throwing here on 3rd and 11. One would think so, unless there is some sort of quarterback run, trickeration or something like that they want to bust out right now to try to move the chains. But I'm with you. I think they're going to stay conventional and put Wood back in the shotgun and let him operate. They pin their ears back, coming for him. He's well protected, fires, and McIntyre reaches across his body. An unconventional catch to move the chains. Special hands and feet of Christian McIntyre. Real nice throw out of the pocket there by Will Wood. Very decisive with where he was going with the ball. You can see him kind of looking right there. He sort of knew that he was going to ultimately get that thing to Christian McIntyre. That's just an in cut. There you go. Pretty simple. First down at the 38. D1 state championship tied at 7. Wood. Pass protect is there. Steps into it. Off 1 foot. McIntyre again. He's in. Holy cow. He matches a 65-yard score with a 62-yard bomb. There was a flag on the play. Yeah, I think it's going against the St. John's prep defense. So Christian McIntyre slowed down. It looked like they got a little grabby there. I didn't think McIntyre was going to be able to catch this ball. I thought he slowed down on the route, but ultimately had pretty good eyes.
We have the answer, coach.
Boy, oh boy, off the left leg. See how McIntyre kind of slowed down there, but
Penalty be assessed on the kickoff.
ultimately got away from number 23, Aaron Radke, was on in coverage, and just nothing Radke could do right there.
And Wood put it right in the bucket.
He did it. That was a heck of a throw. Great catch by McIntyre, but two pretty impressive throws down the field for touchdowns from Will Wood.
Gavostis extra point. Xaverian can throw the rock, that's for sure. The connection of Wood and McIntyre, despite the running game being stopped.
Yeah, they got nothing going in the run game, and they're making these throws on third down for crying out loud.
We discussed Johnny Donovan in the D4 game, setting one of the highest passing marks in state championship game history, the fourth most ever. Will Wood is on his way. He's at 127 yards passing.
Pretty good.
And we still have 3:15 to go in the first quarter. With all that said, no one has captured momentum in this game.
Well, and this ball's marked at the 45 for Xaverian. I thought maybe there might have been a chance to try to go onside kick there because of the field position. But look at St. John's on the return.
Whoa, baby, spin move. Another spin.
It kind of spun around was Jordan Toribo. Spun around a couple of times, but number 6 hits it up in there.
Enter the end zone. The ball we brought out to the 20-yard line.
Oh, there you go. Fielded it in the end zone. Return doesn't matter. I'm a little surprised with that ball having crossed midfield. I'm a little surprised that Xaverian didn't,
pooch it.
Think about either like a pooch or, maybe try to drive it into the ground, get that thing up high, maybe have somebody be able to run under it and snag you another possession.
So the Toribio run nullified. They're at the 20. It's a combination of number 5 and number 6 for St. John's out of their backfield. That duo, Parent and Toribio, has combined for 2,500 yards on the year, 36 touchdowns. That's Maxwell Parent getting his second touch. Vargas in a quarterback. We discussed the 4-star did not play Thanksgiving. He got injured in the round of 16. So Brian St. Pierre had to turn to his senior backup, John Bedreau, who hopes to walk on at MIT if accepted. 4-yard pickup. Second down run. And Xaverian's front wants to match the Eagles' intensity.
Nowhere for St. John's Prep to go on that one. Middle was gobbled up. Nowhere for Parent to be able to work through. So what does Brian St. Pierre dial up here on 3rd and 4, excuse me.
Vargas in the gun. Need the 30-yard line for a first down. Sets his feet. Pump fake. Deflected ball. 4th down.
Vargas had the slant to Riley Selvey. Just couldn't connect on it. That ball kind of headed towards the ground a little bit. Let's see what the throw looks like. Oh, tried to keep it under the hands of the receivers, which is actually a pretty good throw. A little pump fake there, and then, boy, that was a 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
Oh, boy. You got to pick this up and throw it or run it. Oh, wow. Xaverian pin their ears back. They don't get the punt away, and they are in business deep in St. John's Prep territory. The punter, Bedreau, who we just discussed, the backup quarterback.
Yep. Couldn't handle the snap. And then the longer you're, see how ball, the longer you're like ping-ding-a-linging around trying to pick it up, the more you're starting to panic because you're looking at me like, uh-oh, here comes the rush. Tried to turn into quarterback, but really nowhere to be able to run with the ball, nowhere to be able to throw the ball unless you're just chucking it, throwing it away.
Xaverian football at the St. John's Prep 25, the 3 seed in D1 this year, 2-time defending champs.
Oh, big 97 in the game just flopped from one right tight end to the other. Oh, little option.
They flip it out to Rocco Sestio.
Wow, that was interesting. So they put 97 in the game as the tight end, flop him from the right to the left side, and then give you a little belly fake, and then it's option to the side that he ran from. So it's like split side option. Pretty nice job by number 21 of St. John's Prep. Alex Teresi, I think it is. With all due respect to both of these schools, I need like a magnifying glass to be able to read these tiny letters and jamming these in here.
Sestio gained 3. Number 44, the sophomore, on the hip of the quarterback Wood. Sestio takes it once more into a pig pile. Third and long.
Yeah, the between the tackles run game against this St. John's defense for Xaverian has pretty much come up with nothing in terms of, neither team has been great at kind of running the ball right now. But this St. John's Prep group, especially up front, has come out and tried to set the tone defensively. And have done a good job of doing so.
Third down and 5, 40 seconds to go in the opening quarter. Junior quarterback Will Wood from under center rolls out, stays upright. He takes off. First down, Xaverian in business inside the 10.
Boy, pretty good athleticism from Will Wood to run away from the defenders right there as he restraps the knee brace on. Pretty good play from the Xaverian quarterback. Turns into a runner pretty quickly, and he's not afraid of contact. Didn't shy away from it at all at the end of that run. And this will likely take us to the end of the first quarter.
With Xaverian in front, 14-7, and looking for more. They'll have first down from the 9-yard line. Looking for a three-peat. The Hawks, they won on Thanksgiving. This is the game that really counts. We'll be right back.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
On behalf of Craft Sports Productions, thanks for tuning in to our MIAA High School Football State Championships coverage. Final game of the weekend on Championship Saturday night. Xaverian leads it 14-7. They have first down and 9. Can St. John's defensively come up with the stop? The aerial attack has worked thus far for Hawks quarterback Will Wood and the receiver Christian McIntyre. Wood puts Shivagato in motion.
Big 97 in a tight end. Jumped.
On the offense. 5-yard penalty. We play first down.
Looks like 97 is Colin Corbett. Oh, there is the, yeah, there it is. He's either 64 or 97, and I guess today for Colin Corbett, he's 97. I missed that a little bit earlier there, Flash. Good job out of you. I'm sure somebody on Twitter probably already told us.
Wood,
get it.
Uses the blockers in front, turns, and he's out at the 5.
I'll tell you, these St. John's defenders are laying out and trying to make some plays, and now we have a late flag. That's why I yelled get it, because I was like, oh boy, there's some real contact, and it was some scrumming going on. But Brendan, I know you mentioned it a couple different times. St. John's prep defensively is getting after it.
On the offense.
Oh, it's on the offense.
Interesting. I know it was at the end of the play there, and couldn't really tell sort of who was shoving who, but I know there was big contact at the point of attack.
So the ball moves back to the 21-yard line.
And whomever committed the penalty, Will Wood was kind of looking out there saying, hey man, we got to play 4 quarters.
Wood gets the call from his head coach, Xaverian's Al Fornaro. 9th season as the head man. 3-1 record against St. John's Prep the past 3 years. He's 6-4 overall. Empty set with 3 wide. Wood looks left, fires. McIntyre, catch and run. He's down inside the 15. 3rd and long.
This Wood-McIntyre combination is pretty special. These guys, you can tell they know what they're doing. They know where they're going. Well-delivered football. Nice route there by Christian McIntyre underneath just to get open.
Get a whistle from the near side official having a chat with the Xaverian sideline.
Yeah, the coaches are talking to 2 officials there. Appears to be much ado about nothing as we get ready to line up for 3rd and goal from the 14. Not the spot you necessarily want to be in on 3rd down.
McIntyre is in the slot, 21 in white, who's caught 2 touchdowns. Wood escapes, fires over the middle, and Shivagato scores.
That's a heck of a play by Xaverian quarterback Will Wood. Steps moves up in the pocket and then kind of slings it side army. Let's take a look at Wood once again. He knew he had to get out of the pocket, and then look at this. Slinging that thing right out there. Fantastic catch by Shivagato. Will Wood rolling right, throwing kind of left, at least to the middle. Good pitch and catch for Xaverian for the score.
Gavastas extra point, 21-7, Xaverian brothers. Well, Shivagato missed the entire regular season due to injury. The senior captain who's heading to UMass returned for the playoff run, and if anything, he alleviates any attention on McIntyre and opens up everything for the junior quarterback Wood.
And Wood can sling it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Now you know why all the schools that are on him are on him.
Stanford, Syracuse, Harvard, Coastal Carolina, UConn, Wake Forest, UMass. Let's just catch the people up at home. 3 and out for Xaverian on their first offensive drive.
Right, and then
St. John's Prep had the ball at midfield in a 0-0 game. Vargas returns from the injury, throws an interception, and it's been all
Xaverian since, pretty much, yeah. Offensively, they've righted the ship. Now, let's also remember, too, Will Wood has thrown a couple of perfect balls down the field that were like 40, 50 yards in the air. So they are great plays and great throws by Will Wood, but to your point, St. John's Prep came out hot. Defensively, they've been getting after it, and after the interception, it's like Xaverian is just kind of taking over this game offensively right now. But look, you got Chris Vargas. He's a 4-star quarterback. You're not out of the game in high school when you have a kid who can play up at that position.
Vargas caught far sideline, spin move, and there's room to run. Down that left sideline, the sophomore connection. You mentioned this in our last game. You don't often hear sophomore quarterback on this big stage. How about sophomore quarterback to sophomore receiver? Selve with the snag.
Yep, this ball comes out of Chris Vargas's hands pretty quick. Selve avoids the tackle, and then it is right up the sideline for as long as he can go before being pushed out of bounds by Christian McIntyre.
Selve is nearing 1,500 yards receiving on the year. It's 1st and 10 from the Xaverian 41. St. John's Prep down 2 touchdowns. They look to get the run game going. And that is Toribio with the muscle. Gain of 9. It's a little shaken up afterwards.
Yeah, got to. Looks like he's gonna head to the sideline to kind of recover there a little bit. Nice job of making one defender miss, and then yeah, that was a pretty big hit on the hip right there on the tackle. It was hit, but I saw him touching the quad, so it looks like he kind of banged up that left leg a little bit.
Vargas turns and hands on 2nd down and 2. And Toribio is denied. 3rd and short for St. John's Prep.
Right up the middle and bottled up pretty quickly is Maxwell Parent right there, getting the handoff. Just nowhere to operate against this Xaverian front.
3rd and 2. Vargas, a rifle through the hands, incomplete.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think number 40 for Xaverian, Connor Quigley, the linebacker, I don't know if the ball went through his hands, but it looked like there might have been his hand there, and visually may have distracted the wide receiver on catching that hot shot slant route.
Offense remains on the field.
Take a look at it right here. Let's see how close number 40 actually gets to this thing, or does he like wave his hand by the ball? There was the outstretch. Yeah, So watch 40 try to jump this ball right there. And that's enough to get your hand in the way to distract the receiver.
Vargas from under center. They need 2 yards to pick up the first. He will throw. That's a beauty of a look. Incomplete.
Heck of an effort there by Riley Selvey.
Turnover on down, St. John's Prep. They come away with no points, down 14.
I know for a lot of people, they think in that short yardage situation, if you throw it deep and you don't get it, or if it gets intercepted, it's essentially like a punt. That's the way a lot of people look at it. I'm not so sure. I'm not a huge fan of throwing a ball down the field on 4th and 2 like that.
Not to mention McIntyre, who plays defensive back, drew the assignment of Selvey, and he was draped all over him.
No doubt.
Here comes Will Wood. So far in the day, 5 of 7, 182 yards, 3 touchdowns through the air. 2 to McIntyre, 1 to Shivagato. They've shown no proof to run the football.
Until now.
Until maybe now. Not much there.
Well, and even then, this St. John's defense has very much loaded up against the run, and have done a pretty respectable job to this point. Even though they're down 21-7, it's been more that guy right there, Will Wood, and the big plays in the passing game that has Xaverian where they are.
Senior Bryce Todd on the carry for a gain of 4 yards. Wood locked in. Rolls and throws, complete. Nico Tortolione with a burst into St. John's Prep territory.
Play action to the left. Just have the tight end kind of leak out to the right there. And that is Tortolione. Slides right out. Nobody's thinking about him. And then look at number 0.
22-yard push.
Oh, I love it.
And he got out of bounds. 8:16 to go in the half. Xaverian up 14 with the ball in Eagles territory.
Tortolione lined up as the fullback in this I formation.
Play action, Sestio. He will block for his quarterback. Wood tucks and runs with ferocity.
I mentioned Tortolione lined up as the fullback right there. He ended up saving his QB, Will Wood. That was a big block to allow Wood to be able to get to the outside. Let's take a look at number 0 as the fullback. Look at that, boom, right up in there, and then squares up the linebacker. Wood does a good job of seeing the escape out of the pocket, taking advantage of it. But it started with good blocking up front. Big Nico gets a catch and then stones somebody right at the line of scrimmage.
In the flat, dropped. McIntyre with steady hands. It's unlike him.
I'm going to say, was that, like, did that hit him in the hands, and was that a drop, or was that not a great throw there from Will Wood? It made me question it from our vantage point. Let's see, right down the line of scrimmage. Yeah, he didn't get his hands on it.
Yep.
Those should never be incomplete, in my opinion. You're stopping with time to throw the ball sideways, unless there's a defender there to where I'm going to look at that and say that's a good incompletion. Shouldn't be missing those throws.
Inside give to the fullback.
I think it was big Nico, number 0.
Tortolione, indeed.
Nowhere to go against this St. John's Prep defensive front, who's been more than respectable against the Xaverian run game.
4th and a yard and a half. Offense on the field. Wood is relayed the play call.
I'm going to guess this is not going to be a deep throw down one of the sidelines. This is going to be find a way to get 3 yards and convert.
A stop here by the St. John's Prep defense could shift momentum. Wood, hand it to Cestio.
That's a first down. We'll see where they mark it, but I thought when he flopped and flipped, he ended up getting past the yard to gain.
Cestio does his job.
There we go, first down.
Got just enough.
Watch Cestio here. Flip and land for the first down.
He's just a sophomore. Averages north of 6.5 yards per carry. He has thrust into a lead back role this season.
Have you noticed that we've had no measurements this weekend, at least for us? We may have had.
We had one yesterday.
I believe. Yeah.
Wood chucks it. And Shivagato got it.
What a catch by Shivagato on a ball that probably shouldn't have been thrown there by Will Wood.
31-yard connection down at the 1.
Great coverage by St. John's Prep here, but Wood throws it up. Defender is there. Davian Sullivan is in the area. Turns and tries to play the ball and can't knock it away. What a catch from Dave Shivagato. Holy smokes.
Wood almost had his 4th passing touchdown of the half. We still have 6 and change left in this second quarter. They will hand it, and Cestio caps it off. Touchdown. Xaverian.
I didn't know if the center was exactly covered. I wondered if Will Wood was going to go up there and goose and slide his way into the end zone, but nope. Cestio ends up getting it in. Nice job, much better job at the point of attack. Great battle by Cestio to get that into the end zone. I think we tried to do a tush push there for 2 or some version of it, and Xaverian comes up empty. Oh, I got it. So it was they used to call that they used to call when the O-lineman lined up to the left of the kicker the swinging gate. And then instead of sliding over, it's the trickeration in tossing the ball to Cestito to try to get into the end zone, and it doesn't work. But Xaverian up 27-7 on St. John's Prep. They get a rushing touchdown, but Will Wood has 3 touchdown passes for Xaverian.
Let's see if they can get any life on that St. John's Prep side. On the return, Ethan Stefanovich, senior return man.
Well, St. John's Prep, I thought defensively came out hot, and then, as you said, Brendan, once Xaverian started to take over and put some points up on the board, some of the steam has been taken out of this St. John's group. Well, a touchdown here with 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. You put one on the board before the half, you're feeling much better about yourself and your chances.
Would agree. Still full arsenal of timeouts. Vargas back for the first time since the round of 16. Productive run. Laser focus out of the backfield for St. John's. Toribio with the push into Xaverian territory.
Yeah, Toribio does a real nice job of leaving some jocks on the field, right? Just straight up juking fools. So there's one bouncing outside. There's one.
30-yard race.
And then the contact along the sidelines. But a really nice job of Toribio of working inside out on that run game and making people miss. Little R1 button.
Vargas out of the gun, pass deflected and knocked down. I can't quite tell if he's all that comfortable out there. And score aside.
You mean Chris Vargas, the quarterback of St. John's? Seems to be okay. That's just a great job of a Xaverian defender. That was Dominic Funk,
who's heading to Boston College. He's a game wrecker at 6'3", 240.
Working against Gio Correa. Correa needed to pull his pins and get him down on the ground. Didn't do so, therefore the deflection.
Toribio with the push through traffic. Third down and long for St. John's.
St. John's prep not trying to press the pace, not panicking under Brian St. Pierre. Kind of deliberate right now in terms of moving the ball. Big 3rd and 8 for them to convert here.
Last St. John's Prep state title win, 2022 against Springfield Central. Vargas with time, pocket folds. Incomplete. Once again, that man, Dominic Funk.
Yeah, and the pocket did not hold up there for St. John's very well. I mean, you can have a 4-star quarterback all you want, but if your O-line isn't going to give him time to sling the pill, then it's really all for naught. And I think Xaverian up 27-7 here with 4:56 in the second quarter. It feels like they kind of smell some blood. It's like, all right, let's really lean on these guys. I think if you're Xaverian, you start to turn up that defensive pressure now.
Vargas sets his feet, delivers. Nearly picked off. That went through the wickets.
Yeah, that should have been a Xaverian interception there from Jackson Holmes. Let's see where this football hits him. It's a rare one that Chris Vargas is just kind of thrown up there. Wow. If he closes his elbows, it's almost by accident that he gets the interception.
So Xaverian takes over. At its own 37-yard line, 4:48 to go in the half.
So there you go. Not making the interception actually gives them some better field position.
'Tis true. Tortolione, the man in motion, up the gut. And they turn to the sophomore Rocco Sestito.
Starting to get some Bishop Feehan Catholic Memorial feels here. I thought in the first 5 minutes St. John's Prep came out kind of firing, and you mentioned the interception from Vargas, who was the I guess surprise starter given what happened at Thanksgiving, and then it has pretty much been all Xaverian after that.
That pile takes a journey. Nearing the first down marker. And Sestito turned to once again. Plays outside linebacker as a starter defensively. Well, Xaverian aims for a three-peat of Division I state football. Boy, they could take a real commanding lead if they could punch another one in.
Yeah, no question.
Still 2 timeouts. Possibly 2-down territory if they don't get it here on 3rd and 1. Wood under center. Says Tito.
Wow.
Falls down.
Still gets the first down. Whew. Big contact And still, Rocco Sestito finds a way to get the first down. Look at this thump. Wow. Number 90, Leo Tarowski.
Officials time.
Leo Tarowski was right there to be able to make that tackle and get that stop, and unfortunately for St. John's, did a good job of penetrating and getting there. Just couldn't finish the play, but nice job by Tarowski right there of getting into the backfield. Oh, look at that, a measurement.
Ask and you shall receive.
I don't know if I asked.
You did,
but I'll take it. They're short, I think. No, got it. Wow, when they were setting the spot on the change at the 40, I thought that was going to be a tad short, but there we go for the first down for Xaverian.
Nice rhythm from the band on the Xaverian side.
I was going to say, did I miss something? There we go. It's 1st and 10. That's what I thought. I was waiting for all the boards and scorebugs to be updated.
Wood out of the gun. Here comes the pressure. Rolls to his right. Wood fires. Complete. McIntyre. That's his man. First down, Xaverian.
Will Wood does a really good job of, as he's moving around in the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield. He just doesn't become a guy who turns into a runner. Look at him get flushed out of the pocket here. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Running away, but still takes a peek, backside, but then still able to get the ball off to Christian McIntyre. There's McIntyre just kind of running an over route. Nice deke right there to be able to create a little separation for Wood to get him the football.
15-yard strike, 1st and 10, Xaverian at the St. John's Prep 33. Wood has 2 wide to the left side. McIntyre, that's on target this time. There is a flag, however. McIntyre jets to the 15.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a penalty on number 4 for Xaverian. Ronnie Escobar, I think it was 4 who was out there, who ended up, might have been 1.
On the offense, 10-yard penalty. Replay first down.
No, now that I look at it again, I think it might be number 1, Shivago. Yeah, there was the hold. He had the hands on the, and tugging the jersey on the inside. Pretty easy call, and it was Shivagato on the penalty there. Just got a little too handsy. Well, that's the last thing that Xaverian wanted, right?
No doubt. If you're St. John's Prep, it changes the dynamic for sure.
100%.
If you're St. John's Prep, you still have 3 timeouts. And again, it is first down. How aggressive does Xaverian get? Trips left for Wood. Sestito, a freight train.
Wow, pushing the pile, to say the least. On 1st and 19, that gets you a big chunk of yards back. What's that, 14, 15-yard gain right there. Puts you in 2nd and medium. Really nice job by this Xaverian group. There you go. He's battled up. Look at the legs churning there from Sestito. Great work keeping the legs moving. Really good work by the O-lineman to come and shove him around.
Picks up 13. So it's 2nd and 6. I'd say they remain aggressive. McIntyre off the fingertips, incomplete.
That one just got away from Wood. Should have been a pretty easy completion right there. I know there was the ball that hit the ground, but that was the first one where it felt like Wood had time in the pocket, and McIntyre was open and just kind of missed him and hit him in the hands.
Third and 6.
Safety in the middle of the field. Keep an eye on the slot receiver, number 21.
Over the middle, Shivagato. Incomplete.
Yeah, and you can see one of the coaches walking out on the field to tell Wood, hey, you had the slot receiver 21 wide open underneath. Where are you going with that football? Wood, you can see there, kind of locked on a little bit. And the coaches walked right off the sideline and pointed to the receiver that was open underneath, dictated by coverage. It's the rare time I think we've seen Will Wood kind of walk in, ignore coverage, and just throw it where he wanted to throw it.
Timeout, Xaverian. That's the second timeout of the half.
Xaverian has one timeout left, 1:32 to go in the half.
Xaverian looking for the three-peat, back-to-back champs, trying to win another one here. Looking pretty good, up 27-7 here against St. John's Prep.
These teams met 2 years ago at Gillette Stadium. Xaverian won. They had lost the previous 2 Super Bowls they reached, so that win in 2023 ended an 8-year drought. Think back, Xaverian once had Henry Hasselbeck, Division I Player of the Year. Will Wood's pretty good too, as a signal caller.
Yep.
You've come to find out.
No doubt about it.
You think of his journey. He was a sophomore quarterback a year ago, propelling this program to another state title. Now he's a junior, settles in, delivers. Shivagato muscling, and he's down at the 1.
Put that one on the tape for the recruiters of Will Wood. That was that's a real good throw right there. Take a look at Wood standing tall in the pocket, right in the teeth of a blitzer, or right in the teeth of a defender that's gonna blast away, and fires this ball with accuracy right in the teeth of a defender, breathing down the face of Will Wood. Big connection right there.
Well, the top priority is to win the state championship, no doubt, but we're going to start looking at Will Wood. We'll look at his numbers at halftime to see how close he is to Johnny Donovan of Scituate. He is slinging the rock all over the turf tonight. From the 2, Sestito buried. Goal line stand by St. John's Prep.
This might be I don't know. Do you roll Wood out a little bit and give him the option of a two-way go? Nowhere for Sestito to go. There have been times where the St. John's Prep defense has done a really good job against the run. We'll see what happens against. We'll see what happens in spots like this. They got McIntyre one-on-one to the outside.
Wood fumbles the football. Oh wow!
I thought quarterback run, but you know what? I thought roll him out and give him a two-way go. They try to go back to the option play again, and the ball gets knocked out of Will Wood's hands. Oh, the tackle from the backside. Nice job by Maxwell Parent. Look at him tackle, gets to that football.
Davian Sullivan scoops it.
Sullivan right there to scoop it up on the goal line. Now this is interesting. 7 seconds to go here. St. John's Prep backed up in their own end.
Vargas carries himself.
Yep.
And we've hit halftime.
QB sneak it to avoid a potential safety, and you're right. We've hit halftime.
So this one not over yet. 20-point game, and oh man, Xaverian leaves points out there.
Here's the thing, Brendan. St. John's Prep has everything they need, including the quarterback, to come back in this game. Let's see if they do it.
All right, we'll be back. Here at Gillette Stadium on the Xaverian side, looking for a three-peat, up 20 on St. John's Prep, 27-7 through 24 minutes. Let's take a look at the highlights in the first half. It was an aerial attack from from Xaverian.
Yeah, there's the interception from Chris Vargas on the first play of the offensive game for St. John's Prep. And then here's Will Wood down the field to Christian McIntyre. Wood gets it to him. McIntyre does the rest and getting into the end zone. Here is St. John's Prep with their touchdown of the first half. Vargas getting it to Riley Selvey. He took it in, that tied it at 7, and then here's Wood back to the air once again. Down the field to Christian McIntyre, who beats coverage for the touchdown, and then there's Wood slinging it over the middle to Dave Shivagato. That one got him down, I think, close to the goal line. I mean, that's a great catch by Shivagato. He's out a couple. Turn around and hand it off. That's Rocco Sestito getting it into the end zone. And then here is Wood to Shivagato once again. And then the fumble around the goal line.
First half stats are presented by Dean College. 262 through the air for Will Wood. He is on his way to possibly setting another record for single game passing yards in one of these MIAA high school football state championship games. Sort of surprised that Xaverian wound up with 65 rushing yards. They did run the ball effectively, I suppose, on one of their final offensive drives, and 0 third down conversions for St. John's Prep.
Yeah, just an offensive slog right now for St. John's Prep, and for Xaverian, it's you're right. It may turn into how many yards does Will Wood end up with at the end of the game and a victory, as Xaverian is up 27-7 here on St. John's Prep to start the third quarter.
You know, and I mentioned that, and of course, at the 1 yard line, Will Wood caught the football up.
Yeah.
And Xaverian could have tacked on another touchdown. So I'm sure, while up 20, they got a talking to about ball security. We've got 24 minutes to go.
Make sure
cap off a three-peat.
Yeah, close it out the right way.
And a monster return for St. John's Prep to open up this second half. Selvey, touchdown. We've got a ball game.
Well, that's exactly what the doctor ordered for St. John's Prep. Riley Selvey with the big kickoff return for a touchdown. 11 seconds off the clock in the third quarter. And there we go, St. John's Prep. No one really touching Riley Selvey on his way to the end zone. Did the good job of peeking at the scoreboard along the way to see if anybody was close enough there to hawk him down, and there wasn't.
Calling on for the extra point. 13-point game in the Division I state championship game. Through the first half of action, Selvey with all 81 receiving yards for the Eagles. 3 grabs, 81 yards along a 48. And he comes through huge with a kick return for a score. We just said it a second ago. Will Wood was a yard away from making this 35-7. Now it's 27-14.
And just right through, and then a little stiff arm for the kicker. And then that is it. Off to the races for Riley Selvey.
This game is turned on its head. An 80-yard kick return to the house. I must admit, I was a little worried at recess if we'd get a competitive Division I title game, given the history between these two schools. As we said off the top, they met 10 days ago on Thanksgiving Day. It's a rivalry game in the Catholic Conference.
Yeah, if I'm if I'm Xaverian, I'm like, all right, we gave you the free one. Now let's go. Now let's go earn it back. But now St. John's Prep is all wound up the way they were really to start this game defensively.
Sergeant Chismadia is drilled on the return. Not quite what we just saw. And their fan base is engaged. Students included.
Yeah, that kickoff return kind of woke everybody up, and that was a big stick from Bo Minogue, senior linebacker, making the big stick on that play. So pretty emotional to start. How does Xaverian and Will Wood come out to handle it here to start this second half?
8 of 12 in the first half, 262 yards, 3 touchdowns, an interception, and a fumble. Sestito the carry.
Only a couple of yards there for Sestito. In fact, 1.
Sestito scored their last touchdown in the first half with 6:08 remaining. They had a chance to score one again. Left it out there, and St. John's Prep just returned it on the kickoff. We've got 23 minutes left in regulation in the Division I state championship game. Wood puts McIntyre in motion. QB keeper, Wood, tripped up. 3rd and 7.
Well, I know it's a couple of times on the option they try to get Wood involved in the run game, but Wood running the ball on some called quarterback runs may end up opening up the run game even more for this Xaverian offense. Will Wood just tripped up to be brought down right there. 3rd and 7. Wood has operated pretty good here on 3rd down so far.
And as a team, Xaverian 3 of 7 on 3rd down. Empty for the junior quarterback, fielding multiple FBS offers. Rolling out. On the move, he fires. Broken up. 3 and out. Enforced by the St. John's Prep defense.
Well, and now St. John's Prep has clearly got the momentum on their side. A lot of deeper routes there for Xaverian. No one really short in that 8 to 10 yard range. And now if you're Xaverian, you went into the half feeling pretty good, and now it's now the giant has woken up, at least for St. John's Prep. Really nowhere for that ball to go. That's
high end over end punt.
Boot.
The lethal return man, not this time. Riley Selve held up at midfield. That's what we said at the very first moments of this game. There was a 3 and out. St. John's Prep front was lethal, and they're at midfield. In this case, down 13. There's Vargas, the quarterback. In the first half, he completed 3 passes, 11 attempts. A touchdown and a pick, which was his first throw of the game.
Yeah, Vargas did not play on Thanksgiving Day. A little bit of a surprise to see him in there tonight, and you're right, first throw ended up as an interception.
He has a brace on his left knee, handoff to start this drive. He was injured in the round of 16, so they turned to their backup quarterback, senior John Badreau, who filled in pretty well. And Brian St. Pierre, to motivate his backup, he used a line that he learned from his former head coach in Pittsburgh, Bill Cowher. You're 1 play away. If you can make it through practice with me breathing down your neck, the game will be a breeze. He brought him here. Granted, lopsided victories over Central Catholic, Leominster, and Framingham. But Vargas in there at QB, 2nd and 8. Back to throw. Uncorks one, incomplete. and covered well by Ryan Dickow.
Well, I'll tell you, that's also a pretty tough throw for anybody to make. Look where Chris Vargas was lined up. He was to the right of the, look at that. He's almost on the numbers on the far side of the field, and then having to go make that throw. Pretty tough to hit that consistently. There's a number 10 who plays in this stadium that's even a tough throw for him, I'd say.
Oh yeah. Enjoying his time off this week. 3rd and 8.
Better be, we're all counting on him.
Vargas,
no pressure,
made it look like he was going to throw. Parent going backwards.
Yeah, Parent did a good job. He's pretty good at making the first guy miss. The problem is there were 5 other defenders that were there to be able to gobble up Maxwell Parent after he made that first guy miss, and nowhere to go for this St. John's offense. There you go, make the first one miss. Tried to go outside. Too many other defenders. Just nowhere to run the football on that series. A tough 2 runs and a tough throw.
So while Prep had wind at its sails, Xaverian does its job defensively. Did not give them as much hope as they already had.
All right, there you go. You grab a little of that momentum back right there. Brian Norton, number 12, making a big open field tackle.
First and 10 for the Xaverian offense at the 22-yard line. Going for a 3-peat of Division I, and their 11th state title in school history.
Yep, they've been here, they've done that. They're not panicking right now. I didn't see any crazy swings of emotion on the sideline or anybody ripping anyone or anything like that. Still have a comfortable lead, but it's time to get back to running the offense the way you were running it the first 2 quarters, excuse me.
Trips left side, they turn to their running back, Scituate. It's been a very business-like approach, both sidelines.
Yeah, very much so. I think St. John's had the emotion coming into the game, and it carried over defensively. I think the interception kind of took the steam out of it a little bit, and then they find themselves down. Now the kick return added some short-term juice, but now it's got to carry over onto offense and defense for St. John's Prep to be able to truly get back into this game.
Right, it's what they make of it.
Yeah, I mean, on the scoreboard, you're only down 13, but St. John's really hasn't been able to get any offensive momentum going, in my opinion.
Tito, bully ball. 3rd and short.
70
sticks, first down.
77 in white, the pulling guard for Xaverian, Gino Gioso. Watch 77, boom! Knocked 21 on the ground. We'll get a better look at it.
Big fella, 6'3", 280.
I think it was Alex Teresi who got knocked down. But again, I gotta get new eyes to be able to read this St. John's Prep roster here. Tiny print.
Says Tito denied.
77 out there. Gino Gioso's throwing people around. He just tossed another St. John's defender onto the ground on that play.
That's Connor Quigley with the stop for the Eagles. He's only 5'8", but 200 pounds. Loss of a yard, 2nd down 11. We approach the midway point of the 3rd quarter in this Division I state championship game. Xaverian said a moment ago, 10 state titles for St. John's Prep, 6 of them. Wood fires, Shivagana the grab. Flag on the play. Tossed in from the far sideline.
Yeah, number 0, Nico Tortolione. They put him in motion, and it was to get him ahead of steam to try to go out there and basically get a block on the outside, and instead grabbed by the jersey.
Holding on the off. 10-yard penalty. We played 2nd down. 0-0.
So watch, there it is right there. You caught the end of the hold from number 0 on the outside, trying to take down Brian Norton, the defensive back.
Tortolione with the hold.
Yeah, Tortolione took you right to the hold. He also took you right to the play, too. When someone that large is in motion, all of a sudden they're running out to the side, you know they're not catching a ball in the flat.
Second and 20 from the 24.
Yeah, other than the kick return, this has turned into almost a no offense third quarter here.
Tortolione on the hip of the quarterback, Wood. Fake the handoff to McIntyre. Wood takes it himself. He is on his feet. Spins back to the original line.
Good jukeability there by Wood. You know, you look at that big old knee brace that he's got on, and you wonder what kind of, you know, speed and quicks and the ability to make people miss that he has. That's a pretty good example. Watch Will Wood right here. There's the play fake, puts the foot in the ground, makes two people miss, bounces to the outside. I thought that looked like a tackle out of bounds, but that's just me.
Not the case. And they marked him 2 yards shy of that original line. Third down and 12. No passing yards in the quarter yet for Wood.
Yeah, here's where you got to be looking for, here's where you got to be obviously on the lookout for 21. Find out where he's lined up.
Wood.
Nowhere to go with the football. Didn't want to make a mistake. Tried to get out of the pocket. Will Wood couldn't wiggle out of there. St. John's Prep once again. Vincenzo Graziani. In the making the play there. You made like a Sopranos reference earlier, and I let that go, Christopher.
Ben Christopher.
From there we go, yeah. What are you dreaming of, gabagool?
He had some good pasta earlier.
Yeah, I know. Go on now.
Nearly blocked.
Can a big return set up another St. John's touchdown?
Selve is a weapon. Out of bounds at the 46.
Got it into Xaverian territory, at least crossed midfield. And with a quarterback like Chris Vargas, you'll take that field position. That's something to be able to work with. Let's take a look at the punt here. Blocked into the kicker.
Boo Birds.
Boo Birds? What, they close a hot dog stand?
I think they wanted the penalty.
Oh, yeah, not happening.
4.5 to go in the third. Power run game with junior running back Jordan Toribio. It's been a combination of Toribio and Maxwell Parent tonight.
Pull the backside guard around. Good block by tight end fullback. Get yourself a couple of yards there. I wanted to see, I thought on that last play, St. John's kind of widened out the splits a little bit along that along the offensive line. Trying to maybe get some natural gaps in there by alignment. Actually, it looks kind of standard now that I see it.
2nd and 5. Chris Vargas, quarterback. Handoff Toribio. He's been their productive man of the two we've called out the most. With 50 yards plus on the ground, he's nearing 70 for the night. Creates a 3rd and short.
Boy, what a completely different feel for St. John's Prep compared to the second quarter. Right where it felt like Xaverian was really taking control of this game. Almost scored that touchdown there at the end of the half. And you come out and you get a kick return for a touchdown on the opening kickoff of the second half. Now the ball is inside Xaverian territory. with your four-star quarterback. You're down 27-14, but you're in a 3rd and 2 with under 3 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. You thought all might be lost for St. John's Prep. That is not the case.
The 4-star sophomore QB sees the pocket fold off one hand of a receiver, and it plops down incomplete. Looking for Riley Selve.
Julian Aoun, number 11 in white, was there on the pressure. Chris Vargas, boy, if that ball doesn't sail on Vargas, if that thing stays down and it ends up hitting Selve right there in the guts, he might have been able to make that catch. That ball just sailed on Vargas as he was rolling out of the pocket.
4th and 2. Vargas has relayed the play call from Coach Brian St. Pierre.
Well, here's the other thing, too. We don't really know the extent of the knee with Vargas. You know, there was some question as to whether he was going to play in this game. So now you're in the shotgun, but is there any hesitancy to running Vargas in a spot like this?
Has not rushed it tonight. Fires, intercepted. Reeled in, stays in bounds. Dickow!
How did he stay in?
Look at him go! Ryan Dickow, the free safety, read that beautifully.
Massive play for Xaverian, and we talked about on some of these throws with Vargas. This thing is to the wide side of the field, a little wobbly, but it's kind of short and inside. It's really thrown where the defender can grab that thing and get it. I thought that Dickow stepped out of bounds. He didn't. Yeah, that's to the inside to where that thing is going to get picked. That's a tough throw to make. Your timing's got to be really good. And when you let that thing go, to make sure that a defender doesn't undercut it and snag this thing. And right as we were talking about, it's a different feeling for St. John's Prep. There's the big interception. And not only do you give up the big interception, you give up the big return as well. And Xaverian is in business on the St. John's Prep 30-yard line.
Will Wood, play action after the 29-yard pick return. Wide open man, Shivagato! Touchdown, Xaverian!
And that just might break the back of St. John's Prep. Heck of a pitch and catch right there. Wide open is Shivagato. And Will Wood throws his 4th touchdown pass of the day. Plenty of time in the pocket. Shivagato 3 steps behind the defender, standing in the end zone. Great throw by Will Wood on his 4th ton of the day.
30-yard connection.
Big PAT.
The lead is back to 20. Will Wood, 9 of 14, 292 yards. Aren't they thrilled to have Shivagato back? He was out during the regular season due to injury, and they've created a 2-man monster in he and McIntyre.
Yeah, Shivagato, get these touchdowns in now. I called UMass football games for 10 years, and touchdowns are tough to come by up in Amherst. So get in the end zone now, Shivagato.
Well, who knows? Maybe he can change the DNA.
Well, let's see. One would hope.
Well, his quarterback has an offer from UMass, Will Wood.
Yeah, that would go a long way to helping them.
Can they create some magic on the return again? That's a great start to midfield.
Wow. Field position's been starting field position's been pretty good for St. John's on some of these drives here.
Brandon Noyes, rather Stefanovic on the return. Senior wideout. Called out the sophomore Riley Selve quite a bit in the return game. Well, for St. John's Prep, they got to score quick.
Yeah, now it's, I mean, it's time for Vargas to really cut it loose here. It's the only opportunity really the St. John's Prep has a chance to get back into this football game.
They run it. Gap control by Parent. There is a flag down. It's a hold.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming back. Looks like well, where the flag is dropped, it's outside on the numbers, so that screams a wide receiver was involved in a hold.
Holding on the offense. 10-yard penalty. The play results in a first down.
All right. Did I think say play results in a first down?
Results was the word, yeah.
Yeah, that was all right.
As the Joker once said, very poor choice of words. But
it is
the point.
It is late. We didn't get a true character referee this year in our state championship Saturday games.
No Hockley figure.
No, yeah. Nobody with a real, like, wicked bad accent that would have sounded really cool over the speakers at Gillette.
They'll try it again with Parent.
Parent does a really good job of making that first guy miss, and he did it again. He did it again right there and trying to bounce it to the outside. To me, he's really been the semblance of life in the St. John's Prep running game. Parent's done a very nice job. I know Toribio's run the ball pretty hard as well. Just not enough consistency from St. John's offensively yet.
Vargas, three-step drop, fires, caught!
Wow.
Inside the 5-yard line. He connects with Ethan Stefanovic. All we asked, they've got to score quick.
Yeah, good pickup. That was, I thought it was 8. That was 9. Well done. Good throw. Pretty good catch.
Yards.
Yeah, and then just dragged down. Nice catch by Stefanovic.
St. John's Prep under a minute in the third. Looks to pound the pill in there. Down by 20. We still have a whole fourth quarter to go. Snap to Vargas. Toribio is in.
St. John's has not given up yet. Extra point pending. 34-21 this game could be. Yep, turned around pretty easy to get in the end zone right there. Nice drive by St. John's Prep.
Collins' extra point is good. 13-point game. We still have a whole quarter to go, folks.
Yeah, we do. And like you said, a 13-point game. St. John's in this thing. Turn around. There's your handoff there to Toribio, who ends up getting into the end zone for the score.
His first of the night. That backfield pairing of Toribio and Parent up to 37 combined touchdowns. Pretty outstanding quarterback play. Wood's been the man all year, and so is Vargas. He's got a long career ahead of him. Wood has 1 more year left and 2 more years for Chris Vargas. Banged up in the postseason. Back in the round of 16, did not play on Thanksgiving, which was a Xaverian win, 21-18 to capture the Catholic Conference title. It's the second meeting between the two rivals in 10 days. They're going to be sick of each other by...
They probably already are.
Yeah, that's true. There is a section at Gillette, you may have noticed, that big blue in the middle, it separates the two schools.
Correct.
Probably the right move.
To make sure all of the people who come to the games kind of, you know...
Play nice?
Yeah. Ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure.
There really isn't even an option to play nice. You just gotta stay over there.
Yeah. Just stay away. No issues. So Xaverian with a 13-point lead, 23 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Will Wood's got 4 through the air. The Xaverian quarterback. Does he tack on more? I know we were talking about having some of the maybe best days a quarterback has ever had in state championship game history. It'll be interesting to see where Will Wood ends up slotting in.
Well, as long as St. John's Prep keeps pressing and chipping away at this deficit.
Yeah, you got to keep playing.
Got to stay aggressive.
Yep. Yeah, you keep throwing the ball, and Wood's been really good. They call the timeout here with 23 seconds to go at the end of the third quarter. Curious as to what will this be about. So Will Wood, 9 of 14, 292 yards and 4 touchdowns. Riley Survey, 80-yard kick return for a touchdown, 3 receptions, 81 yards and a score. Pretty high-level production there from Xaverian.
And that duo has a lot of time left together. Well, Selvey at least has 2 more years at St. John's Prep. And for Wood, the quarterback, 1 more year to go, and he's fielding several major Division I offers. Not together, but rivals.
Yeah. I would say right now, Will Wood's going to be recruited from some Power 4 schools, Power 5, however you look at it. I mean, at worst,
FCS level?
No, I mean, at worst, he can play in the American, I think, or the MAC, or some of those schools. Really talented kid. And here's the other thing, too. They want winners. Wood's a winner.
Can he get the job done for a three-peat on the Xaverian side? Up 13 at the end of 3. Fourth quarter's next.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
1 quarter to go on Championship Saturday here in the Division I. state championship game. Xaverian is up by 13. They have the football at their own 45 with a fresh set of downs. Wood turns and gives to Scituate. And this becomes time and score, I'd imagine, for Xaverian brothers.
Yeah, I think you still got to have the mindset of one more to be able to feel good about comfortably winning this game. And they don't necessarily need it on this drive, but I think for Xaverian, one more in the fourth quarter would probably end up salting this thing away. And hey, on the deep touchdown to Shivagato, I thought it might break the back of St. John's Prep. They've still been battling.
Just a gain of 1 for Scituate. Right back to him, bursts through a hole, out to the 40. And in St. John's Prep territory.
Nice job at the point of attack by the offensive line, and Nico Tortolione, the tight end, getting back, number 0, blocking someone. Yeah, Rocco Sestitos had a pretty decent day today for Xaverian, but it really has been about Will Wood and pressing that ball down the field to his very talented wide receiver group.
12-yard gain, 1st and 10 from the 40. Wood play action. Runs for his life. Heaves it, caught. Oh, but coughed up. Incomplete pass or catch and fumble.
I know they ruled incomplete pass, or one of the officials came off the sideline.
89 for Xaverian, Richie Edgehill, the junior tight end.
1, 2.
I think that's a fumble, Mr. West.
I don't know. Where are they gonna spot this thing? Wow.
20-yard grab and then recovered by Xaverian.
I'll tell you what it is. It could be deceiving in slow motion, as we showed there. Kind of what did that look like in real time? Because it looked like he was trying to transfer the ball to I think the left arm, and it kind of slipped out. I thought I saw one of the officials run off the sideline and automatically start waving it incomplete, but there we go.
After discussion, the pass is incomplete.
There we go.
2nd down.
I think that's the right call. And I know the Xaverian coaches are kind of losing their mind right now in giving the officials the business. I kind of think that's the right call.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if there was enough possession there.
If it was a catch and fumble recovered by St. John's Prep, they'd think a little differently.
Oh, of course.
Hard-fought battle for the ball, but it don't matter.
It goes
incomplete pass.
Also goes to show that there are plays to be made out there for Xaverian.
2nd and 10, back at their own, rather at the St. John's Prep 40. Play action Wood, looking downfield, fires, Shivagato, no way, he'll do it again! That is touchdown number 2, his third touchdown reception.
Boy, there was a lot of activity going on right there from Xaverian. They kind of lined up in a bunch set, and it was Christian McIntyre leaking out the backside, right? But look at Wood. He's looking the whole time. Wide open is Shivagato. So they get him out of that kind of condensed formation, wide open. It's been a couple of times now. Shivagato has been wide open, and Xaverian tacking another one on the board, and Will Wood is having the day of days here in Gillette Stadium.
We'll await the updated total. Pete Connell, our statistician, hard at work. The D4 game with all the
you can see
calculator additions.
Yeah, you see a smoke coming out of Pete's ears over there, trying to keep up and do all the math and everything like that. Now that is...
I hope we can show Pete at one point on camera, just to give him some love.
Now that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Wood, correct?
5.
Brother.
Updated tally, Wood, 10 of 15, 332 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Wow.
Johnny Donovan had 337 in the D4 game, so we're possibly witnessing another historic. We already are, right? He's top 5. That's still pretty good. But
yeah, right.
That is moving up the ranks as one of the top single-game Super Bowl passing games in MIAA history.
Yeah, he's got a chance to set a new record with the way it's going here with Xaverian today throwing the ball. And then on the other side, there's Chris Vargas right there. Injured, didn't play in the Thanksgiving Day matchup against Xaverian. Back in the lineup here tonight. Doesn't appear to be hampered mobility-wise, but the passing game has not been crisp.
Up the middle, shimmy, shake. St. John's Prep says it's not done yet. Toribio is dragged down at the 45. Right away, they're into Xaverian territory.
Yeah, it was a pretty good run there from Toribio. He's coming out of the game.
23-yard scamper.
Toribio doing a nice job there, making people miss, running through the contact, then stopping, trying to wait for some more blockers to be able to get down on the field. St. John's Prep has not quit, not even a little bit.
Vargas with a laser beam.
I was going to say, that was a 90-mile-an-hour fastball right there on that reception. That thing was humming. Vargas on the connection to Pearson Scala. Look at this thing. You like hear that thing cut through the air. Very, very brisk throw there from quarterback Chris Vargas.
The quarterback stands at 6'5". Back to throw. Took a little mustard off that toss.
Yep.
But completes it to one of his reliable targets. One we have not called much today, Andrew McMahon.
Yep, Andrew McMahon. Took me a minute. Tiny print.
Just updating folks on Will Wood.
Oh yeah, where are we at?
So he's 5th all-time right now. He is 4 yards behind Johnny Donovan from Scituate earlier today.
And then that would put him, I think, 6 yards. I think that would put
behind
him
Dunsky.
Yeah, behind Dunsky.
Vargas.
Oh, airmailed that one.
Dunsky at 338. He threw that many for Bill Ricka back in 1999. The all-time record for Super Bowl passing yards in a single game, Steve Scannell at Burncoat, 418 in 2004.
And Woods at what, 332 and 418 is the record? He can get 90 more yards with the way this thing is going. St. John's Prep isn't rolling over. Xaverian's got to continue putting points up on the board.
8:20 to go in regulation.
But I'll tell you right now, if you're a kid thinking of, or if you're a team out there in college football thinking of recruiting Will Wood, watch his tape.
Vargas
stuff.
Off one hand and down to the ground. He was looking the way of Stefanovic. Shaken up.
Jackson Holmes on pretty good coverage there on Stefanovic. That's pretty tight. I know he almost made a one-handed catch, but That's pretty good coverage there by 22 and White, right on his hip.
Timeout, St. John's.
St. John's Prep timeout. First of the second half. Want to get this right on 3rd and 10. Possibly think about what they might do if they don't get the full 10 yards. Have the play drawn up if it's 2 down territory. I mean, at this point, it is 2 down territory, down by 20.
You know, but some of there's a nuance that you could add to that, right? It's 2 down territory, but are you calling both plays? Are you got your 3rd down play. The quarterback knows the 4th down play, but maybe you end up playing some hurry up depending on, say you get, 3rd and 10? Say you get 8 yards down to 4th and 2. Do you hurry up, get to the line of scrimmage and try to do something there? A lot of different ways you can handle this when it comes to 2 down territory, and I'm sure Brian St. Pierre has more than thought about and gone over the options with his team.
Vargas puts Selve in motion. Vargas jump throw and caught. Off to the races. Touchdown. St. John's Prep. Wow. Ethan Stefanovic.
Inside screen. So they go to the middle screen for Stefanovic, who weaves through the Xaverian defense and scores a touchdown. Let's take a look at this one more time. There's 9. Look at that middle setup right there. The linemen are all just waiting to kind of earhole somebody and then make a defender miss, and off to the races into the end zone for the score.
Cullen adds the PAT. It's back to 13, which we've said for a while now.
Let's take another look at this touchdown. You're right, little jump there from Chris Vargas on that throw to Stefanovic. Great play call by Brian St. Pierre.
Oh, yeah.
Middle screen, it works. No one around. Makes somebody miss. Untouched into the end zone for the score. So we're talking about the Xaverian quarterback Will Wood maybe chasing some state championship game records. For those who are rooting to see some history, that touchdown from St. John's Prep
helps the cause.
Very much so, yeah.
So just to be clear again, he would need 7 more to get to 3rd most all time. And it would be the most passing yards in a game since 1999.
7 more passing yards.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, 7 more passing yards.
There we go.
For the most since 1999, 26 years.
Pretty crazy. I feel like he's going to blow by that as Wood.
Kick returned at the 20. Ball! There was disappointment on some of the faces of St. John's Prep. And
yeah, Xaverian recovered.
Yep.
You know what? First game of the day, we saw the pill being a little slick and plopping on the ground a lot. I'm sure both these teams don't want to see that repeat itself here in the 4th quarter in terms of the turnover department.
You know, I think what's most impressive about Will Wood, and this is a credit to his receivers in Chivigato, McIntyre. These other quarterbacks needed 17 completions, 21 completions, 32. He's got 10 completions.
10. I mean, the ability to get the ball down the field and some of the throws to Chivigato have been really good.
Yep, explosive plays. Sestito with the carry.
And if you're Xaverian, it'd be nice to score another touchdown. But quite honestly, if you can just bleed as much of this clock, get some field position as you possibly can, you can live with it. But again, points would be good. More tough running from Rocco Sestito of Xaverian.
Bucks take their time with a 13-point lead. 2nd down and 3 from their own 34. Wood under center. He's on the same page with the rest of his line. Tito. Busted.
But again, Xaverian, tick, 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 tick. Clock now under 7 minutes to go on a 3rd and 1. Really with the timing, unless St. John's starts calling timeouts here, you convert this 3rd and 1, move the chains, you're probably safely going to bleed another 2.5 or 3 minutes off the clock here and really squeeze the time in which St. John's Prep could have a chance to try to come back and tie this game.
3rd and 1.
Big 3rd and 1. It's 1 yard that might equal 3 minutes on the clock.
Tortolio, the fullback.
Close spot.
Very close.
I think we're getting a measurement on this one.
Given the stakes.
Yeah.
I think he's short by a yard.
I do too. Yeah, I think he's. Oh yeah. Yeah, he needed to get to the to that hash mark, given the way the markers are set on the far side of the field. There we go.
Another discussion. Here come the chains.
Yeah, I'm with you, Glash. I think this is going to be short by like the nose of a football.
Indeed, short.
There it is. Actually, the length of a football. I thought it was going to be a little tighter than that.
Please put 6:09 on the claim clock.
Yeah, I think if you're Xaverian, you just line up and try to run it again. Carey went to the big boy Nico Tortolione.
6:09 on the play clock.
On the game clock.
9.
Okay.
Game clock.
Yeah, game clock. He said play clock, I think.
Gleam was in there too.
And now they're trying to figure out between a 5 and a 9.
4th and 1.
Can Xaverian get a big yard?
Oh. Who jumped first?
I think Xaverian might have jumped.
This is a Spider-Man meme in real life.
No doubt.
False start.
Yeah.
On the offense.
Offense, false start. Wow. Back them up 5. Now you got a punt.
Wow. We saw Central Catholic have issues in terms of the false starts, and now bites Xaverian here.
Catholic Memorial.
Catholic Memorial.
Yes.
Sorry.
So there's life for the Eagles of St. John's Prep. Clock still ticks. Strong kick that is fielded by Selve, the sophomore, roams outside with 5:38 to go.
Wow, Xaverian had it right there for them, right? 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. Can't convert, and then you commit a penalty.
If you do convert, which I was getting at, you're taking more time off the clock.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they clearly had a play. Somebody couldn't hold the water. It's that simple. Now then you're in 4th and 6, and with the field position, there's no way you're going to try to go for it there on 4th and 6.
Keep an eye on number 8, Selve. Instead, they'll throw it to number 11, McMahon. Senior at 5'7", 150. He did get out of bounds. Move the sticks, a 1st down pickup. Now Vargas, we've talked about him. We've talked a lot about Wood and his collegiate career aspirations. Vargas is a 4-star. Jump ball again.
Dangerous throw. A lot of white jerseys around.
Cross Insurance players of the game. We will start with St. John's Prep. Riley Selve entered today's state championship with 1,400 receiving yards. He is over 1,500 for the season. 3 grabs, 81 yards in this game. He had an 80-yard kick return for a touchdown. Congrats to Riley. He's got a bright career ahead of him. He still has 2 years at the Prep. Lined up in the slot. 2nd down and 10. St. John's Prep from the 44. Vargas steps into it. That's a beautiful floater. Caught. It is reeled in by Stefanovic. Here come the St. John's Prep Eagles.
Great catch by Stefanovic, but look at this throw by Vargas. Pretty good throw.
Shades of May.
Yeah, really good. Boy, has a good throw, good catch, good route as well.
Vargas back to the air, lobs it. Selve. There are no flags. Incomplete.
Might have been able to get a contact call if that ball maybe had landed in the end zone. Might have appeared a little more catchable.
This was a 27-7 game with 6:08 to go in the second quarter.
Xaverian had a chance to take a massive lead in the end of the second quarter, and that fumble and not scoring the touchdown there is now looming large.
Vargas puts a few of his guys in motion. From the 11, 2nd down. Selve, the motion man. Play action, throw, catch, and touchdown, Eagles. Stefanovic comes through once again. We've got a 1-score game in the Division I state championship game and a lot of time left.
With the way that second quarter went, who in the world would have thunk it? Nice little screen, good blocks on the outside. Boy, what a really nice job by Riley Selve, who's had a heck of a game, selling out and blocking for Ethan Stefanovic. And the PAT is good.
Cullen has been steady.
St. John's Prep. So it's now a 6-point game. Xaverian with a 41-35 lead with 4:54 to go in the fourth quarter. And there were multiple times where St. John's Prep could have broken, could have rolled over, could have accepted their fate. And they didn't. They come out with the second half opening kickoff return for a touchdown. And they've been battling ever since.
But just to drive home the point you made a moment ago, it was 27-7. Xaverian was at the 1-yard line of St. John's Prep.
9 seconds on the clock.
You could have made it 34-7 going into halftime.
And instead it turned into a fumble. St. John's ran out the clock. I think it was 1 play on offense, and then everybody went in for halftime. And boy, it was a very different halftime feel than what it could have been. And yeah, if you're Xaverian, you're now looking back on that goal line sequence and saying, man, what could have been? Although they still have a 41-35 lead.
Each team with 2 timeouts. Kick is fielded back at the 15-yard line. The quarterback was out there. There is a flag down. The quarterback, Wood, was back to return.
And I think they're going to get a late hit on St. John's.
On the defense.
Yeah.
15-yard penalty. First down.
To your point, Wood was back there, but he ends up sliding down on the ground, and one of the St. John's cover guys, on the kick coverage, just plopped right on him. So there you go, down, and then gets hit. I know what you're going to say. It's tough to stop the momentum or whatever.
Minogu.
Then you know what? Then just do a somersault over top the guy and roll your way past him so that you don't touch the dude.
From the 30, Xaverian on offense, up by 6.
Tricky ball handling. Wow. Xaverian absolutely dodging disaster right there on the handoff from Wood to Sestito. Sestito falls on this thing. Actually, Sestito never really grabbed it. Much more on the running back than the quarterback right there. Not exactly the kind of first down play Xaverian wanted on that one.
Clock moving as we approach 4 minutes to go.
What does Will Wood have up his sleeve?
3:32 through the air, just 10 completions. They will run the ball to work the clock, and it's 3rd down and long for Xaverian.
Well, and this is where having a kid as talented as Wood, who is our cross insurance player of the game for Xaverian, 10 of 15, 332, 5 touchdowns. So half of the completions have gone for touchdowns. How about that? But this is also where having a kid like Will Wood as your quarterback, here in a crucial 3rd and 8 where you're backed up in your own end and your opponent hasn't rolled over, this is where you want the big-time Division I quarterback to make a good read and throw for you.
Can he make an 11th completion?
Well, we're going to the diamond formation on the right.
Wood fires, caught, first down Xaverian.
Tell you what,
McIntyre.
St. John's had a hard time lining up and recognizing that formation and figuring out where they wanted to get everybody on the back end of the secondary. There was a lot of talking and squawking and moving. And this is just a really good play call. They go to that diamond set to the right, 4 to the right side. And that was how long of a completion there? Uh-oh. Pete's head's gonna explode. We're good.
14 yards.
All right.
3:08 to go. Now he got out of bounds, which was not the idea.
Well, 14 yards for Will Wood pushes him towards 350, right? So he would be now third
all
I believe,
time
on the list.
That's right. 3rd all time in the state's history for state championship single game passing yards. What did he get? 346.
Wow.
Passing yards.
What a performance for Will Wood.
11 completions. So now he just trails Kyle Beatrice of Swampscott and Steve Skinnell of Burncoat. Clock moving. Still 2 timeouts for St. John's Prep. A muscling run by Sestito.
The statistics from this game are going to look good in Will Wood's bio wherever he decides to go to school. The whole winning mobile state championships, and yeah, absolutely. So now we start to get into the timeout game here as Brian St. Pierre and St. John's Prep has used their 2nd timeout. 4th quarter, 2:18 to go. 3rd and 3. Xaverian has the ball up 41-35 on St. John's Prep. Ball's on the 48-yard line of St. John's Prep. So Xaverian has crossed over midfield. So let's say they sputter or don't convert here. With 2:18 to go, if they do punt it away, at least Xaverian will have the good field position to force St. John's Prep to have to maybe go the distance. Whether that's 80 yards or 90 yards, it depends on the punt.
Xaverian has owned this Catholic Conference rivalry as of late. Al Fornaro, the 9th-year head coach at Xaverian Brothers. He's 6-4 in his career and 3-1 in the last 4 against this team. 3rd and 3 for Wood and the Hawks. Spinning, he's short.
But that is the right play call. Now I know St. John's Prep will end up using their final timeout.
That's the 3rd and final timeout of the half.
And now knowing that they're out of timeouts, if you're Xaverian, you are in St. John's Prep territory. Now, again, it's a 6-point game, not a 7 or an 8-point game. But, boy, if you're Xaverian brothers and you go for it here and you get this 4th and 2, you win yourself a state championship. And, Brendan, I would say if I'm Xaverian, I don't think I'm inclined to punt here. I think
take the chances.
Yeah, I think I try to go for this thing. Because here's the thing on the other end of it. Xaverian does have 2 timeouts. So if for some reason it completely backfires on you, you do have the ability to stop the clock and kind of save some time. But boy, oh boy, with the way your offense has played, with the way Will Wood has played, you could throw the ball here if you really wanted to.
Xaverian.
This is the right call for Xaverian.
Offense on the field.
Got to go for it here.
Listen to Gillette Stadium. Wood, handoff, Sestino. No, Wood kept it himself. He lunged forward for the first down.
What?
He got me. It's faked out.
What a wow. And by the way, if the ball had been handed off, it would have been a first down as well. Sestino didn't get the ball. He would have got the first down, but what a play fake by Will Wood. You can see the backside defensive end, or the corner rolled up in this instance, Davion Sullivan.
Hold on now, they have not ruled a first down.
Interesting.
Was he short?
I thought he reached the ball out, and I don't know, oh, now they're saying move it first down. Now they're telling them to move the chains.
Okay, so the chain gang was
I was going to say,
party.
I thought he got it, quite honestly.
And St. John's Prep is out of timeouts.
What a great play call. Big chutzpah right there. Will Wood, talk about selling out, running around the end to get that first down. Now, Paramount take care of the ball.
Sestino to the 40-yard line. Clock running.
346 passing yards for Xaverian quarterback Will Wood.
Outstanding.
3rd most in MIAA championship game history. What a performance for that kid.
Hugging the coaches, he's reminded we got to run another play just to finish the deal.
Yep.
And Xaverian is going to three-peat. They topped St. John's Prep in 2023. They beat Needham last year. Prep was anxious to get back in this spot after falling short in the semifinals a year ago.
Timeout. Xaverian.
And Xaverian calls timeout.
Well, this is one of those measure twice, cut once sort of moments, right? Make sure you've gone over everything. Make sure everybody understands snap count, things like that. Just go over little details right now to make sure that you don't, have a bad play or turn this thing over or something crazy to happen to go the other direction, since it is a 6-point game. But for Xaverian, just handle business, which they did today. And wow, what a performance by Will Wood. Just absolutely fantastic. What a pleasure to be here to see it, too. That was a lot of fun. And now the celebration is starting on the Xaverian sideline. And the kids are getting the fans and the students and everybody whooped up.
Victory formation. One more knee should do the trick.
Got to give St. John's Prep a ton of credit. It looked like they were. It looked like they were down. It looked like they were toast, and they just kept battling and turned this into a real close shave. And Will Wood, third all-time state championship game history with his performance today in terms of passing yards, and the kids go to celebrate with the kids.
X gonna give it to you for a third time in a row. Xaverian, Division I state champs. Once again, the 11th Super Bowl title in school history. They top their arch rival, St. John's Prep, 41-35.
Had some great performances here on championship weekend, but Will Wood takes the cake.
Thank you all very much for tuning into our coverage over the last 2 days here at Gillette Stadium. 18th year Super Bowls have been here at Gillette.
Always a blast, always a lot of fun, great crew. Get to work with a lot of the same people every year because it's just that that kind of event. And thanks to Matt Smith and Craft Productions, the best guy to work for is Matt Smith, I can tell you that. And I've worked for a lot of good and bad, and Matt takes care of us every year. Great job by Pete Soros and Wally. Awesome job by the crew, and you know what? The kids gave us great games this year.
They really did.
What a performance by Will Wood. Fantastic.
That will do it for us here tonight at Gillette Stadium. Thanks again to our statistician, Pete Cannell. For Andy Gresh, my name is Brendan Glasheen. That'll put a wrapper on the 2025 MIAA High School Football State Championship Games. Congrats to all of the state champions and their marvelous accomplishments. The 2025 MIAA Football Championships are in the books. A presentation of the MIAA and Craft Sports and Entertainment. Good night from Foxborough.
That's right, baby. It's 3, and don't freaking forget it. Hey, give me X! Yeah! Let's go! Yeah! Sir! Let's go!